2, 3. One, two, three, four, probando. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, probando. Good morning, everyone. Um, Welcome to the Walkathon 2020, which is none other than that our beautiful son Joaquin Oliver's birthday. We decided to celebrate his birthday because no one will ever take that away from us. So, as you heard before, we are still parents, and now we're parents that throw a big party for their kid, for the 20-year-old kid that today should be very happy looking at us and waiting for a lot of surprises, right?
Sure.
What's going to happen today, Patricia? What's going to happen here today? Come on.
Well, today is Joaquin's birthday. Joaquin is a day that is a way that celebration. It's a way to just take our memories out of how nice, how happy, how special was for him a day like today. But we didn't want it to stop and say, okay, Joaquin is not present with us, so we didn't want to be sad. On the contrary, we are celebrating his 20th birthday. It's important. He's starting a new decade, and he's watching after us, and he watches there from heaven. I'm for sure that they are having their parallel party there. So today, we're going to enjoy so many activities that you're going to see and you're going to feel one more time Joaquin's life, Joaquin's attitude, Joaquin's passion. You know, Joaquin's was full of light. So today is the day. Happy birthday, my beautiful
Happy birthday, Joaquin.
people.
Happy birthday, Joaquin. So we can't reveal all those surprises, okay? You're going to have to keep watching the walkathon, and then you will find these amazing people that were able to join us today. We can mention a few.
Yeah, of course.
So you know, I will mention my tipping point when it comes to having fun today, and Joe Bonamassa will be here later playing guitar and enjoying everybody, and that's pretty cool.
And also, well, it's always very important to keep in shape and to have some strength. So we're going to have a little workout, and we're going to have a yoga just to relax and to feel that we are starting the day in a good shape.
That's very important because we don't want, we have my friends from Cuarto Reich and Desorden Público from Venezuela. It's a little too early for that, so we're going to let it go. And as Patricia said, we're going to start in a healthy way, or at least we're going to try. We're going to do our best. You're going to have yoga. You're going to have a little more hard training, right?
Yeah, we're going to have a hard training with our amazing coach, Craig Hobson, which is my coach for the last 4 years, and the group of girls that are always been surrounding me and supporting me, and you're going to see them for a 25 minutes warm up.
They'll all be wearing walkathon t-shirts or t-shirts from Change the Ref. You will also see a lot of activism going on today. This event, it's a coalition of groups that fight trying to prevent gun violence. Probably I've never seen so many groups together. So we are proud that we were able to make that call, and they decided to join us. You're gonna hear from the very experience of people that is totally involved in protecting us, all of us, from gun violence epidemic in our country.
Yes, we believe in inclusivity. We are all here, and as organization, as a parents, as a friends, as a citizens that we want to be together, to feel that we support each other. And this is the perfect day to show that support, that gratitude that Joaquin used to have with everyone through all these persons that they're going to be part of us, because today is about Joaquin's, is celebration. So everything you're going to see today is positive. Everything that you're going to join today will be for a meaning of united. Will be to be united, because that's what he always did, and he keeps doing.
Maybe a good way to understand this is that imagine that you have to throw a party for your kid that you love so much. And how are you going to throw that party? How would that dream party will look like? Maybe you could bring Pearl Jam to the party? Or what about will.i.am?
Oh my God, will.i.am.
Right?
will.i.am is going to be crazy, emotional, and fun. You're going to see that later.
So that is the point of today. Today we feel more than sad, which it's a very hard day, by the way. But beyond that, we feel proud of our son. Our son has so much energy to bring people together so they can express what they feel, so they can share with the rest of the world, because there's people watching this all the way from Indonesia, Italy, Australia. We know that because we receive messages of support every single day. And our son is putting together all these people, amazing people, powerful leaders, so everyone can hear us saying, enough is enough. And things will need to change. We don't hope that things change. We know that things will change because we decided to be part of a solution. We create a call to action and we answer to that call to action.
So here we are. Grab a coffee and stay tuned. Thank you for joining us.
And right now, be ready. If you're a pro walkathon viewer, which we don't know yet because no one has ever seen a walkathon, you should be getting ready for your yoga sessions and meditation with the one and only MSD yoga teacher that we love. We met her a long time ago, Amy Kenny, that she will be with Andrea, Joaquin's sister, and our beautiful Tori, yoga at the park. Enjoy this section and we'll see you soon. Remember, this is just starting. We need to do 20 hours for Joaquin's 20th birthday. Thank you and good morning. This is Change the Ref, and we are Manuel and Patricia Oliver. We started this nonprofit after losing our beautiful son Joaquin during the Portland shooting. We use art to expose the disastrous effects of gun violence and to empower youth to promote changes. We like the kids. They like our support. We explain them in a very graphic way how we think, or with a crazy idea like a bulletproof fashion show in the middle of New York. But don't get me wrong, we also talk to politicians. We have our own way to do that, because at the end of the day, we're just carrying a message. We could share our thoughts on a press conference or even in the middle of the street, so we are very clear. The media will give us a space to explain who we are. They want to know why we do this and who are we doing it for. We believe there's no risk. Like the day that we were in New York and we placed a bulletproof vest on this sculpture in the middle of the city. Or we went to DC and with support of our friends, we were able to make strong statements because we have good friends, powerful partnerships. They also call us for public speaking. They want to know about our creative side and campaigns. Like the Museum of Incomplete, a place where the victims have the opportunity to show projects that they were not able to finish. Or when we decided to challenge politicians to save lives with a new version of the operation game, Impossible Operation, supported by the medical community, was a big challenge. Or the day that we came out with the candies for Valentine's, with the same messages that our kids were writing down. What about when they thought that printing 3D guns at home was a good idea? We decided to print a 3D activist, and that was a way better idea. Joaquin was back. Then the gun lobby decided that selling guns on Instagram was okay. It took us 2 weeks to stop that from happening. Or when Joaquin started sending letters to members of Congress. Using his handwriting, people will send thousands of messages. And then we came out with these bobbleheads, trying to recover the money that the NRA has given them for decades. Then they asked us to stay home, and we decided to do something from home. Soap, the antiviral weapon. When it comes to corporations, Change the Ref decided to design a gun safety certified emblem so companies can carry it and stand with us. And then we did theater, so we had more time to speak to people in a more powerful message. You don't have to be wearing my shoes because I'm telling you how to prevent it. The thing is that we love painting. We think it's a way for Joaquin to make statements, and we can travel with those statements from one place to the other. So we asked the very best ones to teach us how to do this. How do we reach more audience using street art, inside and outside of the States? And we went to Mexico, and right on the wall we wrote a very important message. On the other side, they also murder our kids. And we started working and working and painting and demanding and asking and saving lives. This is beyond schools. This is beyond Parkland. This is even beyond Joaquin. This is about saving lives.
Hi, my name is Amy Kenny. I am the yoga teacher at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School here in Parkland, Florida. And I'm just sending this beautiful birthday message out to Joaquin. Happy birthday. I also wanted to send my love to his family and friends and to all the families and friends of our angels that we lost on that day, February 14th. I just did a yoga class for Joaquin's sister and girlfriend, and I hope you enjoy it. We recorded it for you. We're out here in Parkland on a rainy afternoon, and it's an all levels yoga class, and I had Tori do a little bit of the class. She's one of our yoga teacher trainees. She's learning how to become a yoga teacher, and so we're really proud of her. So thank you so much for tuning in and supporting this amazing cause and an amazing human. Happy birthday, Joaquin. Let's come to a nice easy seat on your mat. Sit up really tall. And touch palms to palms. Come to your breath. If thoughts come, let them come, but let them go. Setting an intention for your practice. My intention is peace, hope, love, health, change. Come to the breath, inhaling and exhaling in through the nose and out through the nose. Make it intentional. Sweep your arms, reach to the sky, inhale. And exhale, take your right hand down to the earth and lean over to the left, look up toward the sky. Rooting down into the left hip, reaching towards the right. Reaching both hands back up. Interlace your fingers behind your head, open your chest, open your heart. Feel your breath. Deepen your belly. Reach back to the sky. Left hand down, right hand over, look up. Breathe. And back to center again. Interlace your fingers. Slide them behind your head. Open your chest, heart, throat. Gently release hands to your knees. Sit up really tall, long spine. Inhale, and then exhale, round your spine like a rainbow. Inhale, lift up and lengthen. And exhale, round and curl. Do this a few more times at your pace. bit from side to side like a tree in the wind. And it is windy out right now. You might hear Mother Nature speaking to us with her loud thunder. And then let's take this around to big circles, pressing through your thighs, letting your hips reach down to the earth, making big circles to the right. And then back around to the left, feeling free in this movement. Reach your hands back up with an inhale, turn and twist. Look over your right shoulder, sit up really nice and tall. And then take your gaze over your left shoulder and breathe. Inhale back to sky and twist to the left. Look over left shoulder. And gently gaze over the right. Back to center, reach high. And then hands to earth, hands and knees, tabletop position. Tuck your toes behind you so you feel the backs of your feet stretch. Fingers wide like big starfish on your mat. Inhale, look up, open the chest and the heart, let the belly drop, tail reaches high. Exhale, round and curl, cat stretch spine. Inhale again at your pace, let everything open and drop. And then exhale, round and curl. Dancing lion, come around to the right, make big circles, linger in any spots that you feel might be sticky. Maybe you stay in a child's pose, knees wide, or knees together. Maybe you continue these circular motions. Whatever feels right to you is where you should be. And let's come to your first downward facing dog. Take yourself into an upside down V. If this is too much, always stay in tabletop. Coming to downward facing dog, go ahead and pedal out your feet. Move your body in any way that feels natural for you to move. Yogis, let this be a moving meditation. If thoughts come, let them come, but let them go. As we move our body and with our breath, making that connection, getting into the flow, getting into the moment. Look to your hands and walk to the top of your mat. Inhale, lengthen halfway out. Hands to shins or thighs, lengthen out. Exhale, forward fold. Go ahead and hang heavy. Bend the knees, ragdoll heavy. Maybe grasp opposite elbows. And sway a little bit from side to side. Continue the breath. I'm going to invite one of my newest yoga teachers up to teach you a sun salutation. We empower teams to learn how to teach yoga to their peers so we can spread this beautiful practice of peace and healing to the world. So I would like you to meet Tori. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Hi. Go ahead and do a sun salutation here.
We're going to start at the top of our back and not close.
Turn to you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, let them see you.
Okay. Well, how am I going to? Okay. We're going to inhale, sweeping our arms up overhead, really stretching toward the sky. Exhaling, letting the stagnant energy pour out of the crown of your head. Inhale, hands to shins, looking forward, lengthening the spine. Exhale, down, stepping down to plank, lowering down to the belly. Move your hands back a print, up in cobra. Exhaling down, tucking the toes, up to down dog.
Imagine
And we'll stay
there's
here
no
for a couple
heaven.
minutes. Breaths, I mean.
It's easy if you try. No hell below us,
At the bottom of your exhale, meet me at the top of the mat.
and above us is only sky.
Inhaling, lengthening the spine, looking forward.
Imagine all
Exhaling,
the
down.
people
Inhaling, rising, sweeping the arms up.
living for
Exhale,
today.
hands to heart center,
You,
mountain pose.
you may say
We'll
that
flow a
I'm a
little
dreamer,
quicker this time. Inhale, sweeping the arms up.
but I'm not the only one.
Exhale, fold. Inhale, hands to
I hope
shins.
someday
Looking forward, lengthening
you'll
the
join
spine.
us,
Exhale, step back to plank. Lower
and the
down.
world will live as one.
Inhale, up dog or cobra. Exhale, back to down
Imagine
dog.
there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for. No
At the bottom of your exhale, meet me at the top of the
religion
mat. Oh. Inhale,
too.
lengthening
Imagine
the
all
spine.
the people
Exhale, fold.
living
Inhale, sweeping the arms up
life
again.
for peace.
Exhaling, hands to heart center, mountain pose.
And you may say that I'm a dreamer,
Back to this kind
but I'm
Sitting
not
at the top of your
only-
mat, feet together, knees together, one big leg. Sit back, chair pose if you're
I
comfortable.
hope someday
Exhale,
you'll
forward fold.
join us.
Inhale, lengthen, look out. Walk,
And
step,
the
jump, or float
world
to the
will
back
live
of your
as
mat.
one.
Either skip the vinyasa and just press to down dog, or lower down all the way to your belly, or hover halfway. Upward facing dog or cobra. And exhale, we roll over our toes, downward facing dog. Reach the right leg skyward, open hip on hip, find some space in your body. Square your shoulders and your hips, continue to move around.
A brotherhood
Knee
of
comes into
man.
nose. Step the foot through in between your hands. If it doesn't make it, help it get up there, or move your other
Imagine all
foot
the
back.
people
Look back to your back foot and let the heel drop down gently.
sharing
Come up to your
all the
fingertips.
world.
And then halfway up. Feel the whole body hold you.
And you may say
And then reach to the
that I'm a
sky.
dreamer,
And breathe.
but
Warrior
I'm
one.
not the only one.
Show me your
I
peace
hope
signs. Let's be
someday
peace warriors,
you'll
yogis.
join us. And the
Come back down,
world
touch
will
the
live as
earth.
one.
Step back. Lower down. Upward facing dog or cobra. Exhale back. Downward face. Left leg reaches and opens. Hip on hip. Finding space and length. Knee comes all the way into your nose. Foot steps gently between your hands. And then spin your back heel 45 degrees. Rise halfway up. And then all the way up. Warrior one again. This time let's make the shape of a heart because we need love too, right? Peace and love. Warriors. Release your hands down, step back to plank. Take the knees down if you need to. If not, just press back to down dog or take that vinyasa. Meet me in child's pose or downward facing dog. Child's pose is a resting place for your postures. Or you can be in down dog if you wanted a little more. You can even take your hands behind and reach for your heels. right foot comes to the earth first. This is enough right here. Or maybe you want to flirt with balance between your knee and your ankle. Or perhaps you want to bring it all the way up into the inner thigh. Or perhaps you have a half lotus in your practice and you like to take that. Or maybe you're taking full expression of the posture. That's yogi's choice, wherever you want to be here in tree pose. But let's all take our arms up and allow the wind or the imaginary wind to blow you around. In yoga we say we bend so we don't break. And this practice is to help us find that peace, that calm that we need in our lives so we can go out and make the difference that we need to make in the world. So that we fill ourselves back up before we empty it back out. Step down, inhale, reach to the sky. Hands back into your heart center. And take a moment. Take a moment for yourself. Take a moment in a mini meditation. And then left side tree pose. You're wet. Foot to earth. Between knee and ankle. Or up and inner thigh. Half lotus or full expression. We all reach hands to sky. And I have actual wind. Maybe you do too.
Lord, we don't need another mountain. There are mountains
Taking the hands back to your heart.
and hillsides enough to climb. There are oceans and rivers
Step down, mountain pose.
enough to land.
Feeling your feet firmly rooted into the ground. Shoulders up, back down, and away. Breath is strong. Feeling completely empowered, surrounded by community and love.
It's the only
Rooted and grounded into the earth.
that there's just to live what the world needs now.
What the world needs now is love, yogis. Inhale, reach to the sky.
No, not just
Exhale, fold to the earth, let it go. Let it all go. Inhale, lengthen, look out. And walk back to plank again.
we don't need another
Take the right knee down or don't. Right hand to center. Open up side plank. You can be on a knee or not on a knee. Reach the other hand up to the sky.
enough to go.
If you like a little more, you can lift that top leg up.
And moonbeams see enough to shine.
And let's take that hand across, bicep over ear. Really feel extension and space in the body.
What the world needs now is love, sweet
Come
love.
back to plank.
It's the only thing
Pulse back to downward facing dog.
there's just to live love.
And back to plank again. Left knee down or not. Side plank.
Love, sweet love. Oh, not
If you
just
lift the
for
top leg
some,
up, do that.
but for
And then the arm reaches across, bicep over here.
everyone. What the world needs now is love, sweet love.
Plank again, downward facing dog.
That there's just to live love.
Right leg reaches for the sky. Step it through warrior one. We've done here before. Back heel drops, rise up.
No, not just for some, but for
Balance again, hands to heart center. Lean forward and float the back leg up. Maybe you touch it just an inch off here. Maybe more. Maybe more. Your choice, yogis. How much or as little as you need in this practice. Beautiful. We'll slide back, warrior one. If you come out, that's okay. Come right back in. And reach the hands up to the sky. Release hands to touch the earth. Step back, plank again. And press back, downward facing dog and child's pose.
needs now is love, sweet love.
Left leg reaches, steps through, warrior one. Rise. Back heel spins to top if you can. Hands pressed together, heart center. Lean forward and float your back leg. Balance. Strength and flexibility. If you need a little more balance, you can open your arms out or hold on to a chair or the wall. We float back, warrior one. Reach the hands to the back. Reach down, touch the earth, step back to plank. Lower down all the way to your belly or hover. Upward facing dog or cobra. Exhale, child's pose or downward facing dog. Let's all take child's pose for a moment. Reaching hands behind for feet. Third eye, forehead on the earth. Downward facing dog. Right leg reaches. Step it through. This time we're going to open up to warrior two. So let the back foot open, cartwheel the hands. So hips and shoulders are square. Look over your right hand. Turn. Perfect. Pump warrior one time. So reach up and then back in. And offer something out to the world. Peace, love. Sweep the sky with that intention. Hold the whole world in your hand. Warrior two again. Cartwheel the hands down, step back plank. Press back, downward facing dog. Left leg reaches for the sky. Step through, warrior two again. Pump warrior one time each. Offer it out again. Offer something else. Offer more. Paint the sky. Make the change. Be the change. Hold that world in your hands. Cartwheel the hands down. Step back to plank. Press back, downward facing dog. Feet are hip distance apart. Toes are gently pigeon-toed toward one another. Thrust back into your thighs. Walk your hands back to your feet, the back of your mat. Right hand down. Right knee bends, left leg straight. Twist and look over that left shoulder. Hand up to the sky. Again, feet up or down. And then replace the left hand where the right one is. Bend into the left knee, right leg straight, hand to hip, and then hand to sky. Opening that heart, taking the bottom shoulder, wrapping it underneath the top shoulder, and then forward fold again. Hang ragdoll heavy, elbow to hand, hand to elbow. Maybe sway a little bit. And then gently start to roll to stand. Slide your hands into your back pocket, push your hips forward, and let your hips come forward in a back bend. You can tuck tuck your chin here, or you can let your head fall back, whatever feels better for you. Little back bend. And then back to center. Hands to heart. Top of, or you're at the back of your mat. Right knee comes up to your chest. Curl your toes to me. Reach your hands to the sky. Sweep it back. Warrior 3, arms out to a T. Heart center, knee to chest. Kick it straight out. Step halfway up your mat. Hands to your heart center. If it's comfortable to close your eyes, close your eyes. And take a moment here for gratitude. And even when it seems like there's nothing you can think of to be grateful for, just start small. Starting small with gratitude allows it to bubble forth. Left knee comes to chest. Toes kick straight out. Hands to sky. You need to step down, step down. And warrior 3, airplane arms. And breathe. Heart center, knee to chest. Foot kicks out. Step to the top of your mat. Inhale, reach to the sky. Exhale, forward fold to the earth. Inhale, lengthen, look out. Walk, step, jump, or float to plank. Lower down. Up dog or cobra. Exhale, downward facing dog. Right leg reaches for the sky. Step through warrior 2. We've been here before. We're going to flip this open. Cartwheel the hands open. Pumping warrior, reach up once. Keep that bottom leg straight, arms come out. Let's think of one thing you're afraid of. Put your hand out and push that fear right out of your life. There's no place for it. Gently tip over, triangle pose.
In a place that needs change, make a difference.
In a place where there's change, make a difference, yogis. Maybe you want to float both hands. Float that hand and reach back. Be the light. Triangle pose one more time. Let's cartwheel the hands now. Bring your front foot, step your back foot closer. Stand on your tiptoe if you need to. Inhale, lengthen, exhale. Bring the chest close to the thigh. And allow all kinds of stuff to melt off. Whatever your stuff is that doesn't serve you. Let it go.
Yeah, you only get one go round. 'Cause the finish line is 6 feet.
Step your left foot up to meet your right foot.
In a race,
And inhale, reach to the sky with a little back bend. Heart center. Inhale, reach again. Exhale, forward fold. Inhale, lengthen, look out. Walk, step, jump, or float. Upward facing dog or cobra. Exhale, downward facing dog. Left leg reaches, steps through, warrior 2. Back heel spins down. Open out the arms. Straighten the front leg, pump warrior one time, and leave that leg straight. Arms come out to a T again. So maybe you thought of something you were afraid of before, and then a few other things popped into your mind. Think about that. And replace fear with love. Press it away. Fear. And press it away. And find your triangle pose. Finding lots of space in your body to fill up with love. And let's sweep this up and back.
Think about the generations.
Triangle pose again.
Make it a better place for our children's children, so that they.
And then forward fold. Go over your left foot, step your back foot, your right foot closer. Stay up on the tiptoe if you need. Inhale, fill up and lengthen, and exhale. Verbal H-A. Let it go. Bend the knee as much or as little as you need to here, finding that opening in the back of the body. Step that back foot, the right foot up to meet the left foot. Inhale, lengthen. Exhale, fold down. Inhale, sweep to the sky, take your back bend at the top. And hands to your heart center. Every time we come to the top of our mat, we find this space for the moment that you're in. We find the space for the breath. Remember, yogis, you can't pour from an empty cup. You have to take care of yourself before you can take care of others. So fill up, and then go out and make a difference. Inhale, reach to the sky. Exhale, fold to the earth. And inhale, lengthen. Bend your knees and come to a low squat. Hands to heart center. Maybe find a little balance here. And then gently find a seat on your mat. Feet together, knees apart if this is comfortable for you. Inhale, lengthen. Use the elbows to open out the knees and then fold forward with a flat back. Take a big inhale and exhale, let it go. Inhale, hug it in. Give it a big hug. And let's take the feet hip distance apart. And lower down slowly to your back. And hands if you need to. Take the right foot on top of the left knee in the number 4. And find this reclining pigeon pose, letting the hip open gently. Maybe shake your head a little bit, no getting any tension out of the head or neck. Draw it in a little bit closer. And then go ahead and release both feet to the earth, hands down to your sides. Raise your fingertips on your heels and just gently lift up your hips. Stay right here, or take your hands, interlace them underneath and roll to the outside edges. And lift up here, a little bridge pose. If you have a full wheel pose in your practice, go ahead and take that. And then let's go ahead and release those hips. And windshield wiper your knees to the right. And then to the left. And do that a few more times. Take that reclining pigeon on the left side, foot over knee. Find space underneath your leg. And be gentle with yourself. Go ahead and release your feet to the earth. Fingertips raise the heels. Lift up, nice easy bridge, or take a little more. Maybe you take a full wheel back bend, or a left. And let's release those hips and either hug into a tiny little ball or maybe take happy baby, reaching hands for feet. Maybe rock a little from side to side. Let's go ahead and rock up to seated. Take your legs straight out in front of you. And curl your toes up toward you. Inhale, lengthen the spine. Reach the hands out. And now reach towards me. I'll reach towards you. We can be the healing together. Go ahead and take this wherever you land. Forward fold.
What kind of reason could I give for all the hate that's standing in the way? Wish I could tell them that nobody's gonna judge them. That every stranger on the block is gonna love them. No one, I can't say that today. No.
Inhale, reach to the sky. Hands come down to the earth. Fingertips face your heels. Bend your knees. Lift your hips up. Reverse tabletop. Tuck your chin here or let your head fall back if you have nothing going on in your neck or back. When we sit gently and then hold on behind your legs, getting ready for both poses. You can keep the knees bent here or maybe the legs straight. You can hold on or maybe you can reach and breathe.
Could I say to everyone who was ever told by a man don't try to reach too high?
Go ahead and give it a hug
Every
in.
girl who was betrayed and told to keep the pain locked inside.
One
Wish
more
I could say
time.
nobody's ever gonna judge
Go.
me. Every stranger on the block is gonna love me.
Straight.
No bully in the world is gonna help me, but I can't say that today. No, no, no one could ever take my pride from me.
Hug it in. Lower back down to your back, nice and slow. Hug your knees into your chest. And now make some circles on the sky. Straighten out your left leg, draw your right knee in.
Like dropping pebbles into the ocean. Seeing them spread
And then
ripples
bring it
around.
across the left side of your body, spinal twist, arms come out to a T. Let's hug it in again. Take that right leg straight down, left knee in, cross the body, open the arms, lift back over the left shoulder. more time. Yogis, if there's anything else you need in your practice, go ahead and take it. If not, lay down on your back or your right side. Allow your entire body to just release onto the earth. You can also sit up if you'd rather sit up. You can lean against a wall, put legs up the wall. So wherever you're most comfortable is where I'd like you to be. Softening your jaw, softening your eyelids. Noticing the breath. Notice the breath as it comes in to the body. It fills up the lungs, fills up your belly. And then let it go slowly. Every inhale brings you peace and hope, calm. And allow the exhales to take away what doesn't serve you. I believe the power of love is the ripple effect. And so the more we can learn to love ourselves, that will ripple out to everyone we know. And even the strangers, the ones we don't know. And where there's more love, there's less hate. And so if we can fill ourselves up to overflowing with that love and that peace and that kindness, then it can just overflow to the whole world. Taking these moments in the final part of your yoga practice to just be in the moment, where there's no past and no future, just in the now. Begin to bring some small movements back into your body. Maybe blink your eyes open or wiggle your fingers or toes. And then come back up to seated where we began. Sitting up tall. Maybe bringing your hands palm to palm again back to your heart center. And with intentionality, send out to the world what you believe needs to happen for change. just talk about it or think about it, be about it. From my heart to your heart, until our paths should cross again, I wish you peace, love, light, hope, health, healing. Namaste.
We wanted the award to be something special, something that will represent Joaquin in all its ways. There's a lot of us out there fighting against gun violence, and for some reason, some people still think that we're not that large as a group. Many of us have been forced to be part of it. He was totally into everything that we do today. Actually, everything that we do today is an extension of Joaquin. We are living Joaquin's life, and we are doing the things that he will be doing if he had the opportunity to be here today. We are parents, and we have to honor our son no matter what. He had great principles, he had an amazing attitude, and he was always concerned about injustice. The idea of putting together all these things that will describe our beautiful son Joaquin were all condensed into the award. So this is the moment of putting together all those amazing activists out there that have been taking time, have changed their lives to fight for all of us. I've met people that have been fighting for more than 20 years against gun violence, and no one has ever heard their names. Maybe by creating an award, this is the time to recognize all those efforts. And our loved ones are meeting up there, and they know what we're doing, and they're gonna help us raise our voice. It's just a peaceful image of our son. Peaceful, but challenging. This is what Joaquin is doing every single day. Our son is becoming a symbol, a legend behind the fight against gun violence. This award will recognize the effort from thousands, friends, families, kids. We got more than 30 brave activists, some of them impacted directly by gun violence. This is a way to express how powerful our force is. And we're not happy about this. This is a membership that you don't want, but the system, a broken system, is forcing us to create this army. We ain't stopping until we fix this. This is the Joaquin Wack Oliver Award. We're not afraid, and we have nothing to lose. So that was yoga from Amy Kenny. How do you feel? Feel better now?
I feel better. I feel no remorse because we already started with a workout, a kind of workout, really amazing. And the music, I love the music from Amy Kenny that she selected, amazing.
And Tori.
Oh, imagine. You know Tori is in training to be a yoga instructor. Makes me so proud. I'm so happy of her.
Maybe Tori was keeping that as a secret, and you told the whole world now. So now she's famous.
Oops. I'm sorry. So don't let her know that I said that about her. So anyways, be ready because Tori will come on fire.
With everything.
We gotta support her.
So a couple of things here. We are streaming from two main platforms. Facebook Live is one, and the other one is YouTube Live. In both cases, you should go to change the ref. That's all together, change the ref. So if for any reason you lose the transmission in any of these platforms, you can always go to the other platform and you should be good. If you lose it in both, you let us know, because then we'll do something else. So again, it's Joaquin's Day. We have a challenge, and let's start with that, because for Joaquin, the mornings were about coffee, right? I mean, in order for him to wake up and start reacting to life, coffee was a need. And today we're running this campaign. If you see it there, you should. There you go. There you go. And it's in our social media, Instagram, and it's called A Coffee for WAC on August 4th. So what you're going to do today, once you get to your coffee shop, you're going to ask for a coffee, whatever you drink, and when they ask your name, you say WAC. And let's see how many cups with the name WAC we can have today. We pretend to get thousands of those, by the way. So then you take a picture of the cup with the name WAC and send it, and we will share it in our Instagram. And of course, give you credit for that because you are putting our son's name everywhere.
And you're reminding him, which is amazing. You know, me as a mom, I always love when anybody talks about Joaquin. And if I see that kind of gesture from you guys, that will make my day. And for sure, Joaquin will be laughing and say, oh my God, they got it once again. So everybody's, you know, thinking about me. So let's do it.
Now, let me ask you something. Did Joaquin ever make his coffee?
Well, he made me once or twice my coffee. And really, he did it well. But because he was a little bit brat, he just wanted to be the one who's getting the coffee from us. Well, let me tell you, not from us, from me. Because he always said to me, Mommy, can you make me a cafecito? But you don't tell Papi because I like yours
I
better.
love you more.
That was so cute. I don't know if he was manipulating me,
He
but
was.
the fact
He was
is
totally
that I
manipulating.
was always going and, you know, make his coffee and put it, you know, I give it to him in his bedroom or maybe in the bathroom when he
Right.
was getting ready to go to school.
And this will be the cup that his favorite cup is my Harley Davidson cup, but it has like a little curve here, so it's pretty comfortable to have coffee here. So I'm just going to make a coffee in Joaquin style because I think that we should start with coffee. There's 20 hours, probably 19 hours and something still ahead. So this is Joaquin's coffee, okay? Hot milk, of course. Right?
Yes.
And then some instant coffee. Not so strong.
No, I like coffee.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. There you go. And
let me grab your spoon.
sugar
Sugar.
in crazy quantities. And then it will go, oh, I think I need some more sugar, Mommy. Okay, and wait. Mixer.
Yeah, mix the sugar because if not, it stays down.
And also some foam.
Oh my God.
This is nice. Wax coffee.
Mipu, you're ready to go.
Let's try it. Sweet.
Let me try. It should be very sweet, but as Joaquin.
Very sweet.
But it's good. Mipu, I hope you're enjoying it.
So, one of the main events of the day is the Joaquin Wack Oliver Award. We came out with this idea because we wanted to, as I mentioned on the video, recognize people that we met and they're brave and they are not stopping, they're just going for it. We're one of those, right? No one's going to stop us from doing this.
Definitely not.
So there's a lot of people doing crazy stuff out there and they receive recognition and then people will start knowing what they're doing. So we're going to do the same. And we started by asking people to vote for who they thought will be the right person to receive this award that is actually for the bravest activist against gun violence. And then we started receiving nominees like crazy. They all deserve the award. most of these names we know, and I didn't see any name that didn't deserve that award. But of course, this time, only one person will take the award home, and $1,000 and some Change the Ref merchandise. So let's mention randomly the, you want half of this?
Yes.
Hold on. Yeah, I don't want any tricks. This is legit, live from Parkland. And these are the final 12.
Oh my God, look what I have. The first one
What
in
do you have?
line. I have
Just mention the name.
I have my dear David Hogg.
David Hogg. So we don't need to tell you why David Hogg is one of the nominees. Can you show the photo?
I will show the photo. I will share this with you guys.
There you go.
Here's my dear David.
That's David.
David, darling, good morning. I hope you're watching already your face.
Oh, he's watching.
Okay, here you are.
We have Christine Santonelli. Here she is. And she's been doing pretty well with votes lately, so good chances for Christine.
Oh my God, this is a crazy one that I loved. I really loved. Look who I have. Bria, good morning, my love.
Bria, we love you, Bria.
We love you, we love you, we love you. Okay, so keep the fight going on. The fight, like Gabby Gifford said. Okay?
Oh, I got great ones here. Megan Hobson. Yeah, I got it. I got it. Megan Hobson. She's awesome. She's great. She really needs to be in the finals, and she's a very sweet girl, and she works a lot, and we love her. And if you're listening, Megan, good luck today.
Well, I have my little amazing Isabella. Isabella has been with us in our life since May 2018. Since then, she hasn't stopped working and following us, and today I am proud to say that she's part of our social dream team. My social team is the best. Here is one of them.
And it is her social team. It's not my social team. I'm not allowed in those meetings. I'm not.
No,
I'm just not.
It's my team.
And listen, Isabella is also Latina, right?
Isabella is Latina.
So she's also Latino power.
Of course.
I love it.
of
I love it.
course.
I love it. I love it.
The one we have.
Abed da Silva, my good friend. Abed da Silva. Let me tell you something about this guy. Not only he's cool, he's being nominated today. He has a lot of chances, and he will be singing. He will be performing a song today, later. So this guy is going to spend all day with us. Good luck, Abed.
Okay, now we have somebody that is very special, is family to us, and here we are. Guess who he is? My dear Fred.
Fred
Fred,
Gutenberg.
I hope you woke up early. Here you are, darling. Here you are, my dear Jem. Good morning, Jesse. I hope you're all watching us and watching your Fred. Okay?
Fred, you know, Fred is my brother, you know that.
This is your brother, but he's my lovely friend. Okay?
Cool.
He's my second Monchi.
Exactly, Monchito.
Monchito.
You're right. Tatiana Washington. Tatiana, you know we love you, and you also really deserve this award. Here you are.
And here we have a bravest, a hard worker, Rachel Joseph. Rachel, here we are. Today is the day. Wish you the best.
Heather Chapman. Amazing. What you're doing is great. Very, very involved with Moms Demand Action. There's a lot of groups in here, and they all these people represent sometimes their own group and sometimes a larger group of people.
Here we have another young activist. He's been always around fighting hard. Nathan. Nathan, good morning. I hope you're seeing you. All the luck to you today.
Nathan is a very smart kid. We had a panel, remember?
Yeah.
With Nathan.
Uh-huh.
And he was able to put together Sandy Phillips, myself, I don't remember who else. And it was a very interesting conversation that he was able to put together. And finally, on today's nominees, Diego Garcia. So
Go, Diego, go.
Diego. I mean, Diego knows a lot of people. So to all the others, if Diego wants to move forward with the votes today, oh, he will. Everyone can vote during the whole day. It's open. You go to Change the Ref, you go to our Facebook, and you will see where you can vote for these 12 amazing people. You can only vote once. And voting will be open all the way up to 8 p.m. today. We have a voting headquarters, which is not here, and all the results are being handled by them. You will meet them in a bit. And we will know. We don't even know who's ahead in this race. We want to be surprised too. We will know the winner around 9 p.m. tonight. So that's the plan in terms of the award. I'm very happy for this because it was about time that gun violence prevention groups will have also an award and show how powerful we are.
And they were 33 nominees, and they became down to 12. So every single nominee deserved to be in that position, but as every other contest, there is a way that we just need one to get the big WAC award.
So back to the beginning, you have to remember that we're on Facebook and YouTube. If you lose one of the transmissions, you go to the other. And also, please keep in mind our challenge for August 4th. Go to your coffee shop, ask for your favorite coffee, and when they ask your name, you just say WAC. It's a coffee for WAC. Take a picture of the mug and send it to us, and we will post it. And that applies to everywhere. There's a lot of viewers from other countries. Atrévanse a ir a su tienda de café, pidan un café y digan que es para WAC. Tómenle una foto y envíenla, que nosotros la vamos a publicar durante todo el día en nuestro evento y en nuestras redes
Y
sociales.
si quieren, por supuesto, ustedes la publican y hashtag Wackathon 2020.
Are we having subtitles here, Nestor? Subtitles? Do we have subtitles?
Well,
Of course we don't have subtitles.
we are
Gosh.
not damn professionals yet.
course we
This
don't
is
have
our
subtitles.
rehearsal.
All right, so
Okay, I
it's
heard-
time to...
I heard that we have something in the front door that we got as a present today.
Oh, I like surprises.
So,
You want to get it?
Yes, let me go
All right.
and see what is going on.
So people are bringing things to our house. We love that, by the way. Feel free to bring whatever you want. I'm going to do a little cleaning here. This is great. I'm going to drink the coffee, the sweetie coffee. Oh, there she goes.
We got a Starbucks!
Yes! Bring it.
Oh my God, this is a good wake-up day.
So I'm getting rid of this one. Getting rid of
Let me
Joaquin's
show you
coffee.
what we got, darlings. Look at this. Coffee coffee and more coffee because it's well needed.
Wow.
Really needed.
So this is great. You feel free, again, you can bring stuff here all day long. Mira.
Oh, look at what we have. What we got.
And look at
Guac.
this. So this is what I'm talking about. There you go. You see the name? It's a coffee for whack. It's a coffee for whack. So it's working. Great. I love it. So now we have more and more coffee. We're going to stay awake for pretty much 19 hours and something.
Just 19 hours.
Just 19 hours. All right.
Okay, so let's
So now
get our coffee.
You have a plan, okay? In the next segment, we're gonna have 70 segments today, and that will start slowly. For those of you that are just starting to watch the Wackathon, and they're gonna get a little more into action.
Yes.
And
But
now
we need to start relaxed. Okay? And then we're getting there.
And now we are training a little harder because it's still the morning and we need you to wake up and feel stronger. So who's going to train us?
This is my pleasure to introduce you to my adorable, special, unconditional, and supportive coach, Craig Hobson. He owns and operates F45, and I'm just so proud to say that I'm part of his team. So I want to share with you and my friends that I have there a little bit of workout, what we do to keep our mind and soul and body in shape.
And I want to know, please do the workout, because every time Patricia does that, she comes back home like exhausted, like, oh my God, that was incredible. I'm not sure about that. So you tell me, go ahead, do the workout, and let us know if Patricia is actually saying the truth,
or I'm faking
or
that I'm
if
in
it's
pain.
only BS after her workouts. Enjoy the workout, and we'll be back with more Wackathon 2020 on Joaquin Oliver's birthday.
Happy
Enjoy.
birthday, Joaquin. Seeing your memories really puts a smile on my face every day. Even though I never knew you, I'm still fighting for you, and I'm fighting with you. Happy birthday.
Hello, my name is Santiago Rioja. I wanted to give Joaquin a happy birthday. You'll always be in my heart. Love you.
Okay. This is Change the Ref, and we are Manuel and Patricia Oliver. We started this non-profit after losing our beautiful son Joaquin during the Portland shooting. We use art to expose the disastrous effects of gun violence and to empower youth to promote changes. We like the kids. They like our support. We explain them in a very graphic way how we think, or with a crazy idea like a bulletproof fashion show in the middle of New York. But don't get me wrong, we also talk to politicians. We have our own way to do that, because at the end of the day, we're just carrying a message. We could share our thoughts on a press conference or even in the middle of a street, so we are very clear. The media will give us a space to explain who we are. They want to know why we do this and who are we doing it for. We believe there's no risk. Like the day that we were in New York and we placed a bulletproof vest on this sculpture in the middle of the city. Or we went to DC and with support of our friends, we were able to make strong statements because we have good friends, powerful partnerships. They also call us for public speaking. They want to know about our creative side and campaigns. Like the Museum of Incomplete, a place where the victims have the opportunity to show projects that they were not able to finish. Or when we decided to challenge politicians to save lives with a new version of the operation game, Impossible Operation, supported by the medical community, was a big challenge. Or the day that we came out with the candies for Valentine's, with the same messages that our kids were writing down. What about when they thought that printing 3D guns at home was a good idea? We decided to print a 3D activist, and that was a way better idea. Joaquin was back. Then the gun lobby decided that selling guns on Instagram was okay. It took us 2 weeks to stop that from happening. Or when Joaquin started sending letters to members of Congress. Using his handwriting, people will send thousands of messages. And then we came out with these bobbleheads, trying to recover the money that the NRA has given them for decades. Then they asked us to stay home, and we decided to do something from home. Soap, the antiviral weapon. When it comes to corporations, Change the Ref decided to design a gun safety certified emblem so companies can carry it and stand with us. And then we did theater, so we had more time to speak to people in a more powerful message. You don't have to be wearing my shoes because I'm telling you how to prevent it. The thing is that we love painting. We think it's a way for Joaquin to make statements, and we can travel with those statements from one place to the other. So we asked the very best ones to teach us how to do this. How do we reach more audience using street art, inside and outside of the States? And we went to Mexico, and right on the wall, we wrote a very important message. On the other side, they also murder our kids. And we started working and painting and demanding and asking and saving lives. This is beyond schools. This is beyond Portland. This is even beyond Joaquin. This is about saving lives.
Hey guys, my name is Craig Hobson, owner and operator over here at F45 West Coral Springs in Coral Springs, Florida. Today we put a workout together for our good friend Joaquin Guac Oliver. We just want to give a special shout out to him for his birthday. We know he's watching down over us with a big smile on his face. This one's for you. Happy birthday, Guac.
Okay. All right, let's do this. All right, so welcome guys. All right, so today we're going to do a cardio / strength class, okay? You are going to do a warm-up followed by some strength training, mixed with a little bit of cardio and some abs all together. Yes?
Yes.
You guys ready?
We're ready.
All right, so we're gonna start off with a slow warm-up and we'll pick up the pace a little bit. We're just gonna run in place, nice and easy. So start driving in place.
I got that I'm keeping in the dark. I got my cross the street in the large. Thinking back to the fact that they dead, but my raps on the facts and they sat with the boss. I got 2 phones.
All right, 5 seconds. We're gonna take it up a little bit. 5 seconds when we're going to high knees. 5 seconds high knees in 3, 2. Get high knees up. High knees go.
Got a little match with me either way. It's a big gap between us in the game. In the next life, I'm trying to stay paid. When I die, put my money in. When I die, put my money in.
15 seconds. When I get down to 0, we're gonna hit those jump jacks. Jump jacks. 10 seconds. In 4, 3, 2, jump jacks. Hey.
Change cause I'm good where I'm at. I'm top, so I'm always good where I'm at. Word Junior, Jazzy, Baby J. Tell them what I got.
10 seconds. Keep going, keep going. 4, 3, 2, drop spots, let's go.
Go get a half a million in the stomach. Phone, little big cookie. I got a little bit, really no limit. Dead boys in you, Rich dollars in the jail with you. Look, just another state case. Very well, shake that top bounce.
10 seconds, 10 seconds. We're gonna hit those burpees in 5, 4, 3, 2, let's go burps, burps, burps. Come on, burpees. Everybody do burpees. Let's go 10 seconds, let's go 10 seconds. Alright, so first one we're going to do is we're going to play it by ear. So we're going to do a squat. So we're going to squat down as fast as you can. When I say switch after 30 seconds, you're just going to press, press, press. After 30 seconds, I'm going to say squat press, and then we go to the other side, okay? So grab your dumbbell, one dumbbell. Let's all start with the right side, right side. We're going to just start with a racked squat. So just squatting up and down, racked squat. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's
when they get wet, feel like I'm surfing. You don't care, come and get your rent paid. Ain't got time for no drama, but today and my watch gotta see Presidente. Come and get me out there with your friends saying. You don't care, come and get your rent paid. Ain't got time for no drama, but today and my watch gotta see Presidente. Look that, come and get your rent paid. Slide to the left, slide to the left. Take a left step, slide to the left, slide to the right, slide to the right. Now you're ready to the side, we get it on. Got loyal, tryna get up on myself and I don't know, here we go. Hey, really let me know that's for you. Big black, big for you. I'm a California, she a little freak, better ask these. Beat it like Billie Jean, then I say big, walk so easy, make it look easy. She gon' go back, I'ma catch it like a 50. Play like me, I'm so no mercy. When they get wet, feel like I'm so high. Come and get your rent paid. Ain't got time for no drama, but to get it down. And my watch gotta be Presidente. You coming with me, I don't care what your friends say. Do that, come and get your rent paid.
10 seconds, 10 seconds.
And my watch gotta be Presidente. Do that.
1, good. Other side, 10 seconds on the break. Nice deep breath in and out. We're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna start with that rack squat. Other side in 4, 3, 2, rack squat, left side. Let's go.
No masterpiece. 10 bad till they after me. 1 bad like a masterpiece. Looking for a dog like an athlete. I can't give a fuck. You got the can't afford. You got the
5 seconds, 5 seconds. Make it to 0. Just the press. Just the press. 3, 2, 1. Just the press. Go. Just the press.
I've been a crew, then I slide like it's Vaseline. West Coast 6, posing like a trampoline. Take a break out, put it on a triple beam. I'm not from Canada, but I see a lot of teams. This metal up, I don't matter handle up. Like the kettle up, make me put a banner up. Toss a 50 up, make them tell the club up. Took your bitch out the game, I had to sub. No masterpiece. 10 bad till they after me.
Keep going, keep going. 5 seconds, make it to 0. Yeah, that's the press. 3, 2, 1, press. Let's go. I got an 8-second break. We're going to throw in 2 exercises. Two exercises are going to be bicycles on the back and mountain climbers. When I say switch, you switch to the next exercise. Mountain climbers, switch. Bicycles, switch. Back to mountain climbers. Here we go. Set them up. You start with mountain climbers. Start with mountain climbers. Start with mountain climbers. I see y'all want to start on your back. We'll start with mountain climbers. 3, 2, 1. Let's go, mountain climbers. Let's go. Drop down the knees.
Big things like no bop, big things like no bop. Java all way, right? Good head.
5 seconds. One more set. One more set.
You don't talk to me. For sure, 150, don't talk to me. You don't know how many bands don't talk to me. You just follow on the trends, don't talk to me. I set the bar. This guy, bar.
5 seconds. Come on. Let's go.
Big things ain't no bop, big things ain't no bop. Type of money you gon' lose, type of money you gon' lose, bop. Run away, type of money make you
We got 10 seconds on the clock. Let's go. Come on.
Big things ain't no bop, big things ain't no bop.
Everything proper, no propaganda. Propaganda, go your thing down. Big circle off, like Santa.
Good job, guys. Good job. Way to work, way to work, way to work. All right. We're going to do renegades. Renegade row. 1 dumbbell. We're rowing. When I say switch, leave the dumbbell, push up, pick it up with the row. 2 times. Okay? So renegades, renegade push up. Okay? Renegade. Renegade push up. Okay? All right, let's go. Here we go. Let's set them up. 2 times. 1 is on the other side. All right, let's start it up. We're going to start on the right side so we're on the same side. Start with the right, then we'll get the left. We're going to start in 5 seconds. We're just going to roll it up on that one side. Here we go. 3, 2, go. Let's roll, let's roll, let's roll. Hip square. In 4, 3, 2, just stay right there and hold it. On the push-up position. Everybody's push-up position and hold it. Stay right there. Bring that belly button into the spine and squeeze as hard as you possibly can. Squeeze. 15 seconds. 5 seconds. Good. 10 seconds of transition. Nice deep breath in and out. Let's go to the other side. Same thing. We're going to start with the renegades. Just renegades. Just the row. Just the row. Other side. Here we go. Set them up. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
This is church. Happy like a choir.
by my foundation. Push up, push up, let's go. Push up in front. I was out there with the fam, just looking at my door, thinking to myself, like, damn, baby, what's going on? That's every time I got to do was when I was waiting for one. There was confusing a little bit, you know I'm fluid with the stick. Okay, let me know what's up before I lose it. And everybody trying to talk, ain't trying to talk, I'm trying to do, I'm trying to send somebody with somebody, let me know what's happening. That's the KR, I can you know I rock. You know I never give a fuck.
Give me 10 more seconds, and then we're gonna hold. 10 more seconds, then we're gonna hold.
4, 3, 2,
hold. Core tight, guys, core tight.
Like a G when she had camera, we thinking that we don't know, let them struggle like we ain't fan. Like I don't give a fuck, I got to see you happy. We shot the world, everybody know what's happening. I'm still a judge on my song, we just won't platinum. We on our own time, let's go move out the calendar. Let's go get us some action. Let's raise our kids right, let's watch it. We teaching them. Let's start a business first so they can't say what you
5 seconds, come on, everybody, up.
We speaking them.
3, 2, 1, and rest. Good job, nice work, nice work, nice work. All right. We're gonna throw those two in, This time we're gonna go full sit-ups with cross-body mountain climbers. Full sit-ups with cross-body mountain climbers, just like we did last time. Full sit-ups, cross-body mountain climbers on the switch. Nice deep breath in and out. I'll give you another 15 seconds to take a deep breath in. Cross-body mountain climbers, we'll start with. And then we'll go to full sit-ups. All right? Here we go, get set. 3, 2, we're going crossbody, guys. Let's go! Finisher. Let's go. Everybody's on the feet. Gotta smile. Keep smiling. All right. So we're gonna go fast feet with combination. Fast feet. We're going here. Fast feet. When I say right, turn and then back to center. When I say left, turn and back to center. When I say drop, burpee, back to fast feet. All right. Drop. burpee back to fast feet. Alright? So fast feet, I'm looking here. Here we go. I'm gonna give you guys another 10 seconds. Nice deep breath in and out. Breathe. Alright, here we go. We're gonna start fast feet. Word is right, left, drop. Here we go. 3, 2, fast feet. Touch that body like a woman inside. Oh, she never let it go. She a bad little. Oh, hey, you don't have no time to be. I take a 20 to the 30 to the 50. Shaking that like a video. She hit it good at night in no pictures. She hit it like what the you been already checked. See you get on one. Shut that up. So we gotta let you let it work. Tell that big old booty girl that's got me love. With a red, with a dog, with that rock. Come on. Take it. Work. Let's go! Run it out! Run it out! Run it out! We're gonna go for 30 more seconds. Let's go! Come on! 30 more seconds. That's it! Left! Right! Left! Right! Drop! Good job, guys. Good work, good work, good work, good work, good work, good work.
Oh, you're not used to this. No, that's right. You haven't seen Greg's crazy.
Good job, guys. Good job. Cool. Well, I'll do strong. I'll make it video. And I'll put it with the intro. And I'll just announce everybody else here. And I'll put it with Cool.
Thank you. You're the best. Why you kill us like that?
That's what you asked me to.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Happy birthday, Juan!
When you're left ain't worth more than a check, change the rep, change the rep. If you're living with this pain in your chest, change the rep, change the rep. When you wake up and wonder if you're next, change the rep, change the rep. If you won't change, then you gotta be direct. Change the rep, change the rep. When you're left ain't worth more than a check, change the rep.
Happy birthday, Joaquin. When I think back to the year that I had you in 3rd grade, I can't help but smile. Some of my fondest and most cherished memories teaching were from that year with you and your classmates. I will always remember you as a shy, sweet, silly, and always inclusive young man. My heart fills with pride knowing that you went on to find and raise your voice against inequality and injustice. You were truly a gift to this world. I feel blessed to have known you and to have been even a small part of your world. Happy birthday. We love you. We miss you. You're always in our hearts.
Hi, this is Angela Borofato. I'm Cole Sumner's mom. And I actually have a little memory of Joaquin. Cole played baseball with Joaquin for years on the North Springs baseball teams, mostly winter ball, because Cole and Joaquin wound up going to different schools. Joaquin was shy around the adults, but I know he wasn't that way around the other kids. But I remember this one time the kids were finishing up middle school, and Cole said to me, "Mom, isn't it great? Joaquin and I are going to be back together in high school," because ultimately, the 2 different areas where we lived wound up going to Stoneman Douglas. And he said, "Isn't that great, Mom?" And I just remember Joaquin giving me that little sideways smile that he had. He was a handsome kid with that big mop of dark hair and just giving me that really cheeky little smile that, yep, it was great. And he was so happy that he and Cole would be back together in high school. And we miss Joaquin. Wish we could have seen what great things he could have done in person, but he continues to do great things now. Happy birthday, Joaquin.
Wow. Welcome back. So a lot happened already. Like we got people into some yoga and relaxing, and then we got people into that crazy workout that you were talking about. So I guess now you know what being Patricia means and how strong, and that's probably your trick, right?
Definitely.
To look the way you look.
No. Well, it's not only the way I could look, it's the way it makes me feel. So you feel comfortable, you feel relief, you feel when you had you want to accomplish something, and I am the kind of person that when decided to do anything, I need to accomplish something for something. So my accomplishment there is to get more strength, to be more resistant, and that's what I've been getting over the years. So today I feel a lot different from I was feeling at the beginning of my life with Greg and F45.
Good job, girls. Good job, Greg. Greg, if you're listening to this now, I bet you are. Thank you for many things. Thank you for what you did, and thank you for what you're doing with Patricia, because she's really looking amazing. So everything is worth in here. We saw also Angela, our friend Angela, and we know Angela because our kids played baseball together. And I guess that what I want to say now is that most of the people that we know them because of Joaquin. We have friends from the baseball little leagues. We have friends from basketball. We have friends from the soccer field. We have friends from school. You have to understand that we were not raised in this country. So while you were making friends in high school, we were having fun in South America, Venezuela, drinking margaritas and just enjoying salsa. So everyone that we know today, like Angela, like our real friends, are connections that Joaquin was able to develop so we could enjoy those friends later on.
Actually, I have a memory that I can tell you. Before everything happened to us, every time we were passing by the baseball field at North Springs, I remember saying to Monchi, wow,
I'm Monchi.
I feel very nostalgic every time I pass by here because there were so many good years spending there with Joaquin, running late to get into the game because I was working in Miami and I had to, drive like crazy to get Joaquin to the practice or to get Joaquin to the game. And the friends that we had, because you can tell there are two teams, the parents teams and the kids teams. So we developed this relationship that Monchi was saying before, so that we were family there. We were family and we felt very happy to be able to be having those moments because Joaquin was always having us jumping here and there, doing something.
So thank you, Joaquin, for making sure that your parents will find some good friends in a country that in a country where we were not raised. It's one of the things that you were making sure that it will happen, and I thank you for that. So a couple of reminders here. Remember today, if you go to your coffee shop, we have a challenge, a Coffee for Walk on August 4th challenge. You go to your coffee shop, ask for your coffee, and when they ask for your name, you say walk. Let's see how many coffees for walk we can order today. Take a picture of your cup once you have the walk name on it, and then send it to us and we will share it on our social media. Our social media team is working 27, like literally, right? They're going to be 20 hours working with us.
Yes, really
today.
hard. Yeah, not even counting what we've been doing before this to be able to happen. How many things that we have to get done in order to be here sitting down with you today.
And now it's time for everyone to know our first nominee for the Joaquin Wack Oliver Award. And this person, remember that one of these 12 nominees will receive today the first Joaquin Wack Oliver Award that is dedicated to the bravest activists against gun violence, $1,000 check from Change the Ref, and $300 of Change the Ref merchandise. So, Patricia, who is our first nominee?
Well, our first nominee is Diego Garcia. Hi, my dear Diego, if you're connected.
Do we have Diego Garcia? Diego Garcia, woo! Yeah.
Yes,
Now
we're kind of ready.
This is almost pro, almost pro. There you go.
Well, Diego, let me tell you something about Diego. Diego has been among the fiercest gun violence prevention activists in the country since 2018. When he organized a bus trip to Washington, D.C. for the March for Our Life, he's been featured in Chicago media for his advocacy for people of color and against gun violence that affects his Latin community, the Black community, and his Chicago neighborhood. He has participated in several protests across Chicago demanding an end to policy, I will start right away, sorry for that. So he has participated in several protests across Chicago demanding an end to police brutality in the wake of death of George Floyd in Minneapolis, between other activations. Diego, my love, I wish you luck.
And Diego is also a great guy.
Oh, no, he's a cutie.
He's a great guy. I'm not going to say he's a cutie. He's a great guy, brave. The Chicago area, we all know that it's been hurt really, really bad with gun violence. So being part of that group that is preventing things from happening in a place like Chicago requires a lot of bravery.
Yeah, Chicago's very, very tough.
So
gun violence.
the good news is that you can still vote for Diego all day long until 8 p.m. Those results will be revealed at 9 p.m., I think. We will double check that later, but those are kind of the times that we have in mind right now. Today at 9 p.m., we will know who is taking home the Joaquin Wack Oliver Award. So, Diego Garcia, good luck, and start calling your friends so they can start sending votes for you.
Hey Joaquin, I just want to let you know that we miss you, but we're keeping you in our hearts. I wanted to wish you a happy birthday, brother.
¡Feliz cumpleaños, Wack!
Happy birthday, Joaquin, from me, Sonia, and Luna. We love you.
Hope when you take that jump, you don't feel the fall. Hope when the water rises, you built a wall. Hope when the crowd screams out, you're screaming your name. Hope if everybody runs, you choose to stay. Hope that you fall in love and it hurts so bad. Hey, the only way you can know, you give it all you had. And I hope that you don't suffer, but take the pain. Hope when the moment comes, you'll say, I swear I live.
Now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this part of the Guacathon. I am so happy to be here today in support of Change the Ref, along with all of our amazing other participants from March for Our Lives and that are also involved in various organizations from around the country. My name is David Hogg. I'll be your host today. I use the he, him, his pronouns, and yeah, so let's kick it off just by having some of our panelists introduce themselves, you know, where they're from, and their pronouns, and yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tatiana. I use she, her pronouns. I'm 19 from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and I am one of the state policy associates with March for Our Lives. And I also do work with 50 Miles More in Wisconsin anti-violence effort.
Hi, thanks for that, Tati. I'm Michaela, or Micaela. I use the She series as well. I'm 19. I'm originally from Peru, but I currently reside outside of Baltimore. I organize with March for Lives Maryland, as well as March for Lives at the national level with the Youth Congress, and I'm currently the interim chair for the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee on that. But aside from that, the community organizations I work with are Baltimore Ceasefire and then Good Kids Med City, which is the shirt I'm wearing right now.
You are so iconic, Michaela. Hi, everyone. My name is Daoud Moomin. I'm 19 years old. I use he, him, his pronouns, and I'm from Salt Lake City, Utah. I do local community organizing here, and I'm also one of the youth board members for March for Our Lives.
Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone, for being on. And yeah, so we'll kick it off with just our first question. And this one is for Tatiana. And the question is, why did you get involved in activism and why do you keep doing it?
Yeah, so, I got involved in this movement in 2017. I lost my Aunt Sherda to gun violence. Her husband, who was a police officer, used his work-issued gun to murder my aunt, and then he turned the gun on himself. And ever since then, I've been involved locally here in Milwaukee, but, also, continuing doing this work because I don't want any other family to go through what my family has gone through. Now, when I go out and protest and I see little kids holding signs screaming that my Black life matters, that breaks my heart, and that's why I want to keep fighting in this movement.
Excellent. Michaela, do you have any thoughts along with that?
Yeah. So I kind of got involved in organizing because I guess at like the same age that every marginalized person realizes things aren't the way that they're supposed to be. And of course, I found myself often being the only Indigenous person in a space, often the only Latina of color, of brown skin in the space. And I realized that while I started with immigrant justice and while pushing for keeping families together by pushing for the Defend DACA back in like 2017, 2018, it kind of appeared to me that in the gun violence prevention movement, there was a lot of voices who were directly impacted that were missing from that conversation. And I wanted to, instead of just complain or quit March for Our Lives, kind of use that energy and see, okay, well, what can I do about that in my direct area of impact? Like, what movement can I get involved in? Like, how can I be the representation that I'm looking for?
Excellent. So the next question is, we all know about this year's for March for Our Lives, harnessing, our power through protesting, advocacy, and voting. How do you guys see, how do y'all see that you're going to use this power this year? I think we'll go with Dowd for this one.
Yeah, I think what's really important is how do we as youth organizers create a sustainable model towards justice, right? Like Tatiana and Michaela said, we started this work at a very young age and we're all tired, right? We're all exhausted and we're kind of just pushing through this as much as we can, right? But the goal is how do we create a lifelong fight towards justice like so many of our heroes and people that we look up to have done in their past. So I think how we're going to use our power this year is outlining specifically how people can get involved and how people can make change. So often fights lose momentum because people don't know where to go or where to put their energy. So I think not only are we going to harness the energy, we're going to direct it towards things like electoral efforts, community organizing, violence prevention, right, and grassroots work that is about serving the community and not serving the interests of any lobbying group like the NRA, right? And how do we really bring that power back to the people by giving them and making them realize our power?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point in terms of that. I think generally in the American consciousness, we hear a lot of the time this general idea that the way that we respond to things that are caused by purposeful injustice that then results in things like gun violence and things like elevated levels in crime are issues that we can only respond to with more police, when in reality it's something that I actually saw a really good post about this today from a group called Pico in California that does a lot of awesome organizing work, and there was a sign that they posted from a protest and it said communities don't need more cops, they need more resources, or something along those lines. I think that's a really good point that goes to, what I think a lot of the focus of what our power really means. And it's realizing that, police only respond to gun violence. They don't actually do anything to prevent it in the first place. It's resources and restorative justice and the proper programs being put in place in the first place that can help prevent it. And I think you made a good point too. And something I'd like to touch on around self-care and making sure that, as young people in this space, we know that this work is selfless a lot of the time, but you have to be selfish in some sense, and that you need to preserve some amount of your strength because you can't pour from an empty glass. You need to conserve your strength and know that although you may feel invincible as a young person, you need to have boundaries and preserve that strength so that you don't burn out. I think there's a very common mentality that is in large part because of the very arguably very like capitalist society that we live in America, where if your life is only worth how much you work or the amount of work that you put into it, right, in the first place. And I've seen a lot of organizers sometimes take that to organizing, and it's really unhealthy because they don't realize that there is so much self-care involved in organizing that it's a radical act at times to take care of yourself, and it's important for young people to know that. And I'm curious on that note what Tatiana about that in terms of taking care of yourself and organizing more general.
Yeah, I think it's very important, especially youth of color, self-care is a revolutionary act. It's very radical. When we think about the fact that mental health resources aren't there for us, taking that time to, for ourselves is a radical act, especially in a world that tells us, we're not supposed to. So I think it's very, very important that we take care of ourselves. And, something that I've been learning, it's okay to not always be, picture happy and like smiling all the time. It's okay to be frustrated and to be angry and to, let yourself go through these emotions, especially when I think about grief. It comes up at random times and you have to like just go through that and accept it. So I think it's really, really important that every single person takes care of themselves.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and knowing that you're not always going to be super hopeful in these movements, which I think we see a lot of the time in history books and stuff, in the way that our history is taught, where we oftentimes only see the successes. We don't see the hundreds, if not thousands, of failures that many organizers have, and all the people that burned out, throughout these social movements because of the trauma associated with it. And I think one thing that I'm also curious to hear about from Michaela is like how are you going to harness our power this year to push in advocacy in voting, and just how are you going to use that?
Yeah, thanks, David. So kind of what you were saying with like this work has been done, and there's definitely like lessons to learn from those who came before us. So my answer for that is really like I get my power and what sustains me from my ancestors and from the people who lived and worked so much harder than us. And I don't say so much harder because we're not working hard, but because while we can only see like how far we've come and it feels like we haven't really accomplished much, like they have worked so much harder. And I'm just gonna like reiterate a quote that was kind of like from an indigenous person, and it was like the quote was like, my only fear is that like I get to the afterlife, I get to whatever, and I see my ancestors and that they tell me like, why are there no cracks like on your hands, like did you not continue our fight? So for me, kind of like, especially in the wake of the passing of John Lewis, it's like we were so blessed to get to see him as an elder. Like he could have died the first time he went out there. Like we don't see that often, like Black and brown elders, like we don't get that, and we're privileged to learn from that. So it's like, how do we take all those lessons from the people before us and really just harness that into the youth movement?
Yeah, I think one of the most impressive things about John Lewis on that note was how he learned to be such an ally with so many movements, not just the civil rights movement. He leading a protest in 2016 and literally on the House floor for gun violence prevention laws to be enacted in the first place. And I think with that, you could say that he was almost the first martyr before there was a March for Our Lives. He showed us and future generations, of course, I'm sure he had his elders as well that he learned from as well. But he showed our generation, I think, a lot of the time how to march. And he showed up, at the march in Atlanta. He also talked to us, like, in my case, like after Parkland, he reached out to us. And, one of the things that he told us to do was, this is a marathon, not a sprint, and you have to take care of yourself. And it's really important. And I think the story of John Lewis is one that really gives me hope about, although we have so many deeply ingrained injustices and problems in our country, every generation can take another step towards helping to fix those things. And John Lewis did that not just by being on the outside, but also working on the inside and creating good trouble from the inside too, even getting arrested as a congressman and demanding the right to vote. And that's something that I feel like I always carry in my heart when I'm thinking about voting, and all the historic precedent that is behind this, and how many people that are no longer here have left such a legacy of making sure that we even have that right to vote in the first place, or everyone has that right to vote. And another thing that I wanted to ask people about is where do you get your kind of inspiration from? We heard a little bit from Michaela about that, I guess you could say. But I'm curious with like Dawood, how do you keep going when these things get hard? At times I think we're okay with just being kind of sad and upset and hopeless. But how have you found to pick yourself up after those things? I think you're a really positive influence, as is everyone on this call in March for Our Lives. But I feel like Dawood, especially, you have a certain kind of charisma and positivity around you that is almost unmatched in any other person I've ever seen. So I'm curious, how do you maintain that?
Yeah, thank you. I don't know about unmatched because I know some funny people, but I would say for me, one, it's to realize the weight of the work that we're doing, right? Understand the burden that we have of undoing and reimagining oppressive systems, right? So I think it's hard work, right? And then once you become okay with that, you become okay with the work associated with it, right? You become okay with the restless nights and the early mornings and the long marches and right. And I think that's, for me, that's the first step, is understanding the weight of the situation, right? I think the second thing is to recenter ourselves. So often when we feel burdened, when we feel overwhelmed, it's because something is off, whether it's our mental, physical, emotional health, whether it's our connections, whether it's our group, right? Something is off balance, right? And we need to recenter on purpose, right? Because so often we don't see ourselves losing ourselves in the fight, right? So take a second to step back and realize, the work that you're doing is important, so your focus is also important. And I think for me, so often one of my biggest things is eating, right? I always, during protests, things like that, I forget to drink water, I forget to eat food, and that's always what my mom is telling me on the way out: you better take this with you, take this with you. And I think realizing and understanding who you are, and then I think the thing that's the most important is realizing, even if you may not see the light, see each other as each other's light, right? I look towards people like Michaela and Tatiana and see the work they're doing, and I see that light, right? And that's what keeps me pushing there. That's what keeps me going. I don't feel alone. I don't feel like the burden is all on my shoulder, right? Because I know I have strong sisters besides me carrying that burden with me, carrying that fight with me. And I think once we see that, we'll keep pushing towards, and then once we see the light at the end of the tunnel, right, it's only a matter of time until justice is served.
Yeah, that's a really great way, I think, of putting it, and the importance of community around this, because I think even, if we just rely on our physical vicinity, like, this work inherently brings friction about our society when we're talking about purposeful injustices that was inflicted by one group upon another. And it's important when we're involved in social activism to have those checks and community built around us that validates us in those moments. And that actually brings me into my kind of last question, which is, what, for each of you, starting with Tatiana and then Michaela and then Daud, what is a message that you have for young activists that are out there, and how do you think that relates to our power?
Yeah, I'm actually going to tell a story. So 50 Miles More, we used to write the action, to try and have demand to get change done. And we just about a month ago completed a 65-mile march from Milwaukee to Madison. And some of the parts we were marching in was known towns of KKK, armed militias, white supremacists. And, it was only 13 young Black people that were marching from Milwaukee. We were a small but mighty group, along we had some allies with us. And to see them proudly being Black, proudly being queer, proud to be a woman, like just chanting and dancing, all these things was just so inspiring to see. And to know that, like, you have young people with you that are, resilient, and that they're not going to give up in this fight. And also would just say, if you have the time, do your readings of our elders that came before us. Read works by Black women, by Latina women. Just do the political reading, listen to the podcast. I think it's just really, really important to, continue our education, our political education, as we do this fight.
It's a really great point. Michaela, what advice would you have for young activists that are out there?
So yeah, thanks for that, Tati, just because I know that one of my main messages and also kind of issues within being on representing a big organization and also working with those on the ground groups who are really in it, not saying that those bigger groups aren't in it for the same reasons, but saying kind of it's really the people on the ground doing that everyday work, doing what Tati's doing 65 miles. That's there are people who are really just putting everything into it, who are out there every day. Going off of that, a group that I also forgot to mention, but HOCO for Justice, we're a collective of predominantly youth of color, and we put together a really big event in our area recently in the beginning of June. And just to go off of that, our message was that the people who needed to come out were kind of coming out too late, and the people that we should be listening to are always the directly affected and the most affected at that. And I feel like at the same time, they're always the least accessible. So if anything, my message is like, instead of going to what's easier, instead of trying to join the movement in a way that uplifts yourself, like go in and really stand at the margins, stand with the most marginalized people, because there's no reward in the public. You don't get anything out of it. You probably don't get paid, but that means the liberation for my people. It means the liberation for these lovely people. It means that like we are working towards a future that is equitable and accessible, and more people can always be joined, like pretty much.
Excellent point. Doug?
Period. I would say my first thing is it's never too late to join the fight, right? But with that, it's never too late to accept the harms that you've done and accept the harms that you need to learn from, right? I think we always think of ourselves as mutually exclusive from harm, right? No, we're organizers, we're humans, we're people, right? And we're just as human as other people. So let's acknowledge our faults and learn from them. The second thing, like Tati said, read a book. I always tell people, read a book, right? There has so many people have come before us. This fight has been on for centuries, right? And it's so important for us to learn from the past, right? But also think critically, right? How can we question those who have come before us and think about how we can apply that to the future, right? The third thing for me is Italian philosopher Paulo Freire explains that revolutionary leaders lead with, not for, right? We're not doing this fight for others. We're doing this fight with others and together, right? And that's what the whole goal of March for Our Lives is how can we support those on the ground instead of doing work for those on the ground, right? And then we continue to foster a symbiotic, relationship that allows us to continue doing the work. And the fourth thing that's so important is critically think about your actions and your theology, right? Your ideology. What do you think about the fight, right? And this can be achieved through praxis, right? The idea of theory and practice, but reflecting through that, right? Once you're done with the protest, what can you have done better? What can you have done differently, right? And that way, you always feel like you're going forward, not backwards, right? You're always staying current, right? A few years ago, I wasn't where I was right now, right? But that was because of the endless reading, the endless podcasts, the endless videos, right? And the endless mistakes that I've made, right? That we have to continue learning from. And I would just say the fourth thing is stay hopeful and stay strong. We're all in this fight together, so lean on each other, right? We're just as powerful as each other. And once we're able to harness that power, like our power's goal is we're able to move that forward. Because this fight's not individual, it's collective. So let's do it together.
Absolutely. And I think that's a great ending point to end on. On top of that, I would just say, it reminds me of overall the senses of what our power is, March for Our Lives, our power that is, and how we're all working towards that. And not seeing it as a way of where Gen Z, I think in the past, one of those things that I think critically about is how in movements in the past, even for voting rights, for example, there were people that were left out of the question because it was like, no, like other people can wait, but Gen Z is not waiting for other people, right? Like we're not saying, okay, like I'll take a step forward, even though like my friends and other people can't, just because that enables me, but we're all taking one giant step forward together as a generation. And I think it also means demanding justice for the communities that are obviously most affected by gun violence in the first place, and working with them on the ground and asking how we can be supportive in the best way that we can, and how we can be a better ally and listening effectively to them, not to respond and defend ourselves, but listening to learn how we can all be more effective by collectively working together, because this movement is not about March for Our Lives. It's not about any of these national organizations or any of these local organizations or any one of us. It's about all of us, right? And it's about all of us working together to create a better future for every person, so that hopefully the next generation won't need to have whatever their version of Zoom is to have a Zoom call like this, because hopefully no child has to live in fear of a drive-by or a dying in school or any other form of gun violence on a daily basis, because all they have to fear is whether or not they're able to turn in their test the next night, or whatever college they're going to get into, because hopefully they're like that's all they have to worry about, is what I'm getting at. And I believe that with the hope that y'all have brought, and the hope that I hope that other generations bring, that Gen Z won't be the last generation, right? this is the most important election of our lifetimes, arguably, that is coming up, and we don't have 4 more years to wait for gun violence. We don't have 4 more years to wait for the planet, and certainly our generation is going to have a lot more problems if we lose the Supreme Court. So on that note, we need to go out there and not just vote, but protest, make our voice heard, and organize. And for anybody that's watching this, I would encourage you to first and foremost get involved. Try to find your local gun violence prevention organizations and figure out how you can be involved with them. And if you're not able to find any of those, you can also go to marchforourlives.com to get involved with us, or visit Change the Ref and see any of the amazing work that they're doing. Thank you all so much for being on. I really appreciate it. And if you're watching this and you haven't already, please donate to Change the Ref. Manny is an amazing person. Joaquin, and everybody that is working to keep Joaquin's image alive at Change the Ref are great people, and they're doing great work. So please consider donating. Thank you.
Nos conocimos hace 20 años y como nos pasa a las abuelas, fue amor a primera vista. Hemos andado intensa y profundamente tus etapas de bebé, de niño y de adolescente. Y en ese andar nos unió aún más identificarnos por la música, por los deportes y por las conversaciones triviales y profundas que gracias a tu pasión por la lectura te hizo capaz de discernir intelectualmente sobre diversos temas. Y aún más, te dio por la escritura también. Me gusta mucho lo que escribiste. Hemos reído, hemos discutido y hemos sido cómplices. Nos hemos amado y hemos sido conscientes de ese lazo irrompible. Estás en mi mente y en mi corazón, y así será por siempre. Joaquín, nieto adorado.
Hablar de Joaquín es hablar de deportes en pleno, a todo nivel y con datos. Nunca se me va a olvidar cada vez que nos veíamos, donde fuera, en mi casa, en su casa. Era que apenas nos veíamos tenía algo que contarme. Y muchas veces me escribió también, ¿no? Cuando quería comentarme algo. Pero hablar con él era espectacular, porque tenía conocimiento de muchas cosas que yo tampoco a veces ni sabía. Y él los dominaba, ¿no? Él era, de verdad que no sé, tenía un don para eso, especial, de cualquier deporte, ¿no? Joaquín era y será siempre como un hijo, ¿no? Considero que el hijo de tus hermanas, de tu hermano, es parte tuyo, ¿no? Y eso es una relación de la misma sangre, ¿no? Entonces, esa parte es tremenda. Pero lo que queda es que tener esa imagen de Joaquín por siempre conmigo cada día, ¿no? No es solo recordar en su cumpleaños, nada, es algo que lo llevo conmigo todos los días, en la mañana, la tarde, en la noche. No hay hora, ¿no? Que no estemos pensando juntos, ¿no? O hablando juntos. Es algo para siempre, ¿no? Por eso donde esté, que yo sé que me cuida y nos cuida a todos nosotros, yo sigo hablando con él todos los días. Así que va a ser siempre así.
Uno de los recuerdos más bonitos que tengo de Joaquín fue cuando fue a Mérida, allá a nuestra casa de la Uncuy. Y bueno, compartimos de lo más chévere, le gustó mucho todo y compartimos justamente el día del cumpleaños de mi tía Isabel. Lo llevó su abuela Juanita y bueno, se pasó allá con nosotros y luego lo fueron a buscar. También en esa oportunidad nos encontramos en Caracas, allá donde mi tía Carmen, y por supuesto él, fascinado, lo tenían consentido y no se me olvida que Juanita, la de mi tía Carmen, le preparaba su bistec con papas fritas favorito, decía que eran los mejores que le había preparado. Lo amamos mucho.
Uno de mis recuerdos más gratos de Joaquín es una de las veces que vino a Mérida y creo que era alguna fecha, diciembre o carnaval o algo así, pero teníamos unos suéteres que nos cubrían la cara, era como una máscara, y estábamos jugando por todo el vecindario con esos suéteres. Bueno, Joaquín y yo pasábamos mucho tiempo también sin vernos, pero cada vez que nos veíamos, fuera aquí, en su casa o en cualquier otro lugar, siempre teníamos un punto en el que conectábamos. La verdad que Joaquín era una persona que incluía a todo el mundo. A pesar de que no nos veíamos por años, siempre que nos veíamos me incluía en sus cosas, con sus amigos, con sus actividades, con lo que fuera. Y eso me hacía muy, muy feliz.
Mi mayor recuerdo de Joaquín es cuando él a los 4 años un día quiso contarme la historia de Frida Kahlo. Él se la sabía perfectamente bien y realmente lo emocionaba mucho contarla. Ese es el recuerdo más marcante que yo tengo de Joaquín. Lamento hoy no haber podido disfrutarlo más tiempo durante todo el tiempo que él estuvo con nosotros. De todas maneras, Joaquín, Dios te bendiga y que en algún lugar donde estés bendecido por Dios.
Bueno, lo que siempre recuerdo es súper deportivo. Cada vez que íbamos a visitarlos a la casa, estaba afuera jugando básquet con su amigo. Siempre, no se cansaba, pasaba el día y él seguía afuera jugando, y ese era el sonido que puedo recordar de la pelota dribleando. Y bueno, verlo cada año que íbamos de visita, más grande y más largo que nunca. Esos fueron mis memorias más impactantes cada vez que lo veía sin un año sin verlo y ya es gigante. Por supuesto, muy querido, hermosísimo. Hacer este video, bueno, pega mucho al corazón, pero sé que es para el bien de todos y para recordarlo siempre y hacer, bueno, memoria linda de lo que hizo, de lo que fue y bueno, de los que seguimos por acá.
Una de las cosas que siempre valoré mucho y aprecié mucho de mi relación con Joaquín es que independientemente de que hubo siempre un margen grande de edades, yo soy mucho mayor que él, siempre conversábamos de deporte y era como de tú a tú. Era como que los dos tuviéramos la misma edad. Él sabía de deporte, sabía las estadísticas, sabía cosas de cuando yo era un chamo. Él las sabía inclusive hasta mucho mejor que yo muchas veces. De los Chicago Bulls, de cuando Jordan ganó el tricampeonato, de Karl Malone, cuando cambiaron a Miguel Cabrera para los Tigres de Detroit, también nos mandamos mensajes porque a él le encantaba todo lo que eran los deportes y a mí también, y fue algo que siempre nos unió. Y otra de las anécdotas que tengo con Joaquín, que siempre la tendré en mi memoria, porque es uno de los días más felices de mi vida, y Joaquín fue gran parte de eso también, fue un día que estuvimos en Miami, nosotros vivimos en Canadá, y estábamos en Miami yo y mi esposa compartiendo con toda la familia, con Patricia, con Omar, con los abuelos, y la pasamos muy rico un día en un bar en Miami Beach, en South Beach, y de ahí nos fuimos a caminar por todas las calles, y se apareció un señor con una culebra amarrada al lado de su cuello, y yo no sé por qué entre una cosa y otra todos terminamos tomándonos fotos con el señor y su culebra. Y nada, hay muchas fotos también de ese día que sale Joaquín muerto de la risa también. Joaquín estaría chamo, tendría 11, 12 años cuando eso, si no hasta menos quizás. Pero es uno de los momentos que siempre me acuerdo de Joaquín, y bueno, su buena vibra que siempre tuvo, más allá de que era un chamo muy adorado por toda su familia y todos sus amigos, su novia. Bueno, lo extrañamos mucho. Te quiero, sobrino. Nuestro querido Wack siempre. Bendiciones y feliz cumple número 20. I love you.
Hi, my name is Nancy.
and I have the privilege of being Joaquin's aunt. I also had the privilege of seeing this amazing boy becoming one of the most beautiful human beings I have ever met. I don't think I have time to name all the qualities he had, but I will mention a few. He was very caring. He cared about everybody that was around him. He cared about his friends. He cared about his family. He cared about what was happening in the world. He cared about everything. He was very passionate. He was passionate about whatever activity he was doing. He was passionate with his friends and mostly with his girlfriend, of course. He was passionate also with every single member of his family. He loved his parents and his sisters so very much that I'm sure they will never know how much he loved them. He was very smart. He was very handsome. He had the most beautiful smile I've ever seen. And the expression on his eyes, oh my gosh, that would make only one look and you will fall in love with him. I'm telling you. He was very generous, and as a teenager that he was, of course, he would like to spend more time with his friends. However, every time we got the opportunity to get together as a family, we knew that we were gonna have quality time together. For this birthday, his 20th birthday, I know that whoever is next to him had the privilege of celebrating with him, and we will also celebrate all the good things he brought to our lives while he was here with us, and all the inspiration he expressed around every single one of us.
Joaquin, happy birthday, bro. I know that we all take peace knowing that you're watching down from above. May you rest in peace, and again, we celebrate you.
Happy 20th birthday, Guac, from your friends at Broken Arrow T-shirt Printing.
Hey, how are you? My name is David DeBoyne. I'm here today just wanting to wish my boy Joaquin happy birthday. Hey man, I just want to let you know that, I miss you so much. Not a day goes by without me thinking about you. I know you're up there and, watching over all of us. I know everybody's here is doing their thing. I was told to say one of my favorite memories about us, and honestly, I think it's possibly when a couple of my friends were messing around with me, and he didn't know that they were my friends. And he goes, and later that week, I'm pretty sure I see him, and he's like, hey man, I don't know who those people were, but just know that I got you. If you need anything, you let me know, and I'm gonna be there for you. And man, just know, man, that I really do appreciate you, and I love you so much, and I just can't wait to see you soon, man. All right, love you, brother.
Happy 20th birthday, Joaquin, from Gracie and Jennifer. We just want to thank you for inspiring us and allowing us to become activists and leading us in the fight to end gun violence. We love you so much, and we can feel your presence so strongly whenever we're out there marching and trying to make a difference. And you have truly, truly changed the world.
Happy birthday, Guac. You're with me wherever I go. I've got your name right here on this bracelet, and I think about you all the time. And I also want to say thank you to your wonderful parents who are out there every day making this world a safer place for my children. We love you so much. Happy birthday.
When you're left ain't worth more than a check. Change the rep.
So that was a lot. Very good stuff. I love the March for Our Lives panel. You all know that Change the Ref is basically empowering the youth. And if it wasn't for those kids right after the tragedy, I don't know what would be happening to Patricia and myself. Joaquin is a member, officially a member of March for Our Lives. And that makes us feel that there's still a reason to do many things. And probably you should, or some of you should listen to this as an advice. Find that reason. If you go through what we went through, find that reason that will push you to do things for other kids. And it might make you feel better. It is working for us. I can tell you that. Now, I also want to make an announcement here. We got a few texts from followers and friends in Canada, and they had some issues with the Facebook signal. So I want to remind everyone, the Facebook group is already fixing it. We have a constant communication with them. But I want to make sure that we don't miss any segment from this event. Why is it so important? Because it is. And everything that we say today needs to be heard everywhere. So remember, we have two platforms. We have Facebook, we have YouTube. And if you think that you're missing something for a mixed connection at some point, just run to the other platform. We are fixing every issue on Facebook, but I just want to make sure that you understand that you can always go to YouTube. But we need you to listen to every single message from Joaquin. What do we have, Patricia?
Okay, let's talk a little bit about Change the Rep. You know, guys, that the fact to be able to do what we do today, the fact that we do and go outside and fight and speak and organize several activations, several activities that, you know, to empower kids and adults also, I can tell you today that they are aligned to us and decided to go out and fight, being proactive. We need your support. We need your support. We ask you to go and visit GoFundMe, Joaquin 2020. You can even go and use the QR code that we have on the screen that you can see on the frame. That takes you directly to the GoFundMe page. And doing that, you will be seeing us going on and going on. The past 2 years are being the same way. You know how active we are. You know how we've been able to go everywhere around the country, you know, raising our voice through art, encourage more and more people to be part of this mission that we have. So for that reason, I just want to remind you that we need your help. We are able to do what we do because of your support. So I would appreciate it that you keep going and continue supporting us to be able to raise our voices. Now, I want to share one of the presents that we got from Duke University. It's a very special and...
You want me to show it?
Yes, please.
You can keep explaining.
And beautiful picture autograph by Mr. K, the coach of the team. They dedicated the picture to Joaquin. they say happy birthday to Joaquin because they knew how Joaquin was in love with baseball. Basketball. I'm so sorry, Mr. K. But there's so many.
But he also loved baseball.
But there's so many sports that I have to keep in mind. So thank you so much.
No, and also, by the way, sports is not here. It's not in this picture, okay? And probably I'm losing a few followers right now by saying this, but hear me out. I know. Sports in this house has a name, and that's Joaquin Oliver. That kid became a baseball player, a basketball player, and a soccer player with a father that loves art and has no idea of any rule of any sport, and a mother that loves to go to the gym and do workouts. So it's like a magic way of self-training and self-support, and we just went with it because it was what our kid loved. So he always had our support, but when it came to our advice, he thought it twice. He said, no, let me handle that.
Yeah, we learned a lot about sport because of him. Every single morning before he went to school, we were watching a sports center. So we were updated about what was going on the night before in any single sport because he tuned it early in the morning to be updated. So that was impossible to miss that. I remember once being away that I just was watching TV and I say, oh my God, that's Joaquin. Joaquin wants me to be updated anywhere I was because I used to travel a lot for work also. So this is one of our memories from Joaquin's and sports. Thank you
love it.
For your present.
Time for the second nominee.
Yes.
And it's my turn.
Okay.
So I'm going to randomly choose one from here. Okay? Choose a card. This one. I love this camera. Can I have this camera? Yes, because I can get closer to it, see? And they have to see my face and my message. Tatiana Washington. Oh, let's do that again. Okay, hold on. The second nominee is Tatiana Washington. And you just saw Tatiana on the panel. And she's amazing. And she's a kid. And she has all those ideas of making this a better place. Tatiana is bringing the most marginalized voices to this issue. From doing press conference with Nancy Pelosi to organizing a 65-mile march in 2 weeks, she has dedicated her life to this issue. She has dedicated her life. You know what that means? When we're talking about a very young person that has dedicated her life, that means that it's her issue. She's carrying. It's authentic. It's legit. Tatiana is a leader who fights for gun violence prevention in all communities, including those who are most marginalized, even within GVP space. Championing radical black feminists. Yeah, let's hear for that. Sorry with my respect. Yes. She pushes for liberation by advocating for changes to the systems as a whole while working to gain tangible short-term support improvements for her community. Tatiana, my love, good luck today because you are a total deserver of the Joaquin Oliver Award. If you want to vote for Tatiana, remember that voting is open. It closes at 8:30, and at 9 p.m. we will announce the winner of the Joaquin Oliver Award, $1,000 from Change the Ref for your charity, and $300 in Change the Ref merchandise. That said, Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There's people here in the studio. Okay? And
No.
But we have social distance, so that's why you don't see them together. So that said, let's move on with our next block.
Hey, this is Alan Light, and I'm a music journalist and a host on Sirius XM satellite radio. I was also born on August 4th, and I am proud to share a birthday with a fellow music lover like Guac and with President Barack Obama. So I just wanted to send love to Guac's family and friends. And Guac, wish you were here so that we could both be celebrating our birthday today, but know that you will not be forgotten.
I tried to do this video like 20 times, and every time I try to do it, it just brings tears to my eyes, and it's so hard to, happy birthday, Joaquin. Your passing is hard, but your family, they keep pushing through, and I just want to tell you happy birthday, that you have a beautiful family, and the people you left behind are strong, and they keep pushing forward. So happy 20th birthday. Your name, your legacy shall never be forgotten. Bless your family, your mother, your father, and everybody that's connected to you, because there's power. And I thank you so much for just being you. So God bless you. And may God got an angel when you came. So thank you so much.
Hey guys, we're on the 50-mile march to Smith & Wesson right now. We're in the middle of Massachusetts and basically the middle of nowhere. So right now I'm gonna go and interview Manuel Oliver from Change the Ref. Tio Manny, we're live right now on Twitter.
Oh, why do I march? I'm not stopping marching. This is what I do. This is what me and Patricia do since February 14th, and we're not gonna stop doing it. Why are you not marching? That is the question. Anybody that is watching us through Twitter, you have to get up and march. You have to join the kids. We have to support them. We have to protect the kids.
Because it's Joaquin's birthday and he's like you all, I want to share the nice memories about 50 miles more. It's a positive and good memory to dedicate to Joaquin. David invited us to go to be part of the 50 miles more. Mm-hmm. But I don't know what happened before that.
Well, Felix, that'll be you.
Okay. I mean, the origin's pretty easy. There was a bunch of friends at school that were organizing walkouts and actions at the State House with gun reform, and we wanted to sort of try and push our activism through a different path. And that's what pushed us to focus on Smith & Wesson and their practices.
We're marching to Smith & Wesson to demand two things. One is that they donate $5 million annually to gun violence prevention research and hold some accountability for what they do, and also to demand that they stop manufacturing guns that are already illegal in the state, but not illegal in other states, such as the M&P 15 and the AR-15 style weapons that are already illegal here in Massachusetts.
Overall, we went through 10 cities and we marched 50 miles, which is amazing. And we had all of those different police escorts, 10 different police escorts, take us through those cities. And I'd love to hear, what was your guys' experience coming in?
So for me, I had just started going to March for Our Lives public meetings, and I met Vickiana and I heard about the march and I was like, okay, yeah, so that seems right up my alley.
Vickiana, why do you march?
I march because it's time to hold Smith & Wesson accountable. This is our chance to get gun manufacturers on the side of gun violence prevention, This is their chance to stand up against the NRA and make a really good difference and change some lives.
I think coming in, I really didn't know what to expect, because obviously the idea of a march like this, especially one of this length, is so just out of the ordinary and is nothing like anything I had ever done before. And so I didn't really know going into it what the situation would be. I remember my parents kept asking all these questions about where we would be staying and what we would be doing and all these things, and I was like, I don't know, I'm gonna figure it out too.
I definitely sort of had some of those same feelings, after spending months and months and months organizing. it was just sort of like, I've never actually been to any of these places, and I wonder what this is actually going to be like. Like, you spent so much time agonizing over every single detail except the ones that sort of were right in front of you at that. And when we started, it was just like, oh, what are we going to eat? Like, I know that I budgeted for this, but what are we actually going to eat? And so it was sort of just a funny experience through and through.
I'm curious about how did you pick the places, where we were spending nights, like the church, the other school, that were so, unique.
Basically, when we first started, we thought lodging was going to be the most important thing. And we just started cold calling churches. The fourth or fifth church that I actually called was the first church that we stayed at, and the one that picked up the phone was super nice. She was like, oh my God, my daughter would love this. Like, we'd love to have you. I'm not sure how much room we have, but we'll make it work no matter what. It was just the kindness of strangers who you called and tried to explain this crazy story to, and that's the way it went.
Does anybody want to talk about their favorite mile or moment on the march?
I would say my favorite memory was waking up sore after an 18-mile day, doing a 23-mile day, and then giving people piggyback rides up and down the stairs. I think that was peak caffeine beans in my life.
Every night, every day was different. So we were walking all the way. We were just wondering if we're gonna see protesters or not.
I remember the guy who was running against Elizabeth Warren. His bus was parked on the other side of like the highway that we were walking past. It was like, can like a real Indian beat a fake Indian?
I remember we were walking the final mile, and he had like a bunch of people with their like they had a bunch of like brochures, and they were literally like forcing them at us, like shoving them in our hands. And I was like, wow, okay. I would say this probably wasn't the most fun memory, but it was just kind of crazy, was I remember Vickiana and I took the SAT. I remember I woke up at like 5 a.m. and I went to take these subject tests. I think I bombed them. I think I did really bad, but I literally like finished as soon as I could because I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. And I got back in the car and we tried to find you guys and like rejoin. And once I saw everybody on the street, I like ran out of the car and I was like, I'm back. But yeah, it was just so like the craziest thing. It makes for a good story too. Telling people you took your SATs during the middle of a march.
Peace is possible! Peace is possible! Say what?
Yeah, I remember it was just so nice, like whenever we would reach a stop, like there would already be so many people with everything all laid out who were like there waiting for us. And you just...
Yeah, that wasn't very much.
They could literally come to you and be like, okay, like what do you need? What do you want? And it was just like so well organized. It's so supportive.
There were two like moments that I remembered. One was just funny, waking up the first morning to a bat in the church. And the second one more meaningful. I can't remember which night it was, but we were taking a break and everyone was super exhausted, and someone just, I don't remember who, came up with the idea to walk the rest of that day's worth just in silence.
That was when we were in Wilbraham.
Yeah. Weren't there like counter protesters there or something?
Yeah, there are counter protesters there looking for us, and I think it was the police that were just like, you guys have to stop now. And we were like, we're not stopping. No, like they're like, well, you can't be making noise. You have to be like, we're like, okay, we'll do it silently. Like that's not a problem.
Yeah. Remember Jack made this speech where he was like, you know what, like everyone else can go, but I am not gonna stop walking. And I was like, whoa, like which is very inspirational.
I'm marching because I felt morally responsible for the deaths that guns created in my state caused in other states. This is why we're demanding that they stop the manufacturing of all weapons banned in our state. We don't think it's okay that if we don't think something's safe enough for us, why should we ship it out to different states? So that's why I'm here today.
Amazing.
Well, remember that I have my situation with my food. I say, well, I came here to walk. I don't care. because they were offering me, okay, do you really don't want to be in the car for a little while? I say, no, I could be home, relax, watching TV maybe, but that's not the point that I'm here. So I'm here to walk, to accomplish what we have to accomplish. You know, every time that I was, okay, like, should I keep walking? And I say to Joaquin, well, you brought me here. We need to finish this. So there's no other way. So you help me out to be able to, you know, to wear my sneakers again and go out and keep walking.
As you know, we are still parents of Joaquin. I am marching with Joaquin's shoes, so Joaquin is also marching in a way. It's been great. It's been really a great experience. I love
we've been seeing a lot of support from people, you know, driving around.
Yes.
That's very important. Yes.
When we got finally at the end of the walk, and that was the most amazing experience. We were at the park trying to organize the walk again to go there to the Smith & Wesson, and that the feeling, the goosebumps were amazing. For me, it's unforgettable.
Can I get a chant for y'all? Can I get a good big whoop for y'all?
To see all you're accomplishing, that emotion, the adrenaline, that you were just bleeding everywhere. That was awesome. I love that from you guys.
Yeah, that final mile with thousands of people joining us was pretty great.
That was beautiful. And then at the end, I remember those emotions were great.
Very high emotions.
And the speech there was awesome.
Behind us right now is the headquarters of Smith & Wesson. It's the second time we're here. And we were thinking, in this headquarters, there's a lot of mothers working. And we were thinking that some of these mothers that work here had contact, direct contact with the weapon that killed our son. They were putting pieces together to develop this, quoting my son Joaquin, killing machine that is not allowed here, but it is allowed in Florida. That weapon that you helped developing murdered my son and another 16 persons. And every single day, a mother that works in here is involved in the manufacture of these weapons. Now, the worst part of this story that I'm telling you right now is that their kids are also in risk. Thank God for us to be here so we can save your kids and their kids. Because I'm going to tell you something. We cannot, me and Patricia, save our kid. Because it's too late for that. But we decided that we are going to save other kids.
I have one more final question that I'm very curious about of all of you students. How has this experience changed you as an advocate, and what sort of like lessons do you think you learned from it that you are still using?
I just really learned that, man, our generation just really gets powerful each and every century. The power of what we can do is just limitless. Like, just even addressing what happened with 50 Miles and all of the other things that have happened, especially within the past decade, it's clear that, you know, things won't end up the same as they normally do.
I think for me, one of the main lessons that I took away was like, I don't think, like, obviously I had like been to protests and marches before 50 Miles More, but I think what made it really different was like the structure of it, like being like so many different days and nights and doing a very difficult thing with people, like created a level of bond and support and like camaraderie that I had never experienced before. I learned that that is such an asset, and it's so important to make really meaningful, like loving connections with the people you're like fighting for causes with, because like not only did it make us like more effective in that like we could support each other when people were having a hard time.
Hear us roar! Hear us roar!
it just fuels you so much more to keep going when you don't think you can walk any further, but you know you're alongside so many people that love you and support you and want you to keep going. I truly realized the value of that from the march that now I try to like emulate in like the organizing and the work that I do now, is like really creating meaningful connections with people.
I guess the biggest takeaway, I mean, there are so many, but the biggest one was just you can accomplish anything with some good friends and some hard work. And at so many points while planning and even while marching, what we were doing felt impossible. But just because there were so many of us there, all focused on the same goal, we're able to get it done.
It was so nice to see everybody.
Happy birthday to Joaquin.
Happy birthday, Joaquin.
Yeah.
Sending lots of love.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to Joaquin. Thank you so much. He's listening to us. He will be enjoying seeing that, you know, people is caring about, you know, realities that we're living, and, you know, that we are acting and reacting about what's going on today.
Yep.
After 2 years.
All right. Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Thanks for joining.
Thank you, Patricia.
No, thank you, Felix. Thank you, everybody.
Nice seeing everyone.
Happy birthday, Joaquin. So one of my favorite memories with you has got to be, there's a lot, but the one where you made me these shirts for my event back in my sophomore year in high school. It was probably the best memory because you were just trying to be supportive and help me out with my event, which is not shocking because you're that type of person. So when you gave me these shirts, you hooked it up, and it is the best memory and the best thing that I can hold on to now. And it'll always remind me of you and your great generosity. So happy birthday, happy 20th, and we'll keep changing the world for you.
Hi, it's Ted. I'm honored to join you all in remembering the life of Joaquin Oliver today on his 20th birthday. To celebrate his life, I wanted to share a story about Patricia and Manny. 1 year after he was killed, Patricia and Manny came to the United States Capitol in Washington, but they didn't come alone. A life-size statue of their son Guac came with them. They brought Guac with them. And he was there that day to demand change. Patricia delivered a letter to me that day that I read on the floor of the House. She called out every member of Congress who offered thoughts and prayers but didn't act. For any of you who have seen Manny's stunningly beautiful tribute to his son on stage, you know that Joaquin thought deeply about the injustice that he saw in the world, but he offered more than thoughts and prayers. He marched, he stood up, he spoke out. And so on his birthday, let's celebrate Joaquin's contribution to justice in his life. And let's commit to carry on his work to improve our world. Thanks to Change the Ref. Thanks to Patricia and Manny for inviting me to be a small part of this day. Thanks for your strength. Thanks for showing everyone who knows you what it truly means to love your child. Thanks for celebrating his life today. And most importantly, thank you for never giving up. Happy birthday, Joaquin.
On the design and what we created, we made Joaquin the seed of the avocado. And we made Guac, Give Us Action Congress, the message, an actionable icon for people to rally behind, with the seed, with Joaquin as the seed, to truly make change. So, and you inspired that and showed me how it could be done. So I really am thankful for the opportunity to be involved and to have a chance to do this.
Thanks a lot, buddy. Enjoy the rest of the day, and let's do it. Let's sell t-shirts.
Indeed.
And change the world.
For sure.
Take care, my friend. Have a good one.
You too. Talk soon.
When you're left ain't worth more than a check, change the rep. Change the rep. If you're living with this pain in your chest, change the rep. change the rep. When you wake up and wonder if you're next, change the rep, change the rep.
Hola Manny, hola Patricia, hope you guys are doing well. Andrea too, I hope you guys are staying safe during all this. I want to wish a very, very, very special happy birthday to my big brother Guac, finally 20 years old. Oh man, I want to share a quick story about Guac. So the first day of soccer practice, everybody was scared, everybody was shy, nobody wanted to kick the balls in the goal, no one wanted to talk, no one wanted to stretch, no one wanted to do anything. Everyone was just solo and shy by themselves. Guac saw this and he gathered all of us teammates around together and said, all right, come on, let's go, let's stretch, let's get this going, let's get it started. And I never forgot that, because that just shows a lot of character of what a person has. And it showed that he wasn't afraid to step outside of his own skin and, you know, already accept us as one of his brothers. And since then, he'd always looked after me like a little brother, and I'd always look up to him like a big brother. And it wasn't because of the beard or because of his height, because of how big he was. It was because it was just his protection over everybody. I brought this with me. This is the jersey that I played with when me and Guac played on the same team. He was goalie, I was defense. This was the number that he looked at, and he would always say Messi, because he knew that was my favorite player. I always keep this with me to think about Guac. I will forever keep this with me. Guac, I want to wish you a happy birthday, bro. I love you. And please continue to watch over all of us. And I never stop thinking about you. Thank you.
Joaquin, I want to wish you the most peaceful 20th birthday in heaven. I want to thank you for everything you've done for all the children of this country and all the efforts that your parents, Manny and Patricia, have done to help curb senseless gun violence. There's just a couple of things I wanted to share with you, Joaquin, that are memories I'm never going to forget. I remember the day that your dad gave me this t-shirt. We were sitting watching you guys play baseball, and the theme of the t-shirt is peace. And I wear this all the time. And the other thing I want to show you is something else your dad gave me on the baseball field. And I believe those are your sister's fingers, the peace sign, rebuilding peace. And I want to tell you that these are amongst the memories I have of you. These are some things that I really cherish. We love you, Joaquin. We love your mom and your dad and your whole family. And again, we wish you a peaceful 20th birthday in heaven.
Manny and Patricia, some of our greatest memories of Joaquin are endless time spent at the baseball field and the soccer field, watching Joaquin and Nathan play ball for season after season together. I feel like we had a family bond. We spent so much time together, and I loved watching our boys play together for years and years and years. We feel so honored to have you both in our lives. We believe in everything you're doing, and we fully support you. We always are thinking of you, your family, your extended family, and we have so much love and respect for you both. We love you so much. We're thinking of Joaquin on his birthday and sending so much love from our family to you. And we hope that we can always be by your side in your endless fight. We're always here for you. We love you guys.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Joaquin. We love you all.
Hey, Joaquin. Today is your birthday, and you should be here to celebrate. You know, I can remember when I first met you. I was your algebra teacher in West Glades Middle. You drove me crazy in algebra, but at the same time, you taught me patience as a teacher. I remember the excuses you wrote on my forms when you didn't have your homework done. You were always honest. You had your priorities. If you had a family movie or something to do with a good friend, it was more important than your math homework. You know, you made me rethink and restructure my homework altogether. I realized sometimes big homework assignments just weren't necessary, and they weren't as important as spending time with family and friends. After Westglades, I got to be your teacher again at MSD for geometry. You talked me into calling you by your nickname, Guac. I remember when you pierced your ear in the back of my class with Sarah. I freaked out from the blood, but you were laughing. Guac, you helped me grow as a teacher, a parent, and a person. I miss you every day, and I won't stop trying to fight for gun control in your honor. Joaquin, you should be here to celebrate your 20th with your family and friends. Rest in peace, Guac. I love you like you were mine, and I miss you.
Hi, it's Danny DeVito. I'm sending this message out to the family of Joaquin Guac Oliver, and sending you all my love, and we will never forget. I wish you all peace and love in this lifetime.
Hi, this is Mick Jones of Foreigner. We're here to celebrate Joaquin's birthday, and he's here in spirit with us. You've been admired, Joaquin, for your activism and your involvement with the affairs at the school. We're so very sorry that your life was cut short. We're also very flattered that you loved this song and that it meant something to you. And hopefully that will live on through the song.
Gotta take a little time, a little time to think things over. And read between the lines, in case I need it when I'm older. Got this mountain I must climb. Feels like the world upon my shoulders. Through the clouds I see love shine. It keeps me warm as life grows older. In my life, there's been heartache and pain. I don't know if I can face it again. Can't stop now. I've traveled so far. The change is long enough. I wanna know what love is. I want you to show me. I wanna feel what love is. I know you can show me. I gotta take a little time, a little time to look around me.
I got nowhere else to hide. It seems like love has finally found me.
In my life, there's been heartache and pain. I don't know if I can face it again.
Wow, so many emotions. We had a lot on this segment, and that last video from Foreigner, the band, having them on board with us, having them willing to share their song, making very clear that we are allowed to use this song. Not only because the lead singer starts our video, but also because we're singing it and because it's important to put it out there. So again, this is about bringing the right messages. And nothing is going to stop us to do that for the next 18 hours. So it's all cool. We're all fine. This is a public announcement now. We're hungry. And if some local friend could just show up with a little simple food, a little something, that would be really nice. There's only 100 people in here, okay? So whatever you want. No, there's 5 of us. Okay, so now we are going to have our first remote contact with our voting headquarters. And we're going to talk to the one and only, the amazing Venti Mocha, the king of the voting process. I think can you talk to me? Do you hear me? You gotta turn your microphone. You're on mute. Do something. Keep talking, keep talking. Hello, hello, hello. Hold on. ¿Se oye? How about now? Well, I can hear you, but I want them to hear you. Keep talking. All right, I have a plan B. You always need a plan B. Venti Mocha, you know that, right? So, that's what we're going to do. I'm going to share my microphone with you. Talk. Ya quitar aquí tampoco. Okay, my plan B didn't work. So I need a plan C. Anyways, meanwhile, while we try to fix this technical inconvenience that I really think is coming from your side, but I will assume that it's my fault, all right? You are in charge of a very important segment of today's event. You are in charge of the results of the voting system. So it is pretty important that we hear you at some point. It's not like you can just do things like this and we will understand who is winning and who is not. So we're going to have to find a way right now. Yes, I know, it's funny, right? The web audio, yeah, someone is asking me to turn on the web audio. Is it my fault?
Yes.
Oh, hold on, okay.
Touch.
Touch what?
You see this X?
And now what? Speaker.
Speakers. Let's see, talking.
Can you talk now? Okay, hold on. We got it. We go back to plan B, and now we solve the problem. Talk now? Testing. Better?
Okay, we can hear you. We can hear you now. Amazing. So,
Is it through?
do me a favor. What's going on with the 12 finals today as of right now?
So first of all, I would like to say happy birthday, Guac. Um, and now we can get into the voting. Right now, we got a lot of votes coming in. You're connected right now with the voting defense. Okay, making sure that we only get one vote in at a time. We can't have people double voting, triple voting, quadruple voting. Okay, so we're getting a lot of votes in, and guys, I want to let you know right now that if you want your people to win, okay, I'm not allowed. I was told that I'm not allowed to tell you guys who are winning yet, but if you want your people to win, you got to get your votes in, okay? Guacaward.com. Make sure you guys get in your votes right now. Guacaward.com. We have a lot of votes coming in. We have.
Is it close? Are these results close enough? Like, is it debatable? It's going to be a mess like the 2016 elections? Are we going to have to open the boxes? Is Florida an issue?
I'm keeping Russia out of the business, okay? I'm keeping everybody in Russia out. I'm locking them out, okay? Right now, we have a very close race for first, second, and third. That's all I'm going to say. First,
okay.
And third. Very, very close.
Okay.
So get in there and vote. Vote, vote, vote.
Well, Bentimonka, you're the best. Thank you. Count those numbers the right way. Remember, we vote, but we want a fair game. That's part of the voting process. Transparency, equality. You gotta be nice. And yes, you gotta be nice. And we will contact you later with more from the voting headquarters of the Wakadan and the one and only, the great Venti Mocha. See you later, bro. Oh yeah.
Catch you later, man.
Oh yeah.
Ok, se está cortando la conexión. ¿Ya terminamos? Hay que volver a hablar con la gente de Facebook.
Dear Manuel and Patty, please receive all my love and affection from my family and from me. I still remember 20 years ago when Joaquin was born in Caracas. We were in the hospital together. I only had a word in my heart for you. You are my heroes. Saludos desde Panamá y se les quiere muchísimo. Abrazo grande.
Happy birthday, Joaquin. I just want you to know how thankful I am to have known you. I appreciate so much all the joy and love you brought into my house every time you came to hang out with Ben. I have so many memories of these times, but I'll just share my favorites. I always loved how genuinely happy it made you when you would come in and saw that I had made cookies. I knew white chocolate macadamia nut cookies were your absolute favorite, so I always made sure to make them. You would stand in my kitchen eating cookie after cookie as if you had never eaten anything so delicious in your life. Another favorite memory was your junior year when you would go and work out with Ben at 6 o'clock in the morning. The two of you would come back to our house and take a shower and get ready for school. And I remember sitting at my kitchen table and you guys would come in and stand side by side waiting for me to tell you goodbye. I would give you a big hug and tell you to have the very best day ever. My funniest memory of you was when Ben first started to hang out with you. He went to your house one day and I texted him to ask him where he was and he said he was at Joe Quinn's. I said, I thought you were hanging out at Joaquin's, and I spelled it W-A-K-E-E-N. Ben said, that is Joaquin. When Ben told Joaquin, he laughed and said, white people. I still laugh about it to this day.
No matter where I was, that I saw you at school, at the basketball court, or at the grocery store, you would always run over and say hi and give me a great big hug. You had the ability to make everyone in your life feel incredibly special just by being you, spreading your joy and love. I feel so blessed to have been a part of that. I know you don't know this, but along with praying for my 3 boys, I prayed for you every day. You will forever hold a very special place in my heart.
Happy birthday, Joaquin. I hope you are celebrating with the angels in heaven. Patty, Manuel, stay strong, guys, in your fight because he will have wanted it that way. Love you guys.
Hello.
Peter!
Manuel.
How are you, buddy?
All right, how are you?
Looking good.
Mm.
So listen, it's been a long time since I haven't seen your face, and we talk once in a while. We have plans. We're not going to talk about them today. Don't worry. We won't unveil our plans.
No.
But I do want to ask you a couple of questions. And actually, I have one question that I thought this morning before the call. I read your book. I saw your documentary, the whole how to survive a plague, and how not so long ago the medicines and the labs were somehow rejecting being part of a solution. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but that's a general idea of what, between other things, you show on the documentary and on the book. Are we going through something similar with all this COVID-19? Where is that response from the labs to the urgency that society has right now?
I don't think we're seeing any major issues with the scientific establishment, but we are seeing very similar issues with national leadership. You know, Reagan ignored the AIDS crisis for many years, and Trump acted like nothing was happening for the first 2 months, and then got serious for about 6 weeks, listening to his experts, and then decided to start ignoring them again. So that's creating quite a mess. And that's why we're seeing 150,000 deaths in the US, because we have national leadership that is not listening to the experts. But the companies, the NIH, the FDA, the regulators overall are, you know, full steam ahead. They've certainly been making mistakes. The CDC made the biggest mistake of all at the very beginning by not being able to get out a test so that we could see what was happening in the country. It was probably one of the biggest public health errors, breakdowns in the last 20 years from a really esteemed agency. But Trump had been underfunding the CDC for years, so that's probably why it happened. But we should, I'm hopeful we'll see a vaccine by the end of the year.
You think so? Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm happy. Now I have some hope that I could get out there next year.
Yeah, exactly.
Doing what we were doing.
That we can continue our planning.
Correct. Correct. Listen, something, you know, that we work a lot along with the kids, with March for Our Lives and other organizations of youth that are all around the nation. And I always have this argument of old school activism versus what we do today as activism. I have that old school activism in me, maybe because I'm 52 years old, and I always try to let them know that sometimes you have to break some rules. I remember the day we met, and I always tell you this: the day we met, you were sitting on a table, and you said, "Okay, who's ready to get arrested?"
Yeah.
And I love that. So, how is this young generation somehow in the need of old school activism to accomplish their goals?
Well, you know, I think they've been doing a lot of it lately. Certainly this summer, they've been putting their bodies on the line, risking their own bodies by gathering en masse in American cities to say enough. Black Lives Matter is using very traditional street activism, you know, straight out of the civil rights playbook. Nonviolent, mass movement, mass people taking to the streets, demanding to be heard against an awful hostile government and hostile police forces, and now federal forces that are being used in a almost fascist way in American cities, snatching peaceful demonstrators off the streets in unmarked cars. I mean, this is all very old school, and they're doing it. They're getting a huge assist from today's online tools. There's no doubt about that. They're communicating with encrypted devices. They're able to gather hundreds of thousands of people at demonstrations within 24 hours because of sending out the word online, which we were never able to do in the old days. And you know, it would take months of planning in order to get a demonstration the size of some of the demonstrations, the Black Lives Matter demonstrations we saw this summer. It would take months of planning and getting the word out. Now you can do it in less than 12 hours. It's an amazing tool. But once that action starts happening, it looks totally old school to me. It's putting our bodies on the line. And that's what I said to you across at that diner. Are you ready to get arrested? All these people have taken to the street and they're taking risks because the cops are brutal. They've been horrible. And I've had friends who are healing from the wounds they've suffered during those actions in New York. And so I'm totally in awe of their bravery, which is the same kind of bravery that ACT UP showed, and that all the movements that have had nonviolent civil disobedience before ACT UP have shown. So this is in the great tradition, and it's a mixing of old and new, and it's very, very, very powerful. I think it's one of the greatest movements in our lifetime, Black Lives Matter, in my lifetime, and I'm in awe of it. I'm in awe of today's youth and how they're acting up.
And do you agree that Black Lives Matter is actually opening windows for other movements? Like, for example, I was concerned about the gun violence prevention groups being moved away for a while because no one will pay attention to them because of the Black Lives Matter. And then you have the LGBTQ movement that could also be moved away. So do you agree that actually it's the opposite and Black Lives Matter has opened kind of a coalition for all of us to get out there?
I do. I think it's one of the most intersectional movements I've ever seen. Sure, there are going to be periods where the world's attention is solely focused on the issue that is bringing hundreds of thousands into the streets at that, on that day or that week. Even though they have tried to stay focused on Black Lives Mattering and police violence, they became such a national force and such a national movement that they became one of the most important statements of resistance against the Trump administration, whether they liked it or not, whether they planned on it or not. And that resistance has all sorts of movements feeding into it. And it's very intersectional. And I think we're all learning from each other, gaining strength from each other, and showing up for each other. I'm fine with AIDS activism fading into the background for a while, knowing that we are building ties these days like we've never built before. That we are building bonds with other movements. We are building a level of diversity that we've never seen before. And when the time comes, we won't be some lonely voice. We'll have a huge progressive movement of resistance behind us.
Right, I agree with that. And I will add to that, that the youth, this generation, is already on board with those changes. So
Exactly.
if you move forward 5, 6, 7 years, you will see a society that has more of that ingredient of progressive thoughts, climate change, equality, fight against racism, social rights, gun violence. So I'm assuming that yes, there is no way to stop that from happening. You can try, and this brings to my other question, that we understand that I don't see guns on our side. Honestly, I've been out there. I've been in Black Lives Matter rallies. I've been in, as you know, in gun violence prevention rallies. We don't carry weapons. We don't. We speak, we draw in my case, we convince, we march. But now we're seeing these white supremacist groups that have been allowed, it's a legal thing to carry an AR-15 and show in these places. And they're trying to push their power, visual power, in my opinion. I've seen my wife debating with a dude with an AR-15, and I don't see him reacting in a way that I should be afraid of. But is it something that should make us feel concerned? Like, is this the beginning of a local social war between the gun rights movement and what we're trying to accomplish?
Yeah, it's a hard nut, this one, in certain areas of the country. I actually think BLM protests, the largest BLM protests were in New York. And we're not having this debate. You don't show up at a BLM protest in New York with a gun. And I think this is an issue that chapters around the country are going to have to really grapple with. Because frankly, I don't care what a local law is. An assault rifle has one purpose. It's a military weapon that's meant to rip through human flesh. And I don't care about stand your ground or right to carry or local laws. The tradition of nonviolent civil disobedience becomes incoherent with a member carrying a military grade weapon that can mow down hundreds of people. There's just, you lose all coherence as a message. You can't wear the nonviolent label. I'm just sorry. And people have to hash this out locally. I know I have some friends in Austin who were kind of wary of the group that organized this weekend's protest, that they were allowing members to carry guns. I wouldn't go to that demo. So I'm not going to blame the victim here. I realize it's a very, very fine line, but the tenets of the civil rights movement was that violence was certainly possible, but the demonstrator presents himself to that situation as a pacifist. They are risking death by showing up at that demonstration. You don't come with tools that are meant to start gunfights.
Right.
Sorry, you're just saying no. You're right then and there. You're saying no to Martin Luther King and all the history after that. You're saying that's not what our movement is. And as soon as you do that, you lose all that power. You lose all that persuasion.
And I can see that happening already. I can see that the more they show this, what they think is power, visual power, the more they lose credibility in terms of, dude, you're not asking for peace. You're not, whatever you're showing here is not matching with whatever you're asking us to do. Now, let me tell you something also. There's a lot of Manuel Olivers out there, by meaning we lost our loved one, our most precious treasure, okay? And when that happens, the risk of getting into a fight with an army packed with weapons is not anymore a risk. We are willing, because we already lost everything, you know? I mean, it's not that I want to die in a battle. No, I don't want that. I want to be here doing what I'm doing for a while. But we're not afraid. And I need to let them know this. So don't waste your time showing me this, like trying to intimidate someone, a group that it's not, that will never be intimidated, because there's hundreds, thousands of parents, sisters, brothers, husbands, wives that are holding the same feeling that I just told you.
Yeah.
So I'm afraid that there's no other option for us. We are going to fight for what we want.
And that's your power.
That's our power, exactly.
That's your power, and that's what I felt when I only thought I had a couple of years to live. I left my job. I dedicated myself to this new movement, AIDS activist movement called ACT UP, and I started racking up an arrest record. I started going to jail a lot. So I had nothing to lose.
So what's Peter doing now? What's your next plan? Are you writing a book?
I am. I'm trying to finish off a memoir. I'm actually doing some COVID activism. A lot of AIDS activists have because we're at this intersection of advocacy and science. Whenever there's a new epidemic, we kind of feel a moral duty to step up and help, because we're uniquely qualified to actually help in very substantial ways, getting things to move faster, to be the advocates for all the sections of the scientific community that are too busy too busy doing their actual science, talking to public health officials on a constant basis. I'm talking to a guy people have started to hear about recently, Tony Fauci, almost every other day, and trying to help him out and also push him to do better. So we're doing a lot of COVID activism this year and want to feel part of BLM and feel part of the resistance. I am desperate, as we all are, to fix our country and save our country, which means doing a great deal of work between now and November as a necessary first step. All these, all this activism these days, we need to start racking up some big successes in order to keep the momentum going, in order for your movement, AIDS activism, LGBT activism, for all of these sub-movements to start feeding off of this collective momentum. We need to feel like we're making a difference in a major way soon. And if we lose this election in November, it'll be a setback for every one of these movements. So we've all got 4 months of really hard work ahead of us. And I think if we succeed in November, that'll give us momentum that will follow for many years for all of us. And you and I will be doing some projects together next year that I can't wait to do in an environment where there is momentum, where the forces against us have been set back on their heels, and they are off balance, and we are just going to push full forward and make some real progress together.
Of course we will, my friend.
We're going to kick some ass, Manuel.
I know. So listen, it's been a pleasure talking to you, looking at your face. I got one more thing to ask.
Yeah.
Could you wish Joaquin a happy birthday?
Yes. Guac, happy birthday, man. We all miss you. And we fight on in your spirit and in your love. And we will make the world a better place so that what happened to you doesn't happen to others. And we will not rest until we get to that place. Thank you for inspiring me, and thank you, Manuel, for inspiring me.
Thank you, Peter. God bless you, buddy. We love you.
Love you too.
Have a great day. Bye.
When your life ain't worth more than a check, change the rep, change the rep.
Today we celebrate the birthday of Joaquin Oliver, who would have turned 20 years old today. Through the work of your parents and Change the Ref, you have left a legacy of change that inspires me and the future generation. 2 years after Parkland, we continue to live in a society plagued by gun violence. The reality is that too many of our sons and daughters, friends and neighbors, my own father, have needlessly lost their lives due to gun violence. But your voice lives on and gives us courage to be the change that we need. Now it's the time to demand our leaders to listen to our voices, and in your memory, we will change our country.
We wanted the award to be something special, something that would represent Joaquin in all its ways. There's a lot of us out there fighting against gun violence, and for some reason, some people still think that we're not that large as a group. Many of us have been forced to be part of it. He was totally into everything that we do today. Actually, everything that we do today is an extension of Joaquin. We are living Joaquin's life. and we are doing the things that he will be doing if he had the opportunity to be here today. We are parents, and we have to honor our son no matter what. He had great principles, he had an amazing attitude, and he was always concerned about injustice. The idea of putting together all these things that will describe our beautiful son Joaquin were all condensed into the award. So this is the moment of putting together all those amazing activists out there that have been taking time, have changed their lives to fight for all of us. I've met people that have been fighting for more than 20 years against gun violence, and no one has ever heard their names. Maybe by creating an award, this is the time to recognize all those efforts. And our loved ones are meeting up there, and they know what we're doing, and they're gonna help us raise our voice. It's just a peaceful image of our son. Peaceful, but challenging. This is what Joaquin is doing every single day. Our son is becoming a symbol, a legend behind the fight against gun violence. This award will recognize the effort from thousands, friends, families, kids. We got more than 30 brave activists, some of them impacted directly by gun violence. This is a way to express how powerful our force is. And we're not happy about this. This is a membership that you don't want, but the system, a broken system, is forcing us to create this army. And we ain't stopping until we fix this. This is the Joaquin Wack Oliver Award. We're not afraid, and we have nothing to lose. Yay! Now it's time to start having fun and warming up, because we have our next remote team, the two amigos, how I like to call them, my friend Jamal, yeah, and Matt, woo! So, woo! Patricia, please.
Hello, guys. How are you doing? Morning. Long time no see you, my dear Jamal.
I know, but I'm glad that we get to celebrate right
My
now.
dear Matt is wearing the official shirt because he was here in Florida. But Jamal decided not to be around.
But we still love Jamal.
But we love you. You know, love is unconditional.
Love you, buddy. So, you guys are in charge of the trivia team. You are going to handle, you know what? I'm going to let you take the lead in this conversation and do whatever you want for the next 5 to 10 minutes. Surprise us.
Yeah, so we were asked to prepare trivia and music, and as you know, we don't know how to do anything sort of half-ass. So we'll give you the tour right now of a full DJ set. We got Maz on the one and this. We got the woofer on the floor, and it's bumping early because if we were celebrating, we're celebrating it right. At 10 a.m. is about when celebrations are supposed to start, even though we've been going since 6 a.m. Let's be real, people are waking up now, so let's read some good sounds. So I don't know, can you hear the music, or should we put it louder?
Put it louder.
Louder. So it's bumping in here. The whole house is rocking. We wanted to make sure that Joaquin's voice got into this celebration. So I worked with Andrea and Tori and Jamal on a few questions to help get Joaquin's personality out there so that people pay attention to answer these trivia questions and learn more about Joaquin as a human being. So the first question, and I don't know how I'm going to be getting answers to people, so I'm just going to say it out there, and I'm going to challenge you to get the answer to me somehow. If you have my number, you can text me. If you're on Facebook, you can comment it. If you are on Twitter or Instagram, just respond with the answer. but the first question, and these are going to be really hard questions that you only would know if you knew Joaquin. So you need to really reach in your heart and try to find the answer. The first question is guitar solo, not drum roll. What candy at the convenience store did Joaquin ask for Andrea to get every single time she'd go to the store? That's the first question. So I'll repeat it one more time. What candy did Joaquin always ask his sister for when she went to 7-Eleven or the store? So I need people to get these answers in. I need people to be confident with their answers. Only one answer is right. So that's what we're asking. We're asking what candy did Joaquin ask for from his sister? That's the first question of the day. Because what other way should we celebrate a birthday other than with candy?
And then we're going to get the answer on our next connection, right?
Yes.
I
We're
love
going to
it.
be DJing, partying the whole day. Even when you don't see us, just assume we're raging, because that's what we need to be doing today. So,
All right. I love it. Let's do it. Let's find that answer and give something to whoever finds the answer. Guys, thank you for this. You're having your little party there and you're sharing it with us. So people is awakening. We went from yoga to a little heart training and then some emotions. And then now we have you guys with your amazing music. So we love you. Stay cool and see you soon. All right?
We reconnect soon.
We'll be here with the answer. So
yes. Okay. Vamos con. ¿Y qué es? Tercer nominee.
Tercer nominee.
Oh, right. That was fun. Again, showing that there's a lot of cool. There's a side that it's trending on the gun violence prevention groups. And this is exactly what could at some point contagious more and more people. I see us growing in terms of numbers, and that will only bring us more power to demand for the results that we're asking for. So when I see young people taking the lead, sending messages and aligned with us, I feel happy, very happy. So now we're going to know the third nominee from the beautiful one and only Patricia.
Hi guys again, here we are. We keep going, and I have the privilege to present our third nominee, my lovely Megan Hudson.
Woo!
Yes, yes, yes. Woo! I hope you stay tuned, darlings. The Hudson girls, I hope that you're looking at what I'm saying. You know, listen to me. Megan has been connecting survivors to trauma-informed services, providers in communities most impacted by crime and least helped, as well as advocating for these resources to be accessible, is what she does as a chapter coordinator in Miami for Crime Survivors for Safety and Justice. She also facilitates healing circles, storytelling trainings, and peer support groups for survivors by creating a safe space for them to begin their healing journey. She's supporting survivors the way she needed support when she was healing with her community. She's also the founder of Mending Hearts with Megan. This is my dear Megan Hobson. Don't forget her name. Remember that we are still voting. The votings are going to be closed at 8 o'clock. Remember, Megan Hobson. Love you, my baby.
Wow. remote group, and it's based on our amazing DJ mask, and right next to him it's and and that's a lot because this is on the beginning, and I'm pretty sure that I will make a lot of mistakes in the next 17 hours.
And we are very grateful that we have them because this is all made by them. This is possible by Nestor and Omar. Remember.
Yes. And just a friendly reminder that this is a fundraiser event. You can, I try to make it easy for you. You can just grab your phone from your pocket if you're watching this on your computer and scan the QR code that is right here. This one. Yep.
Yes.
That one. And that will take you all the way to the GoFundMe for Joaquin Oliver. The money that we raise, it's with the only purpose of defeating gun violence, empowering the youth, and use a non-traditional way of sending messages to society. We started doing that, and we will never stop doing that. But with your help, it's going to be easier for us.
A lot
so
easier.
Let's keep going with the next segment, and we'll be right back with you. And thank you for watching Wakathon 2020. Joaquín.
2020, Wack. Admiro la fuerza que nos ha mostrado. Día a día salvan muchas vidas. Es un enorme esfuerzo. Change the ref. Joaquín, Andrea, Patricia, Manuel, que siga activa esa energía. Los quiero.
Joaquín, te deseamos un feliz cumpleaños en el cielo. Quisiéramos estar contigo el día de hoy. Lamentablemente, bueno, no se puede, pero te recordamos siempre con mucho cariño, con toda la alegría y la buena actitud que siempre te caracterizó. Te mandamos muchos besos. Feliz cumpleaños, mi querido Joaquín.
This is Change the Ref, and we are Manuel and Patricia Oliver. We started this non-profit after losing our beautiful son Joaquin during the Portland shooting. We use art to expose the disastrous effects of gun violence and to empower youth to promote changes. We like the kids. They like our support. We explain them in a very graphic way how we think, or with a crazy idea like a bulletproof fashion show in the middle of New York. But don't get me wrong, we also talk to politicians. We have our own way to do that, because at the end of the day, we're just carrying a message. We could share our thoughts on a press conference or even in the middle of a street, so we are very clear. The media will give us a space to explain who we are. They want to know why we do this and who are we doing it for. We believe there's no risk. Like the day that we were in New York and we placed a bulletproof vest on this sculpture in the middle of the city. Or we went to DC and with support of our friends, we were able to make strong statements because we have good friends, powerful partnerships. They also call us for public speaking. They want to know about our creative side and campaigns. Like the Museum of Incomplete, a place where the victims have the opportunity to show projects that they were not able to finish. Or when we decided to challenge politicians to save lives with a new version of the operation game, Impossible Operation, supported by the medical community, was a big challenge. Or the day that we came out with the candies for Valentine's, with the same messages that our kids were writing down. What about when they thought that printing 3D guns at home was a good idea. We decided to print a 3D activist, and that was a way better idea. Joaquin was back. Then the gun lobby decided that selling guns on Instagram was okay. It took us 2 weeks to stop that from happening. Or when Joaquin started sending letters to members of Congress. Using his handwriting, people will send thousands of messages. And then we came out with these bobbleheads, trying to recover the money that the NRA has given them for decades. Then they asked us to stay home, and we decided to do something from home. Soap, the antiviral weapon. When it comes to corporations, Change the Ref decided to design a gun safety certified emblem so companies can carry it and stand with us. And then we did theater, so we had more time to speak to people in a more powerful message. You don't have to be wearing my shoes because I'm telling you how to prevent it. The thing is that we love painting. We think it's a way for Joaquin to make statements, and we can travel with those statements from one place to the other. So we asked the very best ones to teach us how to do this. How do we reach more audience using street art, inside and outside of the States? And we went to Mexico, and right on the wall, we wrote a very important message. On the other side, they also murder our kids. And we started working and painting and demanding and asking and saving lives. This is beyond schools. This is beyond Portland. This is even beyond Joaquin. This is about saving lives.
August 4th is supposed to be about cakes and candles and balloons. It's supposed to be a celebration of another year on Earth for Joaquin Oliver. But 2 years ago, Joaquin was stolen from us. His name added to the long list of America's gun violence victims. And so August 4th continues to be a celebration of his life, a moment to remember the best moments with him. But it's also a reminder of the work we have left to do. The work to educate people so they understand the gun violence crisis we're facing today. The work to elect politicians who actually care about the public health emergency that is gun violence. The work to end the militarization of hatred across this country. It's work that Manny and Patricia are familiar with because they do it every single day at Change the Ref. And it's work that all of us have to commit to if we're going to get the change that Joaquin so desperately deserved. Today, August 4th, I want to say happy birthday to Joaquin. I want to send my love and support to his family and friends. And I want to ask every single person to jump in the fight against gun violence. I want to ask every single person not just to honor him on August 4th and not just to honor him with words and thoughts and prayers, but to honor him each and every day with action.
I have to say, I have nothing negative to say about Joaquin for me in my class. I'm concerned that he may not graduate because he's like just at that GPA, but has nothing to do with my class. You know, in my class, there may be a point where he's failing, but that's because he just hasn't gotten his inspiration for the assignment yet. You know, I think Joaquin just always worked very well with the teachers who he respected because they respected him. And, you know, I always try to mentor him and tell him that's not always the way it works. Sometimes you just have to play the game. And not everyone's going to see you through the eyes that I see you. I saw promise in him from the very first moment that I met him. And he wasn't even my student. He was kicked out of his class into my class. But I knew within the first 5 minutes that there was something very special, very unique about him, because he pulled out a copy of The Godfather to read while you know, and then he put the book down to participate in reading the Julius Caesar with my class at the time. So, you know, I saw this potential in him. And when I saw that he was on my roster for 12th grade for creative writing, I was so excited because I had, ever since that day, I maintained a relationship with him. Every day he'd stop by and say hi from that moment on. And then when I saw him, I was like, you're finally my student. And what I didn't know was that he could write. I had no idea that he was a writer. I knew that he had intelligence. But when he shared his first piece in front of the class, I was just amazed. But what really shocked me was his grades in his other classes were awful. And so many times I said, what's going on? You're smart enough to do this work. He's just like, it's stupid. It's just stupid. And I said, okay, I get it. I get that it's stupid, but you know, there's still a means to an end, you know? But he's a leader, you know? He was a leader in my class. He was the dad of the class. He was really the first person to open up the, you know, the floodgates in a creative writing class you want to share. You know, writers are really worried about sharing their work. And he saw that there was just like crickets in the class our first share day. And he just ran up there to the podium. He's like, all right, I'm going to share. Now, I'm not going to say that it was appropriate because I didn't have any sensing. I didn't censor in my class. So he loved that idea, of course. So he just broke the floodgates and he created this. He single-handedly created the openness in the class. And, you know, you can't teach that. That's not something that's a teachable thing. And I asked him so many times, why are you failing your science class? Why are you failing your core class? You need these. And he's like, it's going to work out in the end. He had all that confidence that it would work out in the end. But it was frustrating to watch because I was trying to watch over the academic part of him at school because, you know, I was just concerned that he was going to wait too long. And but I realized that he had a plan for sure. He had his own plan, and he was very confident that he was going to end. Man, could he write? He was just a gifted writer. Everything he did, from, you know, poetry to prose, he really amazed me. And some of his teachers were really surprised because he really never felt comfortable enough to maybe come out like that in his classes. Maybe he wasn't given the opportunity. I doubt he was, because, you know, it's hard to allow, you know, freedom of expression in classes unless you've already created that environment. But he is definitely the papa, the daddy of the class, if the class allowed that. And I don't know if you agree with that. I'm really curious to know how he behaved in a core class. What was that like?
I mean, you know, my name's Mike Marino. I was his American history teacher his 11th grade year. And Patricia, was it 2017 when you got your citizenship?
Yes.
The year before. Because I remember that was one of the things he always talked about. So there was, you know, how do we help my mom? How do we help my mom? So he had questions every single day, which is fine by me. But kind of piggybacking off of what Mrs. Lapel was talking about, you know, I mean, he was the leadership qualities that came out of a kid at that age were just so well above and beyond every other kid. Not that every other kid was bad, but his ability to kind of step up and get the class going. The idea that as a teenager, he could sense when the kids were bored or the kids were not in tune with the lesson and the teacher was trying their best, and he would kind of get the train rolling at that point in time. I'll never forget the very first day of school when I was taking roll and I said Joaquin Oliver, and instead of saying here, he just said guac, and I was like, that's a food. Yes, that's a food. I don't know what he's like, no, my nickname is guac. And I just was like, I don't think I'm gonna call you that. And he just smiled at me and he was like, well, we'll see towards the end of the year. And of course, with his charm and how he was, by the end of the year, you know, I was calling him guac. It was interesting because, you know, the same issues that Mrs. Lapel would have. You have this kid with this infinite amount of potential. If you could just get him to do the stuff or put that effort into school,
I mean, the kid could have been top of the class, you know, and it's just like any other teenager, you know, to encourage them to be like, hey, school is fun. We know you don't want to live at home with your parents anymore, but you got to do X, Y, and Z to move past that. It is a difficult task. So it's not like he was the only kid to ever be like, oh my God, I can't get this kid motivated. A big thing for me with Joaquin is that, you know, I was always willing to work with him and things like that. And when I saw him in my classroom, you know, there are certain kids where when you watch them in the classroom, you see a reflection of yourself. And I think that was a big thing for me on day one, even from the moment he says, you're going to call me Guac, you know, that confidence. I was like that in high school. I went to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, you know, I was always wanting to be the center of attention. I mean, I graduated in 2006. I was class clown. So it's like, you see a lot of similar. My grades were not up to snub because I was just like any other teenager where I would be like, I'm not doing math because that's dumb, you know. There's really no true explanation. You're just being a kid. And I think when I saw him and I saw a lot of myself in him, I felt as if there was an obligation to take him under my wing and treat him like one of my basketball players, because I coached for a very long time at the school, and you kind of hold your players to a little bit of a different standard. And I did that with him. I mean, even beyond his junior year, when he went into his senior year, I mean, every day I was writing him a pass for study in his study hall class because he felt more comfortable coming to me. And then I would get on his case, like, you got to make sure we're doing X, Y, and Z so mom and dad aren't on your back. And so we get you the heck out of here.
Yeah.
And that was
he spent his personalization in my class senior year.
Yep.
Every single personalization. He's like, I don't want to be in that class. It's dumb. And I'm like, all right, come in here. And he would sit down at the desk and work.
Yeah.
You know,
that was always the deal. I said, you want to argue with me about sports or movies? You want me to talk about music, and you want to tell me what you and your pop were talking about the night before as far as social things and culture and this and that? That's fine. But if I bring up your grades, my class is the only one where there's a good grade, there's a problem. If I bring up your grades and they're not all whatever, you know, you got this folder full of stuff, let's get it done. And that's the thing. Once you got him to do something, it was laser focus. It was cream of the crop kind of work. And it was really better than the average kid. It was just the hardest part, just like anything else, is teachers. I don't know. I don't have kids yet, so I don't know. But that process of just get the ball rolling. And
seeing the value of it, actually understanding. And that's what I always appreciate about him is that he, it's a little snapshot, but he was failing science senior year. And he was at risk of not graduating because of science. And the only reason why he was failing science was because he didn't go to class. And he hated it. It was dumb. And so I coached him on what to say to the teacher. And the teacher was kind of being a jerk, I guess. But, you know, listen, unless you have a relationship with him, you don't realize, you know, the beautiful soul inside of him if you can't see past like the stubborn part, you know? And so what I appreciate about it is that he listened to me, and he actually went to the teacher and he said, I'm being an asshole. I'm sorry, can I curse on here? I mean, I think he actually said to his teacher, I know I'm being an asshole, but I really need to graduate. Can I please have my makeup work? And I coached him. He didn't want to do it. And I was like, you got to do it. Otherwise you will fail. And who are you spiting? Who are you spiting? And he, you know, the stubborn wall went down, and he realized that that's what he needed to do. And he did it. And the teacher gave him all of his makeup. He was going to pass, you know, in the end, he was absolutely going to. So I appreciate that about him. I always feel like if you are reflective, young kids are sometimes, if they're very stubborn, like Wok, they're not reflective enough to be like, okay, I do need to make some changes, you know, but he really did. And I admire that about him.
Yeah. I agree. You know, I always respect Joaquin in every single way. We gave him, as a parents, everything he needed in any case, in any situation, with any class. So the fact with Joaquin, as you say, he was very stubborn. He was very confident that I will do it. No worry, I will do it.
And
not on our timeline, on his timeline, which made me have a heart attack.
Exactly. So imagine that here at home, no, with his personality.
Oh yeah.
And
And there's
so
even things with Joaquin where, kind of piggybacking off of what Mrs. Lapel was saying, it's weird, from a strict school to the books. Obviously the grades aren't a reflection of the kid, but as a street smarts type of guy, down to earth, kind of ahead of his curve as far as mentally being more mature than the average kid. I mean, he was way ahead, because I'd even find him sitting next to my desk. And then I'm planning that year, I was planning my wedding, and then I'm looking at a 16, 17-year-old kid, and I'm talking about like wedding stuff with him, and he's really like breaking it down for me. And he's like, well, that doesn't make sense, and this and that. And I'm like, 20 minutes goes by, and I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. I'm like, we got stuff to do, you know what I mean? And things like that. So, and I think part of that too helps with the relationship, like Mrs. Lapel was saying, he's the type of person where, again, and not to be like, oh, we were identical, but when you're stubborn, you put a wall up. And when you're not known as the greatest student in the world, you not become that, but you tend to reflect that, because if you do anything different, people are going to be like, what the hell is that? And I think that by developing that relationship with him, he really helped me prosper in my educational career. I mean, he was my first year as a teacher. He was second period of the day, 7 classes a day. It was right off the bat. I mean, he was lightning in a bottle, and that's what you got every single morning. And I think our personal relationship helped in the classroom. I mean, me growing up I grew up in a really big Italian family, and I'm the youngest out of everybody. So I always wanted to be like a bigger brother. And not that that's ever anybody's intention, especially from a teacher-student relationship, but over time, as the 2 years go by, from his junior year to his senior year and all throughout his senior year, I start to look at this kid and I'm like, wow, he gave me the opportunity, the big brother I always wanted to be. And that's why I make sure I have these conversations with him. I let him know the downside of not graduating. I let him know the upside of graduating. I let him know, hey man, listen, I was a bad kid in school, and this is what it does to your parents. Whether you're going to do something about it or not, you're stressing them out, for really no reason, when you have all the potential in the world. So I really do I agree with Stacy on that. The idea of a relationship with Joaquin really kind of takes your relationship with him, be personal or business in a sense, student teacher. It takes that relationship to the next level, and it takes his abilities to the next level. Trust was a big thing for him, and once he trusted you, you could open up the floodgates and really kind of get into him and
I guess
develop that.
it's complicated because the size of the school doesn't give you the chance to develop a relationship with every single one.
Correct.
So the classes were big. Maybe the kind of personality that Joaquin has, he couldn't, I think, show that really what he was looking is for demanding more and more, because he was, I think, hungry to learn more and more things. That was his kind of way to be, because I remember that I think when he was in elementary school. He was in elementary school, and I got a call for a school conference also. So when I was there, the complaint was, okay, I don't know what to do with Joaquin, because Joaquin keeps talking and talking and talking, and it wasn't a reading. And he doesn't pay attention. He's just talking. But when I go to him to grab his attention and ask a question about what we're talking about, he was way far from what we were talking. So he was giving his comments, and not also. He was coming back with another question that she was like in shock, that she couldn't say an answer. So she went to him and said, okay, Joaquin, thank you. Let me check something out, and I will be back to you tomorrow. Because, he was looking ahead.
Yes.
And that's the thing. I think that his frustration maybe sometimes was that maybe he was demanding more, and this wasn't enough for him. It wasn't challenging enough to be able to do the entire thing. So his main thing was that he didn't do his assignments.
Yes.
That that he was always behind the assignments. That's why he was always after the teacher saying, please, a makeup, can I have a makeup? Can I have a makeup? Come on, you have the entire day to do the makeup. When he started the senior year, and we were having long conversations during all high school years, I said to him, well, Mipu, this is it. If you don't, there is not a day that you cannot take advantage of it, because every moment counts. You know how is your situation with your GPA. You know that it's up to you. We can support you, but there's nothing more that we can do for you. I cannot be inside of you. I cannot do your homework. I cannot go to school. I cannot be paying attention. I cannot be blaming the teachers every time you're trying to get excuse because
Yeah.
why? The reason why I didn't do this because my teacher is me. My teacher says that my teacher, I say something and he said that he pointed at me and it wasn't me. He was coming
Right.
home with those,
Well,
stories.
that's the funny thing with him too is I had Tori the following year, and he would get on Tori's case about work in my class, and then there would be times when he would come into study hall, or even when he was in my class, he would get on other people's cases about doing work, and I'm like, dude, your paper is blank. How are you yelling at everybody to make sure we turn this in for Mr. Marino, and you haven't done anything yet? And he would always just look at you and have that little smirk, and I'm like, oh
And
my
the
God.
best thing is that when he decided to do something,
Mm-hmm.
he did it great. So
Yes.
I told him, you are gifted.
Yes.
You don't have to, you don't have to invest hours on understanding math or understanding science. That you don't, because you really get it right away.
Mm-hmm.
So that is something that not everybody has it. Senior year, okay, that he put his heart, his soul, and everything, and he still was going out, and he still was playing, in the park, and he was doing the same thing. So I was saying that to him. You see that you can do it. You can do it. So years ago, I remember saying to him, you know that you can go to Harvard if you want. Ah, mommy, you're gonna start. You think that I'm very smart. Well, that's what I think.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I think. So at the
100%.
senior year, he said to me, yeah, I would like you to go to Stanford. I said, well, don't worry, just pick the one you want to go, but you have to make up what you have to do first in order to see other things.
Yeah.
But I know for sure that you're gonna do whatever is in your mind, and it is up to us that we're gonna put you in the place that you want to. That is our problem. We will see how we're gonna make it. We will make it, but you have to do your part. And I'm quite sure that we will be the best professional ever, for sure.
I told him many times it's not where you start, it's where you finish, because he talked about wanting to go to, I don't remember the schools, but I remember saying there's just you can't go now because you just don't have the scores that you need, but whatever your next step is academically, you got to just kick it out, just completely knock it out of the park, and you can go wherever you want to go because you have the ability. So you just got to get out of your own way and get past your stubbornness, and and get to the point that academically you're supposed to get to. And I always told him he would thrive in sort of like an open type of college campus experience, like a small liberal arts college or something like that, where he could just participate in Socratic seminar to make the professor understand what he understood. Because Mike said something about he could be at the top of his class. Absolutely. But you know what? He would never want to be there with those people. No way. He would not want to be with that element of student, because it's cutthroat, it's fake. There's a lot of cheating up there, and that's not his game at all. He's way too authentic.
And he knew where his boys were, what classes
Yes,
they were.
exactly. Like he could have been in honors, AP, everything, but there's just, his buddies weren't there, and he would not have thrived. I think it would have made him very upset to be in an environment like that.
So what about his relationship with his friends in class? how he behaved in class?
He was very respectful. I'm going to say, you know, I think that maybe he wasn't in some classes because he liked to push buttons of certain teachers, but he was very respectful. Like he was, you know, it was a very large class. There was almost 40 kids in my class. And it's creative writing. So there's a lot of talking, and it's not a quiet class at all. It's a lot of collaboration and stuff. But there are times that I had maybe some trouble with some of the students and they just weren't paying attention. And he would get on them, you know, like, hey, shut up, Miss Lapel's talking, you know, that sort of thing, you know. So he was almost like the protector. And I felt bad about that. I said, you don't have to protect me. It's okay. I can handle this, but thanks, you know. But he would, like I said, he was like that daddy figure. So he mentored a lot of the kids. It was a mixed class, 9 through 12. So he took a couple of the younger kids, girls under his wing because he wanted to protect them, you know. Maybe things like, oh, you know, if he hears him talking about a boy, you know, oh, he's a junior, you shouldn't be with a junior like that. So he really took that big brother sort of papa role, you know.
And what about in your class, Mike?
Oh man, yeah. So there were obviously good days and bad days, right? Because every teenager at 8 o'clock in the morning is like the happiest individual on the planet, right? But you know, very similar. I mean, there were times where, and the thing with an American history class, there's a lot of conversation, there's a lot of debate, right? So you know, there's times where people, you know, it gets personal, not in a sense of personally attacking each other, but you know, people kind of really, you see what their values are, you see what perspective they're coming from, and you could kind of, there are certain things that happen in the classroom when you watch kids and you know when a kid, the light bulb goes off or they're just like super engaged, and every single day, I mean, you know, he likes to argue. I know because I argued with him on a daily basis. And they were always good arguments. They were always solid things that he would bring to the table. And that leadership quality would come into play because it would be like, hey, what do you guys think of this? And we would get crickets. And then all of a sudden you see his hand come up and he says X, Y, and Z. And then all of a sudden another kid says something, and then another kid said something, and then he chimes in to kind of keep it engaged and going. And that's what he did. Group work, there were definitely times where I had to be like, all right, Joaquin, let's bring it down a little bit. Let's bring it. I know I'm screaming and yelling, and you're screaming and yelling, and I'm singing and dancing, and you're singing and dancing. Our personalities were very similar in a sense, like we felt obligated to entertain everybody all the time. And then it was great because he would get out of control, and I'd be like, all right, I got to bring it down, and then he's got to bring it down, and we got to kind of meet at the same level, because there were definitely times in the hallways after a second period where either Mr. Foster or Mr. Turner would be like, hey man, you think you guys could just turn it down a little bit next period? I got you. Today must be a test day or something like that. And then as far as, you know, the things that we've been saying, you know, in class, he really took that leadership role. And in class, when you finally got him to sit down and do the work, you know, it's interesting for a kid who never wanted to do work. And then when you would get him to do it, not only does he give you the top quality type stuff, but then he would just get up and start helping other people. And it's like, dude, it's like pulling teeth to get you to do your own stuff, but then you're helping 25 other kids. What are you doing?
Yeah.
But that was just his thought process on everything. How do I in his mind, you could tell if the environment's not right, I can't prosper. And the more I can help this environment be better and better, not only am I helping myself, I'm helping everyone around me, which is just all positivity and beneficial all the way around. And that was one of the things that I really loved about him as an individual. You know, I have a big heart. I'm willing to go out of my way to try and help whatever kid, whatever family member, whatever person, to do whatever I can within the means of being able to go and help. And he did a lot of that too. He had such a big heart, and he was so into the idea of just helping. How can I help? What can I do? He'd even come in my room, you know, to make up work and do this stuff. And he'd be like, do you need help with anything? Like,
yes.
Focus on you. Focus on yourself. And then you can help me, I promise. I'll give you all kinds of stuff you can help me with. But him having such a big heart, you know, was a big thing that I saw within him and his potential.
Mm-hmm.
Tracy
asked
saw it go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And you just definitely saw it on a daily basis. I mean, that's really.
Well, I remember him telling us about you and him talking about sports.
All the time. Every day. Oh my God. And you know, it's funny too, because a lot of times with kids, you know, I cheer for, my family's from New York. So I cheer for all the New York teams, you know, the Yankees, the Jets, and Joaquin's a Dolphin fan. And then, you know, a Heat fan. And so it would turn into like these constant debates. And then basketball. I mean, the kid loved basketball. And I grew up playing travel basketball. I mean, I spent my childhood playing basketball, and I played for the school and the whole nine. So, you know, sitting there, and most kids look at their teacher and they don't look at us and go, oh man, that guy's an athlete. Not at all. So what, in his mind, he's like, oh man, this guy can play basketball. And then the second I start rattling off, you know, facts or talking about basketball and the confidence I would have with talking about basketball, whether it be NBA, college, and then I would tell him, I'd go down memory lane and tell him about me playing basketball in high school. And then you'd have the student faculty games. I mean, that was one thing I will clearly always remember with Joaquin was the faculty staff games, because I remember there was one year where he went and he didn't play. And I remember I had a watch on, right? And it was the first half, and we play, and then it's halftime, and he comes up to the bench and he's like, yo, Mr. Marino, I've never seen anybody play with a watch. Take your watch off. So I took my watch off, I gave him my watch, and I was like, just make sure you give it back to me. And then the first play out of halftime, I come down the court and I hit a 3-pointer, and I turned and I looked at him, and he's like dangling the watch in the air like, I told you. And it's just like little things like that. And we just have these conversations and these moments over sports, because I mean, you know, typical teenage boys, me, even though I'm 32, that's a number up here. I don't think it's 32. It's probably about 16, 17 at times. So I would just get into those heated debates. And the next thing you know, I'm like, oh my God, I forgot about today's lesson. I didn't teach them American history. I taught them about the history of NBA. So yeah, you know, and that's the interesting thing with Joaquin too, is I would have these wide range of conversations. It could be about sports. It could be about the me getting married thing was mind blowing to him, because he was just like, oh my God, you're this guy and you're gonna get married? Like what? Like, so what? How do you feel? What do you mean? How do I feel about what? You know, and you know, so it like, you know, and then I'm talking about that, and then it's, you know, the school stuff, and then it's, you know, a lot of times too, you have these life conversations of like, hey man, what are you gonna do? What are you going to do afterwards? You love sports. What about sports commentary? You love talking, you know, things like that. So yeah, I'd always try to figure out a way to reel it back in to be like, hey man, the school thing, life, and then we can keep it going. So, you know, whatever it was, the kid was in tune with the intellect of the conversation. That's for sure. He can hold his own in a group of adults. I can tell you that.
Oh, for sure. I mean, he actually, because Tracy asked, how did your personal relationship develop? And one thing that really stands out is that he was very upset to see my daughter with her boyfriend on campus. And he's like, I don't like him. I don't like that dude. And then it kind of progressed into, you know, like, how do you feel about like your daughter dating somebody? And then it progressed into his relationship with Tori, you know, and if they were having a disagreement. Now, I had Tori as a student before I had Joaquin, but Tori was very quiet in class, so I didn't really get to know her until the year later. And so I sort of turned into a mediator between Joaquin and Tori.
I remember
when they were having some troubles and stuff, I would like sit down with Joaquin and tell him, listen, this is the way a woman's mind works, you know, and so blah, blah, blah. And then I talked to Tori and just sort of, and they both knew that we were talking, you know, but I thought that was really interesting that he started off with like his concern about my own daughter, and that, you know, do you know what she's doing? And do you know this dude? And I don't like this dude. And I just remember him saying that, and it's okay, he's fine.
He would come to me and you know, kind of similar to Stacy, and talk about his and Tori's relationship. And I had her in class at the time too. And I would look at him and be like, listen, I know we talk about my wedding and that I'm getting married, but don't ask a guy, because I got no answers for you to try to figure out how to solve. There were certain things where I'm like, maybe you shouldn't have said this, and maybe we could go be a little nicer, whatever. But for the most part, I'm like, you're trying to figure out the, you know, psychology behind a woman's brain. I can't help you with that. you know, and that was, I said, I could try and help you out and tell you what to do. And I even remember there was like a time where I was telling him, and I said, you know, well, why don't you take Tori to this place? It was like this burger place. And then I said, well, you know, you say you go to the movie theaters all the time. Well, stop being cheap and take her to iPic. And we sat on my computer, looked up the burger place, and he's like, I can't afford to go to that burger place. And I was like, all right, well then let's look up iPic. And we look up iPic, and he's like, are you out of your mind? And I was like, well, I don't know what to tell you. I said, I guess there's a difference in salary between a 17-year-old and a 32-year-old. So
Yeah, that was amazing. That's awesome. Well, I think that we have a lot of good memories to share. And these moments brings me, you know, joy in a way to see that Joaquin was the kind of kid he still is. And you know that when you find out, me as a mom, that he did so much good things for others, like you're saying today also, I didn't know that conversation inside the class, that he was helping others and he wasn't helping himself. Crazy thing, but that's Joaquin.
And you should have been and you should be very proud. I mean, you know, your son, I can't even put into words how much your son impacted my life. And as an educator, you know, you go in thinking all you're going to do is impact kids' lives and change, and you do that, but you don't really understand how much a child could really influence you in your thought process and your perspective. One of the last things I'll say is one of the conversations him and I used to have all the time. And it was funny because he would always say, Marino, I feel like you could be more than a teacher. I feel like you're better than this job. And I used to always look at him and say, dude, without this job, we don't meet each other. And my life is nowhere near the same. I said, accomplishing things with you, accomplishing things with other students is the big picture, the better things that I look forward to. I said, I'd rather play the small part of the big picture than be front and center anymore. And you know, just him as an individual and me seeing a lot of myself when I would look at him in the classroom, he's definitely a kid that I'll hold near and dear to my heart forever. So.
Yeah, I agree. Every year, maybe there's one or two shining stars. I'm not talking about academics. I'm just talking about those bright lights that enter your life that help you become a better person. And Joaquin was, it would have been him no matter what. He was, I cannot explain to you how happy I was to finally be his teacher. So I could just like see what the magic is in him, because I only saw it just on a social level before that. But he is just that, you know, that bright light. I know it's sort of a cliche and you hear that all the time, but he was in the class for sure, and as a person. And I was looking forward to, you know, maintaining that relationship with him like I do with very few students after school, after graduation. And he's the one. And something that Mike said was really important. I learn all the time after 15 years of teaching. I still learn from my students, and I'm not afraid to say that. And he taught me so much. He did. He taught me to be more open-minded. Every year, I become less and less about myself and more about others, less judgmental. He taught me just to be a better person.
Some people thought that we weren't going to show at graduation because it was too sad. And the way we think is that in order to make your point, you need to take these opportunities and just change it, flip them. Yes, it is sad, but that's not as important as sending a message. It's very hard. I lost my best friend, which happens to be my son.
Accepting for Joaquin Oliver is mom, Patricia.
Valentine's Day was just a regular day. We bought some flowers the night before that my son will bring to his girlfriend. I made some coffee and I took him to school. We got there, he stepped out of the car and then and I pulled down the window and I shouted at him, "Hey, make sure you call me once you give the flowers to your girlfriend." That was it. That was the last time I saw my son while he was still alive.
Life was so confusing at the beginning. I think, and maybe that's a mommy thing, he's around all the way. Everything we do, I feel that Joaquin is doing it.
When you lose your son, you ask yourself, what am I gonna do? What am I capable of doing here? So art was my answer. Now it's a new mission that I have. And the painting itself is a statement from Joaquin and his dad to fight back gun violence. We have been relying on politicians for years, and apparently they're not capable of finding the solution. It's time for America to do things in a different way. It's time for corporations to stand for something and show what they stand for. If it's true that it is that 97% of Americans are demanding universal background check, then thousands of Americans, millions of Americans will be ready to go and visit your stores. We are ready for someone to show they stand with us so we can go ahead and spend our money, our time, and most important, our loyalty to your corporations.
Hello, 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 hello. Here we're back. I hope you enjoy what you watched before. Our conversation with the teachers, that was very special for me to be listening to them, and those memories that I didn't know, because that was Joaquin's world. And now you can see part of the campaigns that we've been running since all this happened to create awareness. And you keep understanding better and better why we are here and what Change the Ref stands for, and why we are raising money to keep going and be able to see more changes. But now it's birthday time again. Every birthday needs a cake. And we decided to have a very good baker that you may know her for different reasons, but today she is the baker of the day. With us, our really cutie, powerful, amazing, badass, Emita.
Yeah! I'm here today to bake the cake for Joaquin's birthday. And I have my apron from when I was probably 10 years old that my abuela made for me, which I'm going to be using to keep my precious Guacathon t-shirt clean. And I have decided that in the spirit of in walk spirit, I'm going to be baking less of a cake and more of a revolution. So what I have planned is a darn good chocolate cake from The Cake Doctor, a book which is falling apart because it is so often used in my family. Um, the recipe calls for oiling up the pan for the cake, and as you see, I have labeled that as ADA accessibility because no revolution is complete without being accessible to every single person involved. I also have one package of Chocolate Devil's food cake, which I have labeled as the voices, stories, and points of views of the people most closely impacted by the problem, which is incredibly important. It is the most substance of the revolution. So we're just gonna go ahead and jump that right in there. We also have the Jello mix to make it very light and airy and squishy and delicious. That is the youth leadership, as you can see. It's
We need
also
that.
very important. It's very structurally important for the sake of the cake and for the revolution. Now, we also have 4 large eggs, which here are email, texting apps, social media, and video calls. Now, you see, eggs are the binding solution to keep the
Yes!
cake together. And how can we have a revolution without communication? So I'm gonna crack these in here, and when I crack my eggs, I like to crack them flat on the table because if you crack them on the side of the bowl, the shell goes into the egg, and that is terrible, terrible and bad and terrible. So my mom likes to do this thing where she can't keep track of how many eggs she's just put in. She puts them in 4 corners of the bowl, which I think is so smart. And I'm so glad she told me that because now I don't have to go my whole life without thinking. As
Well,
always,
you can see Emma has the different kind of
wash your,
make a difference.
you always got to wash your hands in between, like putting like eggs and stuff in your cake because it's dangerous to you don't want to get raw egg everywhere. Also COVID, so that's um so next we have the cup of sour cream, which is here for the revolution. Art and creativity and music, and it's just it just keeps everything light and delicious and flavorful, which you wouldn't think of having sour cream in a cake, but I'm telling you, it's delicious. So 1 cup of artivism, dipping that right in, slopping that in there, getting every little bit really pressed, just slopping that out, dumping these back. Okay, next we have water, which here is therapy, because no revolution can be complete without delicious mental health. And also, water is the equivalent to therapy in my brain. We also have oil, which is respect for human life, because no revolution is complete without oil, oil, without respect for human life. Um, and last but not least, we have the vanilla extract, a little extra bit of flavor, which here is chance at protest. That I thought was really fun. I mean, what's better out of a revolution than beautiful slogans that people make and say at protests? So now, so that it doesn't go anywhere, I'm gonna gently mix it together and just kind of slurp it all up. Because I don't want it to just
Slow.
fly. Yeah,
Hmm.
I want it to fly at me when I'm doing the mixer. Um, the recipe calls for chocolate chips, but I personally don't like chocolate chips in cake because when you stick it in the fridge, then eat it later, the chocolate chips are really hard and they cut your gums. I think that that's terrible. So, personally, I made a judgment call and I decided that this cake was not going to have chocolate chips in it because they're so pokey and they hurt my teeth. So, anywho, I mean, who wants to eat a cake that makes you physically hurt?
So, Emita, tell us about your expertise about baking.
Baking. Well, see, my mom is an amazing baker. She does all this baking stuff all the time. And so I grew up watching her and licking the little mixer things whenever she would make a cake or whenever she would make frosting and stuff. And I'm listening to Spanish music right now because Cuban. And so
Some Bruce surrounding you.
it's just really nice. Like my mom says this too. It's really funny. When you go to a party and you bring food, people like have like a pretty moderate reaction. You know, they're like, "Ooh, food." But when you bring in a beautiful cake or something, people are like, "Oh my god, you made cake!" And you just don't get that when you say, "Hey, I made dinner." You know, people just kind of sit there. So there's definitely something to be said about the magic of baked goods and the impacts that it can have on the people in our lives.
Exactly. That is a fact that is very related what we're living today, and that's what you're trying to recreate through the cake.
So doing a little scrape down before I keep. I made up a word. I'm slurping. I'm schlurbling. Instead of mixing, I'm schlurbling. That's what we're doing here today.
OMG.
Love it. Love it.
So tell me, for how long you have to mix it manually and then use the mixer?
So you need to mix it for 1 minute on low, just to make sure that everything's kind of connected and mixed around and stuff. And then you mix it on medium for 2 to 3 minutes, so that you can incorporate air and make it all poofy, and it gets kind of looks like jello-y because there's jello mix in it. So that's really cool. It's nice. It's relaxing. I mean, this thing is really heavy, but it's a good arm workout. And I mean, you don't
Exactly.
think
You're
about
doing workout at the same time. So you
Yeah,
have an excuse to have a good piece of cake this afternoon.
you don't think about how easy it is to make baked goods, and yet how impactful they are on our lives. And if you just spend like, I don't know, 20 minutes just putting something together, you have something that lasts you for a week, and it's delicious, and it's there to satisfy you for as long as possible. And I have the oven preset at 350, because I was all nervous and excited, so I had everything set up for like an hour beforehand. And it's gonna bake in there for 45-ish minutes. It should be a little bit less than average because I'm using a 13 by 9 pan. So we definitely want to make sure that it
No,
doesn't
and it's
like.
important to let the audience know that every oven works differently. So that means in Revolution that we may be reacting a different way, but with the same reason, having the
You're
same
right.
mission.
Exactly right. Sometimes the revolution needs to cook a little longer. Sometimes it doesn't. Depending on the situation.
Definitely. Well, guys, this is Emma in her first step. Let her make finish with the mix, putting on the pan, and then we come back to you in a little while.
Sounds good.
Send you a kiss. Stay strong. You can make it. I know that cake will come great. So keep us
It smells
posted.
amazing already.
Send you love. See you later, my dear Emita.
Bye.
Happy birthday, Joaquin. Your spirit light burns bright, always.
Happy birthday, Joaquin. I think of you often, especially this time of year when I'm packing school supplies with students, and it makes me smile to remember what joy you brought to us every day when we were working. You always made it fun, and you were the life of the party, and you always, my favorite part was you always made everybody feel welcome, and you made them feel like you were their very best friend. And it's really a gift to do that with other people and make them feel so comfortable and part of your world. And it's really nice to talk about you with other people now, and I learn new things about you when I do, and that feels really good. Just today, Dylan and I were talking about pets and cats, and he remembered that you were allergic to cats and told me that. And I, again, as little and silly as that sounds, it felt really good to learn something new about you that I didn't know. And it just made us feel really good to think and talk about you together. So, Joaquin, happy birthday. You are missed, but you have made your mark, and that's something that no one and nothing can erase. Happy birthday, young man.
My name is Kendra Epp, and I would like to wish Joaquin Oliver a happy birthday.
Joaquin Oliver, I'm going to address you directly. I hope that's okay. Happy 20th birthday. It's obvious and goes without saying that everyone would rather you were here, but the legacy that you have left behind is so profound and so far-reaching, and I'm honored to be a part of it. And your face has haunted and inspired me ever since the first time that I saw a picture of you and saw your father then painting a picture of you on the wall with your wonderful mother and sister standing nearby. And I feel really, really honored to be a part of any celebration of anything to do with you. And I feel that through them, I know something of you, and through Tori, who's with whom so many special, magical, bizarre things have happened in regards to you, that I can only believe with all my heart that you are looking down on all of those who still love you so deeply and so passionately and always will. And I send you love, and I thank you for watching over us, and I pray for you every day. God bless you, Joaquin Oliver. God bless you and keep you.
We wanted the award to be something special, something that will represent Joaquin in all its ways. There's a lot of us out there fighting against gun violence, and for some reason, some people still think that we're not that large as a group. Many of us have been forced to be part of it. He was totally into everything that we do today. Actually, everything that we do today is an extension of Joaquin. We are living Joaquin's life, and we are doing the things that he will be doing if he had the opportunity to be here today. We are parents, and we have to honor our son no matter what. He had great principles, he had an amazing attitude, and he was always concerned about injustice. The idea of putting together all these things that will describe our beautiful son Joaquin were all condensed into the award. So this is the moment of putting together all those amazing activists out there that have been taking time, have changed their lives to fight for all of us. I've met people that have been fighting for more than 20 years against gun violence, and no one has ever heard their names. Maybe by creating an award, this is the time to recognize all those efforts. And our loved ones are meeting up there, and they know what we're doing, and they're gonna help us raise our voice. It's just a peaceful image of our son. Peaceful, but challenging. This is what Joaquin is doing every single day. Our son, it's becoming a symbol, a legend behind the fight against gun violence. This award will recognize the effort from thousands, friends, families, kids. You got more than 30 brave activists, some of them impacted directly by gun violence. This is a way to express how powerful our force is. And we're not happy about this. This is a membership that you don't want, but the system, a broken system, is forcing us to create this army. We ain't stopping until we fix this. This is the Joaquin Wack Oliver Award. We're not afraid, and we have nothing to lose.
Hey, Wendy Wild, radio host here, and what can I say? Guac, you should be here. You should be celebrating with your friends, your family today. But I've been thinking a lot about your legacy and how you are truly an inspiration, empowering young people to find their voice and to campaign for change, for positive change for future generations. That really is everything. And to your parents and loved ones who keep your memory alive, we'll keep fighting along with you. Happy birthday, Guac.
Hey, Patricia. Hey, Manuel. Thank you guys for having me perform. Very grateful. I just want to say happy birthday, Joaquin. We love you. We miss you. We know you're not here in body, but we know you're here spiritually. I know your family feels your energy, just like we feel my brother's energy. This song that I'm presenting to you is called Broken. It's a song I made 3 months after my brother Aquila Da Silva lost his life in a Waffle House mass shooting. The song means a lot to me. I feel like a lot of people will be able to relate to some of the feelings how I feel about this song, you know? So thank you guys for even having me, and I love you guys, and see you soon. Happy birthday, Joaquin.
Yeah. Dreaming Gotti for life. Yeah. Long live natures. I done been through so much, see it in my eyes. Filled with so much pain, it's hard for me to hide. That's why I'm trying to keep it G. I got so much just built inside. All these demons in my life, I'm trying to dodge, I'm trying to run from them. Devil, get up off me, what you want from me? You took my little brother life, I got a grudge for you. Now I want that nigga life, I need blood from him. You gon' have to pay the price, I mean, yeah. You gon' have to pay the price, broken promise. In exchange, I want your life, I swear to God. Only way to make it right is if you gone. Only way to make it right, I swear. I've been grinding, hustling all year, can't take no days off. I remember combos with my bro, how we gon' take off. Now I swear he got my word on blood, I'm trying to take they face off. I ain't hold back no more, I won't smoke. Ain't no cap, I'm on these niggas' throats. Nature's been said these niggas jokes, I miss my brother. I swear if he was here one last time I said I love you, that I miss you. Fuck this world, I can't wait to be with you. You carried your presence with royalty, you show me true loyalty. I've been on they ass applying pressure where they hard at. Killing every rapper on my plate, where should I start at? Man, I grew up, jumped into that water, right there where the sharks at. Posted where them dogs at. 13 years old, boy, my heart been so cold, you just don't know what I've been through. They killing people and blame it on mental issues. Fuck the system forever, we got an issue. Till they give my brother his justice because it been due. Yeah. It been through. You don't know the half that I've been through. 2 fingers in the air for all the loved ones who not here. Got my head raised up to the sky, screaming loud dream team till I die. Hey, I done been through so much, see it in my eyes. Filled with so much pain, it's hard for me to hide. That's why I'm trying to keep it G. I got so much just built inside. All these demons in my life, I'm trying to dodge, I'm trying to run from them. Devil, get up off me, what you want from me? You took my little brother life, I got a grudge for you. Now I want that nigga life, I need blood from him. You gon' have to pay the price, I mean, yeah. You gon' have to pay the price, broken promise. In exchange, I want your life, I swear to God. Only way to make it right is if you gone. Only way to make it right, I swear. I can't think one thing that's in my mind to take this pain away. I gotta fight for nature's side, never let you fade away. I'ma hold you down, I pray to God that we see better days. I'ma hold you down and get a justice they won't get away. I got you, natures, and I mean that. Dream team, dream team, dream team, dream team, yeah. Dreaming Gotti on the way, we ain't worried about nothing else. Long live my brother, nature's dream. Dream team forever. FEB the movement. I got you, bro. Let's go. Who said they want it? I've been up for 2 days, I'm hungry. I got nature's dream on my mind. Can't really waste no time. I'm fighting these demons like devil, get off of me. A lot of y'all niggas been lost with me. A lot of families started crossing me. Cause y'all cannot get in the way. We on a whole nother level. I'm going to war with the devil. I'm going to war with myself. I got this weight.
Usually I got calls from Joaquin from school. That day I got a call from my wife trying to reach him, but he wouldn't answer. I was hoping that he'd drop his phone. You don't even know how to react. Drives you crazy and confused at the same time. You realize that you don't have anymore your son. You don't have anymore your best friend. You try to find an explanation for that. There's a big empty space at home. Joaquin was a person that will protect anybody. Joaquin will fight for his rights in order to get better results as a nation. He was already doing that. What if we start protecting our future leaders? What if my son shows us the way? Register, speak out, vote. Because what if checking a box can save a life? Wow, what a segment. There's a couple of things that I want to say about this segment. Abeta Silva, how cool you are, my friend. That song, not only he played an amazing song here for all of us, but he's also nominated today to receive the Joaquin Wack Oliver Award. We love you, buddy. And your brother is having a great time with Joaquin while we're putting this party together. I know that's happening. The other comment that I want to make about this segment that we just saw, it's what Gays Against Guns are doing. I love Gays Against Guns, and I think they're so brave. That is probably the badass side of the movement. Gays Against Guns have no fear for nothing. They go to DC, they march, they talk, they dance, they do their thing, and they are awesome. And I love them. And Donna Aceto, you're still my favorite gay. Okay? You never forget that. So, Gays Against Guns, keep doing what you're doing, because otherwise, we're not going to win this fight. So we're counting on you. But now, we're going back to our remote connection with the trivia, the two amigos, Jamal and Matt. What's up, guys?
How you doing? We've just been here playing some good music. Jamal wants to make sure that we all know that the music has come at request by a collaboration between Change the Ref and Tori Gonzalez on the playlist Viva Guac playlist. That's on Spotify and also on the Instagram for Change the Ref. We're gonna get some.
So we're listening to Guac's music.
We're listening to Guac's music. Yes.
Nice.
This is music that was curated specifically for this. It's very similar to the playlist that we blasted 2 years ago at the NRA convention, or at the NRA headquarters, where we had sunflowers and snow cones to celebrate Joaquin's birthday then. And so you can hear.
Nice.
We lowered the subwoofer to be less like for the people in this house.
Oh, I love that. I love what I'm listening to. Yes. So
we have.
Tell me, do we have the answer from the first question?
Yes. So can I get a drum roll, please?
A drummer? Drum.
Our first answer for what candy Joaquin always asks for at the store, the answer is Skittles.
Woo!
Skittles. He always asks for Skittles. And so if you want to celebrate Joaquin other than donating to Change the Ref and tuning in with us, crack open a cold one of Skittles and just share it with the fans. So that was the first question, first answer. Are you ready for question number 2?
We are ready whenever you are ready.
Question number 2 is, how old was Joaquin when he came to America? That is the question.
Wow! I like
how
that.
old? So I know you know, but don't tell anyone. Don't give anyone the answer.
So we're going to be here jamming.
So how old was Joaquin when he moved to the United States?
Yes.
Got it. All right.
We're gonna hold up a baby picture of how, or not baby picture. I'm sorry, how old he is when he came. So it may not be a baby picture. It might be an older picture. It might be a teenager. It might be a baby. I don't know. But you should guess the age.
Okay. All right. So anything else from you guys now?
Oh, we're just
Are
here.
you hungry? I mean, how are you feeling?
we had bagels. We had some bagels this morning. We're starting our day like everyone else on the East Coast. I know you started at 6 a.m. We got on. Our first thing was at 9 something, and now we're just trying to wake up everyone with us. So hopefully, if the music's loud enough, we'll wake up all of Parkland, and then they'll all tune in and they'll start giving some more money for this guacathon. So that's the game plan right now.
And the music, and you know that the music is gonna get warmer and warmer. We have Will.i.am at some point tonight, and the amazing Pearl Jam and Joe Bonamassa. There's a lot happening.
We're gonna make sure that we have the to keep the party going.
Yeah, we're gonna do it the Jamal way. So listen, guys, take care, and we'll have another connection later. All right?
For sure.
Take it easy. Keep on having fun.
Always. All love.
Okay, ahora necesito mandarle el. We need a Zoom meeting.
Hello, we're back. We are back. And it's time to mention the fourth nominee for the Joaquin Wack Oliver Award. And it's my pleasure to let you know that Heather Chapman is also someone that could bring home tonight the Joaquin Wack Oliver Award, $1,000 from Change the Ref, and $300 in Change the Ref merchandise. So why is it that Heather Chapman is more than qualified to have this recognition? She shows relentless work as a leader of Portland's chapter of Moms Demand Action, one of the largest Moms Demand groups in the country. At a time when our community was reeling from tragedy, Heather turned her anger and grief into activism. When many of us didn't know what to say or how to say it, Heather was our voice. Her tenacity, savvy, patience, and empathy inspire us all to do more. Through education, advocacy, and volunteering, Heather has made our homes, our schools, and our communities safer. Her work is a tribute to the lives cut short or forever changed due to gun violence. If you want to vote for Heather Chapman for the Joaquin Wack Oliver Award, you can still do that. You can vote for her and help her keep on with her movement, passion, and power. We need to work this together, so good luck to Heather tonight. We wanted the award to be something special, something that will represent Joaquin in all its ways. There's a lot of us out there fighting against gun violence, and for some reason, some people still think that we're not that large as a group. Many of us have been forced to be part of it. He was totally into everything that we do today. Actually, everything that we do today is an extension of Joaquin. We are living Joaquin's life, and we are doing the things that he will be doing if he had the opportunity to be here today. We are parents, and we have to honor our son no matter what. He had great principles, he had an amazing attitude, and he was always concerned about injustice. The idea of putting together all these things that will describe our beautiful son Joaquin were all condensed into the award. So this is the moment of putting together all those amazing activists out there that have been taking time, have changed their lives to fight for all of us. I've met people that have been fighting for more than 20 years against gun violence, and no one has ever heard their names. Maybe by creating an award, this is the time to recognize all those efforts And our loved ones are meeting up there, and they know what we're doing. And they're gonna help us raise our voice. It's just a peaceful image of our son. Peaceful, but challenging. This is what Joaquin is doing every single day. Our son is becoming a symbol, a legend behind the fight against gun violence. This award will recognize the effort from thousands, friends, families, kids. You got more than 30 brave activists, some of them impacted directly by gun violence. This is a way to express how powerful our force is. And we're not happy about this. This is a membership that you don't want, but the system, a broken system, is forcing us to create this army. And we ain't stopping until we fix this. This is the Joaquin Wack Oliver Award. We're not afraid, and we have nothing to lose.
Hey guys, now I have the pleasure to introduce you to my beautiful, amazing Gracie Burkle. Gracie is
Hi,
from
everybody.
California. Please, Gracie, introduce yourself.
I'm Gracie. I'm a big fan of Change the Ref. I got involved with them after the tragedy in Parkland, after I drew the portraits of the 17 amazing, beautiful souls that were killed in the tragedy, and I connected with Manny and Patricia in the fall of 2018, and I just am so grateful to be here. Manny and Patricia, you are like my gun violence prevention family, and I'm so grateful and lucky to know you.
We do too. We love you and we love your family and we love your talent. I want everybody to know that Gracie, the artist, please talk a little bit about your passion.
Yeah, my passion is art. I have been drawing for as long as I can remember, and I started after the tragedy in Parkland to use my art to advocate for gun violence prevention, and I feel like that gave me my purpose, and that is my mission now, is to bring awareness and change through my art about gun violence prevention.
Yeah, Gracie's been participating with different organizations. She's very, very active. And today she's collaborating with us, painting this beautiful jacket that is like the one I'm wearing. It's inspired, and the one I'm wearing, that she made it and she gave it to me by surprise. And I love it, and I always carry it with me. So tell us a little bit about the jacket.
So this is the special one-of-a-kind walkathon jacket. I gave Patricia, like Patricia mentioned, I gave her a special one as a surprise with Guac's picture on the back of it. And so this one I'm doing special, especially for Guacathon, in the style of, I think Guacathon has a very 70s hippie kind of style, and I feel like that's something that Joaquin really loved. And so I'm trying to replicate that in this jacket. So I've got some stuff going on here. I've got a big yellow heart. It's gonna have the Change the Ref logo in it, but I've got also sunflowers, very special to Change the Ref. Peace sign, hand, a guitar, peace sign, of course, and an avocado or guac. And I'm gonna have big guacathon letters at the top. So that's what I'm working on right now, is painting the petals of this sunflower.
Beautiful. It's coming beautiful. We thank you a lot to be part of this amazing event. I want people to know that you also, besides being an advocate and being a partner with Change the Ref, you are part of our social team. And we are very grateful and we are very lucky to have you as a part of us.
I am grateful to be a part. Change the Ref is so amazing, and everything that you do is so strongly what I believe in, using art for change and to spread awareness and to send a message. And I am so grateful to know you.
Very beautiful that you're getting inspired other kids like you to use the art to make a difference and to raise their voices and to show it into something that they can appreciate and they can touch and they can handle it. So
And
I would say that today, on Joaquin's birthday, every single symbol that you see on the jacket symbolize the meaning of Joaquin's and the way that people see Joaquin and our movement. It's all together in the jacket.
That is what I want, is to put all the pieces of Joaquin and all the special things. There's so many special things about him that are just so, this hippie style and this peace and colorful and celebrating music and art. That is what Joaquin, I think, loves so much. And I want to show Joaquin's vibes and energy through the jacket.
That's why, my dear Gracie, I decided to wear this hat that means a lot to me. That was made for Joaquin's 16th birthday for one of his girlfriends. And I love the picture because it shows a lot of love, a lot of happiness, a lot of being, vibing, vibrating into this wonderful world. But now he's looking at us in a different one. So guys, we're going to be connecting with Gracie later on. Let's continue with this walkathon. Remember to support Change the Ref, to support that we can keep going with people like Gracie, that they are supporting this cause with a mission, with empowerment, and being into action. Thank you. See you later, darling.
Hi, everybody, the Oliver family. I know this is a tough, tough thing for you. I've been there, lost 2 children myself. And my heart goes out to you. But what you're doing really matters. And everybody who's watching and supporting the walkathon to raise awareness and mobilize action to end the plague of gun violence in our country. It's senseless. And I'm so honored to participate. This is a special day. Joaquin would have been 20 years old. He would still be here to celebrate with us if his life wasn't stolen in a horrific act of gun violence. Patricia, Manuel, I know, as I said, I know how hard it is to lose a child. And I'm sending you my strength and my hope, my confidence that you found purpose, and in finding purpose, you're meeting everything Joaquin would want you doing. You know, we've talked about this before. I think the only way to get through this kind of loss, and obviously maybe it's not fair, but for me, is to find purpose. That's what you've done here. You're turning all your pain into purpose, into action. I want you to know that if I'm elected president, I'm going to have your back and I'm going to need your help and the backs of all the families who have suffered in this country because of senseless gun violence. I know how hard it is to fight the gun violence, the gun manufacturers. I've done it before. I've fought the NRA, beaten them. Haven't beat the gun manufacturers yet. But I've beaten the NRA twice. I've done it before. And with your help, we're going to do it again. So let's all get together and defeat gun violence before gun violence defeats us. God love you all. And again, to the family, you're in my prayers. Stay strong.
What? And now we have your attention. Yes, we will defeat gun violence. And yes, we will go after the gun manufacturers. And yes, we will go after the NRA. That's the plan. And yes, you have our support and help, because this is a mutual support. Let's do this together, everyone.
Hi, this is Mick Jones of Foreigner. We're here to celebrate Joaquin's birthday, and he's here in spirit with us. You've been admired, Joaquin, for your activism and your involvement with the affairs at the school. We're so very sorry that your life was cut short. We're also very flattered that you loved this song and that it meant something to you. And hopefully that will live on through the song.
Gotta take a little time to think things over. And I read between the lines, in case I need it when I'm older. Now this mountain I must climb feels like the world upon my shoulders. Through the clouds I see love shine. It keeps me warm as life grows older. In my life, there's been heartache and pain. I don't know if I can face it again. Can't stop now. I've traveled so far to change this lonely life. I wanna know what love is. I want you to show me. I wanna feel what love is. I know you can show me. I gotta take a little time. A little time to look around me. I got nowhere else to hide. It seems like love has finally found me. In my life, there's no heartache and pain. I don't know if I can face it again. Can't stop now.
Happy 20th birthday, Joaquin. While you may not be with us in person, your memory is still very much alive. We honor you and the other 16 lives who were so tragically taken from us just over 2 years ago. I hope this kiss reaches you in heaven.
This is SportsCenter.
Run, run, run! There you go, run, run, run!
He was one of the most unique, charismatic, fun kids I was ever around.
I had the opportunity to meet your beautiful boy, mi flaco, my clown, like I used to call him. A sack of bones. I still remember a day that Cole, I don't know if you remember that little guy that used to eat McDonald's all the time. He started playing, you know, all around, getting all the guys excited. And I approached him and say, hey, the only clown that I have here is Joaquin. Joaquin is like a sparkle. He light up everything he touched. And even though he's not here, but he's here, he still have some kind of influence in our hearts, in our life. We love him so much. Joaquin was very, very, very important to us. In the field, outside the field, they share a lot with my boys. We pray a lot with him. That guy was extrovert. He was very loved with everyone. He was open. He was understood. He was mature for his age. It's amazing. But I still remember him, and I always will. Knowing that he's been an awesome influence. You're touching hearts everywhere you go. Joaquin was meant to be the source of your strength to this movement. Happy birthday, Joaquin. I love you.
Hi, Joaquin. I want to wish you a happy 20th birthday. This is Coach Ian. I miss you. Continue being the angel that you are up above and keeping us all safe down here. Still remember the days I coached you at North Springs, flying around the bases, quick as lightning. If there's a league up there, I know you're a star and hitting home runs, and all I can say is I miss you, and again, continue being the angel that you are, and keep all of us, your family, friends, safe. Okay? Love you, Coach.
So I wanted to bring you out here to the outfield of the Little League field that we played on when Joaquin was age 9 to 12. This is where I got to know the kids personally. When we used to warm up before games and the kids would loosen up their arms, pitchers would warm up here, and I wanted you guys to know that before Joaquin had the nickname Guac, he had another nickname. I used to call him Paco. And how we came up with that name was one day we were out here warming up and I decided to speak Spanish to Joaquin from what I had learned in middle school and high school. And my Spanish isn't very good at all. And so I said something to him in Spanish and he said, Coach, you speak Spanish? And I said, yeah, Joaquin, I learned in 7th grade from Paco and Maria. And he said, who's Paco and Maria? And I said, Paco and Maria, they were the characters in my 7th grade textbook in every story that was in there. And he found that funny. And so from then on, I called him Paco before every game, and nobody knew the joke besides me and him. His sense of humor at such a young age was so beyond the other kids that you could tell the charisma, the personality of this kid was just years beyond how old he was. I would tell Manuel when we would speak about our kids, I said, you know, I'm dying to see what your kid turns out to be. I said, I want to see how he grows up and matures. I said, because he was so wise beyond his years at such an early age that I just thought he's going to accomplish so many things. He's going to be so special as an adult. And, you know, unfortunately this birthday is without him. And it's, you know, it breaks my heart, but but I just wanted to wish Manuel, Patricia, Joaquin, Andrea, I wanted to wish him a happy birthday, and I wanted to wish them nothing but love from here on out.
This is Ken Weisenfeld, and first I wanted to thank Patricia and Manny for the honor of sharing my thoughts on behalf of my family, the Weisenfelds. I want to wish Guac a happy, heavenly 20th birthday. I have to tell you, the more I've learned about Joaquin, the more I wish I had had more time, to get to know him. And I will tell you, Joaquin and my son Devin were friends, and there were a number of times after February 14 where Devin shared with me how important Joaquin was to him, probably in ways that Joaquin wasn't even aware. And it just made me want to really understand more about the person that he was. And I'm just amazed at what amazing things that he was able to do at such a young age, his spirit, all of that stuff. So anyway, again, Patricia and Manny, thanks so much for asking me and my family to participate in wishing him a happy birthday. So take care.
I got to tell you, coaching him back when we were with the Wyoming team, we had an unbelievable squad, but nothing sets out and apart in my mind than the beginning of the season. First practice, that year we had seniors, juniors, and sophomores, and of course sophomores were the youngest of the group, and my son was a sophomore. So I wanted to let the team know right from the get-go, you guys got to tell me what you want. Do you want to just go off and have fun and I'll just be the adult supervision here, or do you really want to take on the league? And I really thought we could win it all, and I let them know that. So I let the team sit back and go by themselves, speak if what they really wanted. And the team comes back over to me and goes, all right, coach, we agree. We think we could win the whole thing. Let's take this seriously. I said, not a problem. So we start the practice, and Joaquin walks over to me and goes, Coach, I just want to ask you something. All the years I'm coaching, I was prepared for almost any question. So I was like, yeah, Guac, what do you want? Because is it all right during the games if my posse comes? I didn't think twice of it. I'm like, yeah, sure, not a problem. 5, 6 kids, I'm thinking. So we get to the first game, doing warm-ups. All of a sudden, Joaquin comes over to me after his layups, and he goes, what do you think? And I look in the stands. Normally there 3, 5, 6 people would be a big crowd. It's got to be 15, 20 people. I'm like, that's what you meant by a posse. Impressive. He goes, don't worry, coach. Every game, it's going to get bigger. And he wasn't wrong. Every game, we had a crew. And the reason was, everybody knew and loved Joaquin. And he brought a crowd to every single game, including the championship game, where it was standing room only, the largest crowd they were able to fit in the gym and outside to watch us win the whole thing. Your son brought energy, enthusiasm, and a lot of laughter to every single practice and game. It was an honor and a privilege to be a part of his life and coach him. And ever since that season, whenever he saw me in public, at a school event, or anywhere, he always stopped by to make sure he said hello. Very respectful. I miss him dearly. He's a great kid, and I wish he...
Happy 20th birthday, Joaquin. It was a privilege to be your coach and friend on the basketball court. I'll always miss our friendship and bond. You made us smile with your full of life attitude and your great enthusiasm. Happy birthday.
Hi, it's Coach Brett. Just wanted to talk about some very fond memories I have of Joaquin. I remember being his first basketball coach when he was new to Parkland, and he was just very young and quiet and played on my team, and we had a great season. I really enjoyed coaching him. I also watched him grow through Parkland basketball through the years, and he was always loved the sport. And fast forward, I run Parkland basketball here in town, and every year there would always be some teams that would certainly give me a run for my money, and Joaquin's team definitely gave me a run for money. And but he was always very respectful, and he always would come up and say, "Coach, don't worry about these guys. I'll make them behave. I'm the captain of the team. I will make sure that everybody does the right thing. You don't have to worry." And after every game, he would always come up to me, no matter what. He would shake my hand and he would say, "How did I do, Coach? Did I do good? We'll do that better next time." And you know, he was really just lit up the room. And there wasn't a time I wouldn't walk out to the courts or into the gym that people wouldn't be screaming Joaquin's name or telling me a story about how Joaquin played or what Joaquin did. He was really just a spirit, and his friends, you could see, loved him. And he really, truly loved his family. He loved having his dad coaching him. And he really just, it was really just a pleasure. Even sometimes I would see him just around town, and he always came up to me, whether he was hanging out with his friends or a girl or whatever he was doing. He would always come up and say, "Hi, Coach," and he would ask me, you know, who won the games tonight, and he would say, "How's our team doing? Is everything doing okay?" And he really just loved. He had such a competitive spirit about him, and I really enjoyed watching him grow, and he's truly missed. And I'm just very fortunate to have had the experience to coach him and to get to know him and your entire family.
Hi, this is Arvin Gear. I'm honored to have received this award last year in Joaquin Oliver's name. A little fun memory that I have with Joaquin was when I was a freshman, we had PE together, and he would always want to play with me. We would always want to be on the same team, and we had a blast. I mean, he was a great basketball player, a great friend, and yeah, just honored to have received this award.
Hi, my name is Josh Hodis, and it was an honor to be the first recipient of the Joaquin Oliver Leadership Award. I was lucky to have known Joaquin as a teammate and a competitor, as well as to have a chance to get to know him on and off the court. I'll always cherish winning this award in his honor.
One of the greatest memories that I remember of Joaquin is when I used to play basketball for Douglas, and he used to be our biggest fan. He would come to every game, he would even show up to some practices, and no matter where I was on the court, no matter what we were doing, no matter if the stadium was completely packed, you would always be able to hear where Joaquin was, because he was always cheering the loudest and he was always supporting the team the most out of anybody. And everyone on the team felt like they had a brotherhood relationship with Joaquin, and almost as if he was part of our team.
My name is Zach White. Back in 2017, I got to play recreational basketball with Joaquin Oliver. We had a great season, champions. I've tried to do this video a couple times now, get the right words together about how I can describe Joaquin and the influence he had on the team and me that season. And I decided to do this in a very simple way that I can relate to and be honest with. And it's my love for basketball, which he shared. That competitive spirit, that passion for the game, it's something that both me and him had in common. And every time we'd show up for practice or a game, we brought it. And that's something very unique, along with the many other attributes he had with his happiness and just the care he had for every other person around him. If I were to go into that, the amount of friends this kid had was just unbelievable. The cliques, it just touched in all categories of life. It's something that blew me away. Both of us wore pink shoes on the court because we were two bold guys out there, man, making moves, draining threes. I'd like to give a shout out to his dad, man. Dude was shaking the fence. Every time one of those refs would make a bad call, you would hear him on the sidelines. As well as Joaquin getting his one or two chirps in. Gotta love that. But really overall, just a great person to be around. The energy he brought to the team, we needed it. It got us to the title. And I remember that championship game, man, after that buzzer rang, just the happiness on that kid's face. Man, he loved the game. He loved the game of basketball. More than me. He loved it. And I'm glad I got to share that with him and spend that time with him and really do what I love with him. It was very, very honoring. Thank you.
Hey, Joaquin. I'm so happy to be here to celebrate your birthday with your family and friends today. I remember first meeting you as a 7-year-old Little League baseball player. I was the manager and you were a shy guy with a determination to do well. We were together playing for a few seasons, then we would run into each other at the park occasionally. You were getting taller, you were getting more confident, but as always, very respectful. We lost touch for a while until December of 2017. I had just purchased the Sub-Zero Nitrogen ice cream store in Parkland, and you and your family had visited. I was so happy to see you guys. It had been so long. As we were catching up, you asked me if we were hiring, and I gladly gave you an application. When you came back, I was so impressed with what you had written under why you would want to work at Sub-Zero. If you remember, you wrote, "I mainly want to work at Sub-Zero because I want to gain business experience. I also would like to begin to reach my financial goals and become less dependent on my family. The other reason is I'd like to work with you is because I'd like to put my people skills to work and watch the customers be satisfied with whatever I help them with." Very respectful and very compelling reasons. I remember training you and fine-tuning those people skills you referred to in your application. You were such a perfectionist, and I would say to you, don't worry about messing up. We all mess up. This is a fun place, so just have fun. You eventually became much more comfortable with the customers and then made great ice cream. My friend, happy 20th birthday. You will never be forgotten.
Happy birthday, Joaquin. We think about you here in El Paso all the time. And that's in large part because your mom and your dad and your sister came down to our city when we were hurting worse than we have ever hurt before. And your family left us with a gift. It's an image of you and your mother, a beautiful mural painted by your father in a neighborhood in South El Paso. And whenever I pass it, and I pass it very often, I think about you and your legacy and the inspiration that you and your family have provided to me and countless others across the world. So we're all thinking about you on this very special day. Felicidades and thank you.
Okay, you give us a...
Go ahead.
Okay. Rochester Monster Man Action says, Happy Birthday, Guac!
Hello there. Hi there, Patricia. And Manny, Andrea, I haven't met you when I was down in Parkland. This is Peter Yarrow from Peter, Paul, and Mary. You know your Puff the Magic Dragon guy who worked with the Parkland students. And your spirit was so much part of that, part of their healing from the trauma and the loss. They wrote songs. And that's the way we do heal. We get out there and turn this pain into greater commitment and greater love. We did that in the civil rights movement. Manny, you're extraordinary. So I'm here to continue that legacy, sing the very song that Peter, Paul, and Mary sang when we were at the March on Washington in 1963. Yeah, and John Lewis spoke there, and Martin Luther King delivered his I Have a Dream speech, and we sang this song, as important now and meaningful as ever. How many roads must a man walk down before they call him a man? And how many seas must a white dove sail before she sleeps in the sand? How many times must the cannonballs fly before they're forever banned? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. Will everybody sing that with me now? I know you're alone in a room, but if you sing it for Joaquin, for a spirit that continues. Happy birthday, dear comrade, friend, warrior for decency and peace. The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. You can sway back and forth. Once again, the answer. The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. I can hear some of you singing that. How many years can a mountain exist before it is washed to the sea? A mountain of ignorance and hatred, a mountain of money before humanity, before caring. We need to wash that to sea. That's what we're doing. We're doing with you in your name. You're part of the wind in our sails. How many years can some people exist before they're allowed to be free? How many times can a man turn his head and pretend that he just does not see? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind, Joaquin. That answer is our loving each other, our fighting together for decency and morality and humanity, an end to gun violence, an end to inequity, all the things you grew up campaigning for, believing in, that came along with your parents and your sister. How many times must a man look up before he can see the sky? It's right there. How many ears must one man have before he can hear people cry? That's the one. And how many deaths will it take till we know that too many people have died? Joaquin, we're together with you. You're in our hearts today. You've been in there for a long, long time. The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. The answer is humility. The answer is compassion. The answer is loving each other and knowing that we belong to each other in this struggle. The struggle that honors your birthday, Joaquin. We're with you. Thank you all. Happy birthday, Joaquin.
Wow. My dear friend, Peter Yarrow, you're awesome, dude. My friend Beto, you rock, man. You say things the way they need to be said. So that segment was amazing. Now, I'm here to give you some updates on something that might happen, and I'm going to try to explain it in the way that I understand it. At some point, because of the amount of hours that we've been doing the walkathon, both platforms, Facebook and YouTube, will ask us to re-stream from scratch. In other words, our limit of streaming will be over at certain point. I know it sounds very unprofessional the way that I'm explaining it. I think that someone with the right skills will give you a better explanation. The point is that if you see no signal or nothing, just be patient because we're going to bring it back. We're doing this no matter what barrier we have during the day. So make sure that if you lose your connection, don't leave. Stay there because we will bring it back. That said, we are back with the one and only, the amazing Venti Mocha. What's up, buddy?
What's going on? We got updates now. We got updates. We're doing good.
Tell me.
Listen, I can't expose the winner yet or the one that's winning, but guys, we have a new first place person. We have a new first place person. So what I need you guys to do is get on to guacaward.com. Get on there now and vote. Vote, vote, vote. You have 12 finalists. Get on there, get your vote in, and just vote, vote, vote. Make sure that you get your person to number one. All right. The second and third place, super close, but get your person to number one. We need everybody to get on, everybody that's watching, everybody to get on there, walkaward.com, and get your vote on.
So you're telling me that since the last time that we talked, the first place changed and flipped?
Listen, I just came back from the server farm, okay? We have the CTR server farm. I just got back because I thought there was a crash in the system. You see what's going on over here behind me? I got all the systems running, okay?
I can see that.
I just came back, and I said I had to go check on this myself. We were going to send somebody, but I had to check on it myself. I said, guys, I'll be right back. Let's go check this out. There's no way that we can have another number one. Guys, we got another number one, okay? Right now, I need you to get on guacaward.com and get your votes in, all right? If you want your candidate to win, your person to win, you need to get on there and vote.
And wait, all your technicians are working, right?
Everybody, we're working at 130% capacity right now. We will get back. Listen, right now we got a couple of people on lunch, but we're going to be at 150% in like 10 minutes, okay? I already texted them. I said, guys, get back to work. We got the 24-hour guacathon going on. Get back to work. We need you. Guac needs you. And they said they're.
America is trusting you.
Listen, and we're here, okay? We're here for America. We're here for gun violence. We're here for guac.
Okay.
Make this happen.
For our new activist.
Okay, Venti Mocha. You take care, okay? And we'll talk to you later.
About to grab another Venti Mocha for the next check-in.
Take care, my friend.
All right, man.
Bye, my love.
Hi, it's Alyssa Milano, and Quack, I feel like I know you. I feel like you've always been a part of my life, a part of my world, and it's through your parents' love for you, your parents' dedication to you, that keeps you alive in such a way that you are living, breathing, evolving entity. And I think about you a lot for guidance. I think about your parents a lot. They inspire me. And so I'm making this video for your birthday. And I just want you to know that I love you. Happy birthday, Guac. See you in my dreams.
All right, right. I just remember Joaquin, one of his favorite songs was Ain't It Fun by Paramore.
Hey, that's an absolute banger.
Every time you put it on, he'd just dance for like non-stop, go crazy in the back.
Remember my sophomore year, so like everyone else's senior year, whenever we'd drive home, we'd always listen to Woke Up Like This by Playboy Cardi. We'd always listen to EXO Tour Life, and he would always go crazy to those songs in the car every day after school pretty much and drop them off.
And actually in freshman year, Joaquin's like, Playboy Cardi is one of my favorite artists, and he's actually the one that put me on the song called Fetty, which was like, dropped our freshman year, and that's the reason like it started my Playboy Cardi fandom. It's still my favorite Playboy Cardi song like by far. There's just nothing but good memories about it. What was it? 16th birthday. So I think we were outside. I don't even think his birthday. It was just like he was just throwing a party at his crib like over the summer. I just remember like that day when Hard in the Paint came on, he like ripped off his shirt. We were outside. Started going nuts. Like I don't know, this is real.
I think there are like 12 different times that I remember just him taking off his shirt to that song. That was like when the song came on, the shirt, or when the song came on, the shirt came off, and the running started in circles. And
yeah, it's like kind of a pretty cool thing that like just because of him, like I now have a favorite artist.
We listen to Frank Ocean a lot. I don't know. Whenever me and Joaquin talked, it was kind of like more about serious stuff, like he needed help or something. I did the same for him. I asked for like advice and stuff. But so I think it was more serious. So I don't know. We like listening to Frank Ocean. It was like Nights was like that song Nights by Frank Ocean.
how was he there for you?
He just always knew that like when I was in a bad mood, like I don't really like talking about it, but like he can just read me easily. And that's one of the few people who can. That's why like I appreciate him a lot. That's why he's one of my closest friends, and to this day still is, because he can do that.
I think he's the one that like kind of like in our friend group at least, like the one that like brought me to like actually hugging other people. Like he used to like normally just like dapple people in the hallway, but like he actually like no matter what, like you couldn't avoid it. Like he'd embrace you in a hug. Like there was no like way around it, which is like I don't know, it's just like really touching. It's like the way I am how I am now. It's like it's a hug over a dap most of the time, except for like obviously Corona, so we can't do that. But I don't know, it's just like affectionate, like to anybody, like caring.
That's so funny because after everything happened, I remember your hugs were always my favorite. Like I was like, all right, I need to go hug Coke right now. Like, all right, other Coke too.
Nah, the cool thing about Joaquin though is like even if it was through text, he was always like all ears and eyes. You know, like he could hear you out. Like you can have like no matter where you were, he would always like talk about anything.
Yeah, he always wanted to listen to what you had to say.
Yeah, and he would keep it real with you too. Like he would tell you what he truly thought, like what should go down, what you should do.
Yeah, he was ready to not everybody's ready to seek out other people. They don't even want to ask themselves how they're doing, and then they have to like ask. But he was ready to seek out other people, ask them how they're doing. He would do that.
He always knew what to say at the right time too.
And he'd give you the harsh truth, even if you didn't want to hear it.
That is true. If you were tweaking, like he wasn't gonna sugarcoat or anything. Like he'd tell you like you're an idiot, you're stupid. Like what are you doing?
Yeah, but in public, shut your back no matter what.
Yeah,
but it's good. But it's good to have it's good to have like not a bunch of yes mans.
Yeah.
It's good to have that
somebody that holds you responsible.
Person.
But the whole season, I was like probably my favorite time throughout all of high school. Just going to practice with like all of my friends. You know, he was always there. I mean, I act like I'm the best. I'm terrible at basketball, but he didn't care. He would tell me, "Oh, you're the best. You're gonna do this. You're gonna do that." And like, even though it's just gassing it, but I mean, like, it's still good to have motivation from like a friend and who obviously wants you to do good at something.
I liked it a lot because me and him were like really competitive at practice. So like we would go at it in practice, but we all know at the end of the day it's just like for us to get better. So I like that a lot too.
Mamba mentality.
I love that.
Yeah. Even pick up basketball, he would talk trash to like the best players. And he wasn't.
Yeah.
He wasn't the best player, but he would always go at it every single time. You know.
He's probably the reason why I talk so much when I like, even though I'm not I'm not like that good or anything. But I'm gonna talk like I'm the best, and he always gets mad about it. He gets mad about it, but I'm still gonna say it. Like.
Yeah, I remember before the season because I was better when I was younger, and I stopped playing, so I got much worse. And before the season, we had team sports together, so we would play basketball in the morning at school. And anytime I made a shot, he would just yell, "Andrew's back! Prime Andrew's back!" It hyped me up for the season. I didn't lose as well as I wanted.
Yeah, we still beat them. We won, so yeah.
Even though I was on the bench, you know, with the ACL board.
Yeah.
It was easy working.
We had to replace him.
My best player was there.
Oh, we also recruited Dylan. He didn't do much though. He was.
Makuni was kind of the MVP. You know, big deal though. No big deal.
Something crazy that I've always thought about, like, I may not be like super close with everyone like right now, but in high school, like everyone that I considered like a good friend or someone like to lean on, like almost all of you guys, like I wouldn't know you the way I do, or a lot of other people I wouldn't know them the way I do, like without him. It just wouldn't be.
Yeah, I feel like he was like that link. I feel like I'm the same because I was a year older. So I feel like I didn't really hang out with everybody here as much, but the way that I do know them is through Joaquin, and like I think he was like that. I mean, kind of with you too, right? So
I wouldn't be friends with any of you if it weren't for Joaquin.
You brought everyone together. Right. He was definitely like.
It was like all these different friend groups could be in the same place at the same time.
Yeah.
And he was like.
I always think about that as like his funeral, how there's like so many people there, because like it wasn't just that like everything that like it happened and everything. It was also that he was like a link, and like everybody, like he linked so many people together from so many different like places.
I think it stemmed from the way that he made everyone feel welcome, and he made everyone feel comfortable in their own skin. So they felt confident in that group. They didn't feel like they had to be alienated or they had to be in their own group. They were belonging because his confidence like rubbed off on everyone around him.
Yeah. Alright, there was one time where my whole family was going out of the country, pretty much. They were going to Jamaica, and we had school, so I stayed with Joaquin for like a week and a half. We were going to school every day, come back. We weren't really doing homework. We were just playing video games, roaming around, and it was like one of the best weeks I've had. Just like chilling like, with somebody, like not getting tired of them, you know, staying at the crib the whole time, still going to school, still interacting, all that.
Like the true story that I have with him about school is that I was a really bad student, and he was kind of a bad student sophomore year, I think, and like I started getting on him about his grades when I like got close with him, because like I always like hated that I was a bad student, even though like I never do anything about it, but I always wanted to get on him because I knew he was like really smart and he could do it, and you know it's not hard, you know, and I was really happy like that he like followed through, and like he ended up being like, he has stories of like Marino and Lapel of like shining out in class, and like he ended up like doing really well and like showing me, and I like that he wanted to show me, because like, and I held him like responsible for that, you know? And he met it.
Like they'd be like Marino, that's like our like uncle pretty much. He was like best teacher at Douglas. So like they'd be in class, and Guac would just be in there just singing loud to everybody in the middle of a test, or he would just get up and start dancing around during class. And he would be in Marino's room throughout the whole day. And then there was one time Marino told me he was in there for the whole class. He was in there. It was like, I think it was like one of like the first weeks of senior year, and of his senior year. And he was in Marino's class, and the principal at the time, Thompson, he came in, and Marino was looking at Guac because like he knew he wasn't supposed to be in there. And while Mr. Thompson was like giving a speech about like the school year or whatever, Guac kept raising his hand and like talking to Thompson about stuff, even though like it was obvious he wasn't in the class, and Marino kept kicking him to shut up because he wasn't supposed to be in there. And that's just like Guac, like he just was always trying to have fun. Like he didn't try taking life way too serious when it didn't need to be.
Marino also told me Joaquin opened up like the space in class, so people didn't want to share until he raised his hand. It would be crickets. Joaquin would raise his hand, and then there's another kid, and then there's another kid, and then there's another kid. Yeah. So he was a leader in that way also.
Yeah, I want to be a teacher, and you need that kid in class. Like otherwise, especially in high school, there's a lot of disinterested kids. So if you don't have that kid, yeah, like maybe you don't have like a class clown, and that's good, but nobody's interacting, and it's just like, that's almost just as bad because the kids are dozing off, they're on their phones, pretty much just as bad. So even though, you know, you might have a little class clown with Joaquin, I think he opened up the class, and that's like more important to teachers like Marino that can keep it under control, but also they want to teach.
He was a class clown and like not a student, but the potential to be an A student. Like he had both sides. Yeah.
He like bridged the gap between trying to make the class entertaining but also learning when you needed to learn.
It was a perfect balance.
Yeah, a good balance there.
I valued that we had like, he kind of looked up to me, and that he like looked for advice and stuff, and he wasn't shying away from coming to me for like problems at home, parents, or problems with friends, fighting, or girls, or school. It was more like personal stuff, and I would, because of that, I would you know, do the same to him, and like it was like a soundboard. We could say stuff that, like whatever that we felt, and like, you know, we trusted each other, and I really valued having that. Like I liked being a role model, and I think that's like why I want to be a teacher mostly. Is that because like I like being able to push people to like do better. And, like, I like that he gave me that opportunity. I feel really lucky that he like that, like, you know, he chose me to be able to open up to it. I feel really lucky.
Joaquin, he was always a brave person. He was never scared to do anything. Like when we were younger, we used to have sleepovers like every night, and I had one with Dylan and him, and just out of nowhere, he was like, I want to shave my head. And so we literally just pulled out the razors and started shaving his head. And he did not care. He just wanted to do it. He would do anything that would make people laugh, or just, and he wasn't scared to change how he looked or anything because he didn't care. He was just confident in himself.
Like he was acting like the confidence himself was like a really true thing. So I remember like one time I was at Douglas, I was just like walking the hall. I think I was going to the bathroom, and I saw him walking like completely by himself, just like dancing. Like no one's around him, just dancing by himself in the hallway. And I yell out to him, he yells to me, and he like runs around the courtyard and comes hugs me, and he's like, and I tell him I gotta go, and he just dances off the other way, like just dancing no matter what. Like no one's around, just him by himself, just like being like 100% him at all times. And then I was like, I don't know, it's just him. So.
Yeah, he was a risk taker. I feel like a lot of his traits rubbed off on me. You know, I was a little shy when I was younger, but I was always around him. He was like, he didn't care what anyone thought, ever, you know? So that really, I like thank him for that, for real, always.
I valued him a lot because a lot of people aren't, you could say, real, and he was real all the time. That's why I like him a lot, and like, it's real rare it's real rare, like, in our times now. And that's why like I found him as a really close friend.
I love his energy. He always brought the energy into the room, for sure.
I don't know. I liked most just somebody who was there. It didn't matter what. If you have a bad day, good day, always wanted to talk, always wanted to, hey, what's up, how you doing? If you're having a bad day, he's there, he's listening, he's like, what's going on, asking questions, always wants to see just how everyone's doing. He cared for himself, that he knew that love that was there for him already. He had the endless love for everybody. It didn't matter who you were, what you looked like, how old you were. It was just love to share.
The thing I liked most probably was motivation to anybody he met. Like if you were like friends with him, he'd always try to tell you a way to try to make you take your life or anything just to get better at something. If you're together, he wants you to always be the best version of yourself, and he didn't care what that was. If you want to be goofy, he'd want you to help you be goofy. If you were trying to be straight A student, he'd try to push you to do whatever you wanted. Like whatever you set your mind to, he would be always there to support you, just try to motivate you to be the best you could at anything.
I feel that he embodied love. I think that everything he did stemmed from love. And I feel like a really important story to share is about kindness. He went into the bathroom at school and he heard someone crying in the stall, crying their eyes out. I never forget him telling me this story. And he knew that they didn't want to talk back, so he wrote a note. He said, he left his number and he said, you call me if you need to say anything, if you just you need to cry to someone. Here's my number. He slid it under the door and he walked out. and that like he didn't need anything in return. He just wanted to give his love, and I think that that's really important.
One weird thing that he told me about something like that of not getting anything in return, like I don't remember what exactly he did. I think we're out somewhere. I just forgot like my card or something, and he paid for me. And he's like, just because I'm doing this, don't think like you need to do anything back for me. Like he said, we're boys. Like what we don't count our favors. Like we do stuff just out of the kindness of our heart. So.
And even to a total stranger.
Looking back and just like looking at our memories and our interactions with me and him and just everyone, like I'll always see him as one of my best friends, and I feel like he kind of did that to everyone. You know, he had the power to make you feel like you were his best friend, like you meant the world to him, and he just did that naturally, like so I think that's like a really special power to have, to make people feel unique to someone, and like I can't do that. Like, I mean, nobody could, like not a lot of people can really do that.
He was just himself. He just was not afraid to be himself.
Yeah.
That's why he wasn't afraid to dye his hair, me, and that's why that's why he didn't care. It's like what Chad was saying. He was just always wore his heart on his sleeve. It's such a rare trait.
Definitely was a big baby.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Emotions on his sleeve, not just the good ones. So definitely some fights and some bad words and all that, but that's what comes with it. You know.
Authenticity.
The authenticity. Yeah.
When I were going through it, it was like such a mental stress on me. Especially because we weren't like talking, but we see each other every day, like hanging out after school type shit, and we weren't talking. And then like we'd always literally sitting at the same table, just like not talking. And then like one day he just comes up to me and he's like, "Yo," and I'm like, "What's up?" He's like, "Let's talk." And I'm like, all right. Like
he was a bigger man. He was a bigger man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like
break down the barrier.
Yeah. He's like, let's talk, and I'm like,
it's so hard to like argue with someone like him because like, dude, you can tell he doesn't want to be mad at you or anything like that. Like, and he's just so goofy about everything. Like, you can't even like. It's so hard to like take him serious at times because like you're having a serious conversation or whatever, or if you're like you're upset, he'll just start like punching you, like try to make you laugh or anything. Like he was just always so goofy about stuff.
He was a light in all of our lives and will always be our best friends. I think we all can agree with Sam on that. It's not a was, it's not then, it's he's here with us, he lives through us. I think we all feel that. That's just how strong his light and love is. And I know we're all very grateful.
Happy birthday, Quack! Thank you for taking us on this incredible journey to help end gun violence.
We've really enjoyed working with you and your incredible family, and we'll do everything we can in the future to join you to help crush gun violence. Happy birthday, Quack.
We wanted the award to be something special, something that will represent Joaquin in all its ways. There's a lot of us out there fighting against gun violence, and for some reason some people still think that we're not that large as a group. Many of us have been forced to be part of it. He was totally into everything that we do today. Actually, everything that we do today is an extension of Joaquin. We are living Joaquin's life, and we are doing the things that he will be doing if he had the opportunity to be here today. We are parents, and we have to honor our son no matter what. He had great principles, he had an amazing attitude, and he was always concerned about injustice. The idea of putting together all these things that will describe our beautiful son Joaquin were all condensed into the award. So this is the moment of putting together all those amazing activists out there that have been taking time, have changed their lives to fight for all of us. I've met people that have been fighting for more than 20 years against gun violence, and no one has ever heard their names. Maybe by creating an award, this is the time to recognize all those efforts. And our loved ones are meeting up there, and they know what we're doing, and they're gonna help us raise our voice. It's just a peaceful image of our son. Peaceful, but challenging. This is what Joaquin is doing every single day. Our son is becoming a symbol, a legend behind the fight against gun violence. This award will recognize the effort from thousands, friends, families, kids. We got more than 30 brave activists, some of them impacted directly by gun violence. This is a way to express how powerful our force is. And we're not happy about this. This is a membership that you don't want, but the system, a broken system, is forcing us to create this army. And we ain't stopping until we fix this. This is the Joaquin Wack Oliver Award. We're not afraid, and we have nothing to lose.
Hello, everyone! It's your favorite, the one and only Andrea. Ooh, Joaquin's favorite sister. Give it up for me. So I know you're wondering where Banksy is, but he's not here.
Welcome, welcome.
Hello, Matthew.
As you can tell, the party hasn't slowed down over here. We're still rocking with
Matthew, the party just begun. I just got here.
Playlist.
Oh, it's biggie time.
I can't really hear you. Sorry.
Oh, the party just.
Damn. So we have our answer is in the rafters above us for our last question. Walk.
So
in the rafters above us. Last question. 3.
So what's going on? We barely see Joaquin.
We have. Sorry, I've never used virtual background on Zoom before.
Are you flying in the sky?
No, so we wanted to put the answer in the sky. So the answer is 3.
What else is 3, guys? Dwayne Wade's number.
Dwayne Wade's number, which is the perfect segue into our next question, and we have this beautiful picture of Joaquin it keeps disappearing.
Seriously.
There it is.
Aw, baby Joaquin. He was in a Walmart cart.
He is in a Walmart cart in that picture.
We like to keep him caged when he was younger.
Yes. Which of these tweets was something that Joaquin tweeted? So we have two of them are a fake, and one of them is really what Joaquin tweeted. So the first one is, just found out D. Wade is leaving the Heat, and it hurts to hear Wade was the Heat. So that's the first tweet. Was that Joaquin? That's
a possible one.
The second one is, has anyone ever thought about how stupid the tweets in Trump's draft must be?
Oh, that's a possible one too.
So that also sounds like Joaquin.
Yeah.
Both of these could easily be Joaquin. And the last one, I'm pulling it up.
Okay.
The last one is, sorry. The last one is Dwayne Wade plays better when I'm in the building, and that's just a fact.
Ooh.
So those are three
Very possible ones.
That all are things that Joaquin would have said out loud. But which one did he post on Twitter?
I have to be honest, I don't know the answer.
Well, the good thing is we'll be back later to tell you the answer. So keep answering people in the comments. We love all the guesses on the trivia. I had some people tweet me. Some people got it right. So I don't think anyone got the Skittles question right, but hopefully people are celebrating.
Okay, well, let's see what the people say. Bring it on. I'll tweet
Awesome.
too.
Please.
Okay, is this our time to say goodbye? Patricia's stealing my thunder.
Okay, can we?
Finally, I can see you, my dear man. I am the coolest by far.
Deja el audífono ahí y tráete el micrófono y salte del cuadro y tu mamá queda.
Hello guys, here it's me again, and you're gonna get a lot of me through all day. Now we're going with our next nominee. Listen to me, 1, 2, 3. This is Aviri da Silva. Look at him, this is Aviri. He was singing to us a while ago. Aviri da Silva was a victim of the horrific Waffle House shooting. He was not only a victim, but lost his brother during his tragic event. He has been fighting in the sake of his brother and the other victims to fight the laws for guns. He is not only a role model for his siblings, but he has become an activist. He is dedicated to opening hearts and minds, using art and action to help end gun violence. Aviri has turned tragedy into action. I admire you, Aviri. You're amazing. Your family is great. Your mom, I love your mom. You know that I really love your mom. Shondell, here we are, fighting together along with the other moms. See you during the day, or you're gonna see me, I guess.
Okay. Un besito.
Un besito, lo más lindísimo. Lo más
lindísimo.
Feliz cumpleaños, mi burrito hermoso. Mi burrito hermosísimo.
Okay, cool. Right, so now, can I have this camera, please? Yes. So I don't know if you know this, but we have an auction going on today. And we have several items. They're all cool. And I'm going to show you a few of them. So let me start by showing you this guitar that I painted a couple of years ago. And then it's a Dave Matthews theme that I wanted on this guitar. And guess what? Then we went to a Dave Matthews Band concert. So Dave Matthews Band, they were there, we saw them, and at the end, look at that. It's a signature and a little drawing from Dave Matthews himself. So we have this guitar here, and it's going to be auctioned today on our eBay account. Next, can I have another item, please? La guitarra. Look at this. So this is another item that we have for auction today. I was blessed to have the opportunity to work with the amazing, talented Joe Bonamassa. And I've learned so many things while I work with my friends from J&R. And the inspiration during those years was total. So during my free time, not even in the office, I used to work on projects that will involve Joe Bonamassa. So I did this guitar, and I remember that Joaquin really loved it. And guess what? Mr. Joe Bonamassa was kind enough to sign it for me. So this item, it's also on the auction from Change the Ref today. The last item that I will present it's a replica of a wall of demand. In this case, what I did, this is actually an original replica from a wall that we did in Vegas along with the kids. And as you can see, it has two images. One of the one and only very cool Joaquin Oliver, and the other guy, I have no idea who he is, but he's becoming a kind of not solution for the things that we're looking for. So the name of this painting that has like a little cut line here, it's called Cut the Bullshit. I love it. I made it, and here's a replica, and it's also in our auction items today. So there's plenty more. This is just part of it, and feel free to check them out and do your best offer, because all the money that we raise today is going to be used to empower the youth and keep on doing what we're doing. Thank you, and I'll see you around.
Hey, what up, fam? Nick Carter here from SiriusXM Radio, and I am more than honored to take a second to give a shout out to the homie on his birthday, Joaquin Oliver. He would have been 20. Think about that for a second, 20. Look, this belt is older than that. Anyway, if you really think about it, he could have changed the world. Here's the thing. Let's make sure he does. Keep the faith. Don't lose it. Keep up the pressure. Everybody else, peace, love, and Wu-Tang! Joaquin, you're right here, baby, with us always. We love you, homie.
Hello, my name is Emily Taylor Kaufman, and I am a part of the Oriane and Phil Collins Little Dreams Foundation. We heard that this was one of Joaquin's favorite songs, so I would like to dedicate this to him, and I hope you all enjoy. This is You'll Be in My Heart by Phil Collins. Come stop your crying, it'll be alright. Come take my hand, hold it tight. I will protect you from all around you. I will be here, don't you cry. For one so small, you seem so strong. My arms will hold you, keep you safe and warm. This bond between us can't be broken. I will be here, don't you cry. 'Cause you'll be in my heart. Yes, you'll be in my heart. From this day on, now and forevermore. You'll be in my heart, no matter what they say. You'll be here in my heart, always. understand the way we feel. They just don't trust what they can't explain. I know we're different, but deep inside us, we're not that different at all. You'll be in my heart. Yes, you'll be in my heart. From this day on, now and forevermore. Don't listen to them, 'cause what do they know? We need each other to have to hold. They'll see in time. I know. When destiny calls you, you must be strong. I may not be with you, but you've gotta hold on. They'll see in time. I know. We'll show them together, 'cause you'll be in my heart. Believe me, you'll be in my heart. I'll be there from this day on, now and forevermore. You'll be in my heart, no matter what they say. You'll be here in my heart, always, always. I'll be with you. I'll be there with you always, always and always. Just look over your shoulder. Just look over your shoulder. Just look over your shoulder. I'll be there always.
Dear Walk, my name is Poe Murray, and I want to wish you a very happy 20th birthday. I've been leading the Newtown Action Alliance since my neighbor killed 26 educators in Sandy Hook. We work with many families who have lost their loved ones to gun violence, to change the culture and change the laws to keep all Americans safe, particularly children. I first met your mother and father in Dallas when my son Tommy and my husband joined them, Alyssa Milano, Ben Jackson, Fred Gutenberg, Sandy and Lonnie Phillips, and many others in Dallas to rally against the NRA during the convention. Your mother is a dear friend and a fierce advocate. You should be very proud of her. I am humbled and honored to be asked by your mom to moderate a segment called Is Your Mother Honoring with Action for your birthday. Today, I am joined by mothers who have lost their children to gun violence from different communities all across our country. I have worked closely with many of these incredible moms, and I am meeting some of them for the first time today. Often in our work, we ask the families to share their tragic stories to help change the hearts and minds. But today, your mom has asked me to focus on their wonderful memories of the children and the work that are being done to honor them. We hope these memories will help to inspire other moms to honor with action to reduce the scourge of gun violence epidemic in our nation. So let's begin with Lori Alhadra. Lori.
Hi, thank you,
Hi,
Lori. And hi to everyone. I'm very honored to be here with everyone. Hi, Patricia.
Hi, Lori.
And
So,
happy birthday, Joaquin.
So Lori, you said Alyssa was a spunky all-American girl. She should have never been gunned down in her school, in our English classroom. Could you tell us what you want us to remember about Alyssa?
So Alyssa was beautiful, vivacious, outgoing. She was a leader. She played soccer. She played the position number 8 on the soccer field, and she wore the 8 on the back of her jersey. And now I honor Alyssa and actually got a tattoo with the 8 in soccer ball on it, which means the infinity symbol, which means forever. And I forever have Alyssa in my heart and remember Alyssa, and will never and continue to try to honor Alyssa in my life.
You started a nonprofit organization called Make Our Schools Safe, and you helped pass Alyssa's law in New Jersey and Florida. And you also sit on the Broward County School Board to honor Alyssa. Could you tell us a little bit about your work?
Yes, definitely. So after the tragedy, I knew that in order for me to make change, that I needed to have a seat at the table. And I ran for the Broward County School Board and won. And my focus is school safety. I also, through my nonprofit organization, Make Our Schools Safe, was able to get Alyssa's Law passed in New Jersey and Florida, which requires here in Florida every teacher to have a panic button on their phone. So if there's a life-threatening emergency situation, we are empowering the teacher to be able to push a button, and it's directly linked to law enforcement so they can get on the scene as quickly as possible. It's geofenced to the area to either take down the threat or EMS to come in to triage the victims. And this in turn will save lives with a quicker response time and also more effective communication with the teacher being able to receive information and more effectively be able to respond to the life-threatening emergency.
Well, that sounds like incredible work that you are doing. And Alyssa is probably very, very proud of you. And thank you so much for all your work.
Thank you.
Next, Sean